Good morning. Happy Friday. You can pat yourself on the back again because we made it through another week. I am alternate juror, and thank you for joining me this morning. We are going to be looking at or watching the Jessy Kurczweski sentencing. Finally, uh, this was the very first stream I ever did, and so it's coming full circle now, and it's going to end today, I hope. And good morning, Stormy. Good morning, Gabby. Hope you guys are doing well. Gabby, I hope you did not get any snow that I saw that hit out your way. And Stormy, still jealous of your weather. Some things just will never, ever change. All right, just to recap, if you don't know, Lynn Hernan was Jessy Kurczweski's supposed best friend. Jessy was helping Lynn, who had apparently some illnesses. I don't know. Good morning, Chrissy. So Jessy would go over to Lynn's house. Jessy's mom would go over to Lynn's house and help her with things. And then in October 3rd of 2018, Lynn passes away. At the time when investigators showed up to the scene, which they were notified to show up at the scene by Jessy, they didn't investigate it as anything more than a self-deletion. So there were certain pictures that were not taken at the time because they just really thought Lynn had just had enough and that was it. I kind of wonder if Jessy would have just kept her mouth shut and not kept inquiring about Lynn's estate if she wouldn't have gotten away with it. But she didn't keep her mouth shut, and that made investigators look at things more. So Jessy was not arrested until July of 2019, so almost a year later. And as I watched this trial, for a long time I was like, I just wish there was pictures of the trash can to show, did you find all these bottles of Visine that you said you found? Because we have no pictures, we have no proof that there was anything there or that they weren't there. And then as it goes on and on and on, you find out all this money is now missing. And then you hear phone calls of Jessy calling credit card companies and pretending to be Lynn. And then you see the forged documents that she did. And you hear about all the stuff she bought her boyfriend at the time's kids, furniture, and just expensive stuff. She spent a ton of money, all under Lynn's credit cards. She would open accounts in Lynn's name. She forged documents that they had a loan together. She did a lot. So she was found guilty. And I got to look, I have it over here. November 14th of last year was of the unaliving and theft. It says theft of movable property over 100,000 and theft of movable property between 10 and 100,000. So she was supposed to be sentenced December 7th, 2023. December 7th comes, and you find out on November 30th, her public defenders have filed to be withdrawn from representing her. The reason being is because, one, she's done an interview from the jail, basically saying they didn't allow her to speak and take the stand and just didn't like the way that they represented her. And then there's this 37-page letter that gets mailed from the jail that has instructions in it on how to forge a recording for the person unknown, whoever. I don't know who the instructions were for. They were investigating it. I've never heard anything else about it. Maybe we will today. Of how to forge a recording to be Lynn and say that you were going to self-delete, and how to play Lynn's favorite movie in the background or movies of that time frame in the background, music, what have you. She was very detailed in this 37-page letter, apparently. And uh, allegedly, from the one of the public defenders, it had the public defender's writing on it. And she just wasn't comfortable. She's like, I'm not going, I'm not getting charged with anything for this woman. So the judge allowed them to withdraw. There was a status hearing in January, and a new she got new representation. And then I believe there was I don't remember I'm not exactly clear what happened there. I know there was attorneys, new defender, public defenders assigned. That public defender withdrew, and then there was another public defender. So it's been crazy. All these public defenders getting assigned and withdrawing. I don't know why. Um, so yeah, she's been something. And yes, she went to the police station too many times. And then once they even had her in custody, she couldn't keep her mouth shut. She could not stop talking to the police. And it got ridiculous. Of all the things that she was trying to come up with, when she sent the police on the wild goose chase to go dig up this box that she supposedly buried by her childhood pet in the park behind the apartment building where she used to live, and they actually went and looked. Obviously, there was nothing there. When she did that, she she was going off the rails at that point in time. It's like, you cannot get away with this anymore. So all the financials, yes, the letters, her forging Lynn's will, her forging letters from Lynn, supposedly going to self-delete, uh, the money, her pretending to be Lynn on the phone with the credit card companies, all those things add up, and it was done. It was done, and she was done. And yep. So I'll be curious if she speaks today and what she has to say. So let's get going. And as always, please let me know how it sounded. Judge Dorow, so it should be good. Oh, and I think that's her mother sitting behind her. And that woman is cold. I'm not so sure. She's squeaky clean in all of this. Sounds like a demon. But she said that in her one of her interviews that they didn't allow her mom to testify, probably in her mom's own best interest, if I had to guess. Because I don't know that that woman could have said anything without coming in. I just think she's involved. I think she knows more than what she said. She doesn't look quite as stone cold today as she did when she was found guilty, but she sat behind her and there wasn't an ounce of emotion in that woman's face. Looks like her being the like sixth attorney. Oh, one more thing. I told you guys about this a while ago, but on March 7th, uh, Jesse was removed as beneficiary uh, from Lynn's will, and then Anthony Posa. Really? Hmm, am I doing it for anybody else? I'm not having any signal things. Hmm, I'm breaking up for you too. One sec. I'll be right back. Is that any better? Because if it's not, I have no idea. I went away. No, I was trying to make sure I was trying to fix my audio, so I just went away and came back. It's better. Perfect. Okay. So anyway, in March last month, she was taken off of Lynn's estate. Anthony Posa was put on the estate, and because you cannot get money from somebody's estate that you've unalived. So she still has restitution in the amount of $13,597.52 that Anthony Posa's attorney has asked for. Good luck, Anthony. I hope you get it. You deserve it. There's old Judge Dorow. All right. Be seated. Woo! Out for me. Oh, not my chair. Court will call State of Wisconsin versus Jessy Kurczweski, 21 CF 885. May I have the appearances, please?
Good morning, Judge. Randy Sitzberger, Abby Nikolai, and J.J. Crawford appearing for the state, with Detective Nathan Plennis and Aaron Hoppy joining us.
Attorney Russell Jones on behalf of the defendant. The defendant is present in court, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. We are here today for sentencing following the nearly 3-week plus trial that we had last year. Has the state complied with victim rights in terms of today's hearing?
Yes, Your Honor, absolutely. And many of them are here today with us, certainly Anthony Posa, and we'll be making a statement to the court.
All right. And the state's prepared for sentencing?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
And Attorney Jones, you and your client are prepared for sentencing?
We are, Judge. Thank you.
We know that the court obviously had ordered a pre-sentence investigation following the trial attorneys being allowed to withdraw. I've read through that. There was a private PSI that was also submitted. I've reviewed that as well. Ms. Kurczweski submitted a letter in December of last year that I had indicated when it came in, I would review that as part of the sentencing material. So I've reviewed that as well, reviewed my notes from the trial, and otherwise just look through the electronic file that I have as well. And there was one letter also filed by Attorney Jones that I've seen as well. So I don't think I've missed anything. I will mention, obviously, I have the materials that were provided by the state at the end of November of last year that I've reviewed as well. And I trust the state will provide any updates regarding that. And we'll go from there. Anything either party thinks I've overlooked in terms of what has been submitted to the court from the state?
Nothing about the item submitted. Logistically, we do have some photographs that the victim's family brought that I would like to present, and I just want to know logistically with the cameras where that might best be suited so Your Honor can see them, but they don't block any camera coverage.
Do you want to do them electronically or are these physical?
They are physical, and we have an easel to display them on.
I think I can see the easel from here. If you want to bring it closer in front of the jury box, that's fine as well. I did forget to mention, I also have all of the restitution information that was provided. There's a significant packet, a letter brief from Attorney Taylor on behalf of Mr. Posa, and then the response by Attorney Jones. So I do intend to go through that as well today. So make sure the parties address any arguments they have regarding restitution, and if there are any requests related to that, let me know as well, and I can address that. All right, anything else the court needs to go over before we start with the state's sentencing presentation? From the state?
I don't believe so.
From the defense?
No.
All right. Then one other thing, I anticipate that our hearing today will last a considerable amount of time. Certainly want to take appropriate breaks. I also anticipate that once both sides have completed their sentencing remarks and presentation, I will take a much more lengthy break. I'm hoping it coincides with the lunch hour, but there's no time limits I'm placing on anyone before I come back and announce sentence. So with that, I'll hear from the state.
Thank you, Judge. Logistically, I just want to start with the restitution issues. I know that's being disputed right now, but whatever's ordered, I'm asking as part of this sentence that the court order under 949.165 that Ms. Kurczweski not be allowed to profit from any interviews or book deals or movie deals or things of that nature, and that any money contracted with her for such things go into an escrow account with the Department of Correction to go towards any financial responsibility she bears in this case. The second issue is, and I've just turned this over to Attorney Jones today, the state did just receive an invoice for our expert witness from NMS Labs. That bill is for $16,728.74. The state is asking that Ms. Kurczweski be responsible for that as well under 973.06 sub 1 sub B. And I know I'll deal with the more specific restitution somewhat separately from sentencing, but regardless of what's ordered against Ms. Kurczweski, those are the state's requests as it pertains to her financial responsibility.
Thank you.
Your Honor, from there, I just want to tell the court, and I know you already know this, but today is about Lynn Hernan. Ms. Kurczweski had her day, actually multiple days in court, and today we get to turn to focus on what this really is about, and that's Ms. Hernan. And to begin with, then I want to invite Anthony Poza and Jim Kelleher to talk to the court and really let you know who Lynn Hernan was to them. So I'm going to have them start off our presentation.
All right, we will provide a microphone. If you want to stay obviously behind the bar, please. We'll make sure it's working. All right, what I would like you to do is to first of all state your first and last name for the record.
My name's James Kelleher.
Thank you.
JamesKelliher.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. First, I would start by like to thank the jury for reaching the right decision in this case. It was a very tragic case, and Lynn deserved that outcome. I would also like to thank all the law enforcement, detectives, police, local police, and all the attorneys for all their hard work, and everybody that helped with this tragic case over the years. Thank you. I would also like to thank you, Judge Dorow, for getting this case moving and keeping it moving. Thank you, Your Honor. One last thing we'd like to know is where's Lynn's ashes at? We would like Lynn back. Nobody seems to know where Lynn's ashes or remains are. So we've been looking for those, and we would like those back so we can give Lynn a decent burial. Your Honor, excuse me. Excuse me 1 second. I can't see without my glasses. Your Honor, Jessy cruelly murdered my friend Lynn Hernan. I would like the court to sentence Jessy to life in prison with no chance of parole ever. If Wisconsin had the death penalty, I would be asking you for that. Your Honor, Lynn was a kind, caring, giving person. She had a heart of gold. She would help anyone at any time. Lynn was a real sweetheart. She had the looks. She was a very beautiful lady. She had the grace and style. She was a real class act. She loved the outdoors, the sunshine, the beaches, going out on the lakes, the wave runners, or on the pontoon boat. She was also a great cook, and anyone that knew her loved her cooking and her baking. She was also an awesome beautician. Lynn was a lady that always had to look her best, and she always wanted her customers to look their best also. Lynn was also an animal lover. She had a few cats and dogs over the years, and we believe that Jessy also had those put to sleep. I believe Jessy is pure evil. Your Honor, Lynn did nothing wrong. She inherited money from her parents so that she had money to live on or live out the rest of her life. But Jessy had other plans. She looked up online on how to kill somebody and not get caught. I believe Jessy started poisoning Lynn in 2016 and stealing Lynn's money and her property. Jessy poisoned Lynn like she was a rodent. Lynn was not a junkie or a coward. That would be Jessy. She continued to poison Lynn until she passed away October 3rd, 2018. The pain that Lynn must have been in for years. Jessy's pure evil. The devil lives inside her. She tried to steal Lynn's identity, which could never happen for the simple fact she's too damn ugly, inside and out. She's the worst of humanity. She's a useless human being. She's a known liar. She's a thief. And now she's a convicted murderer. Jessy, when you get to your new home, I hope you are taken advantage of and treated the way you treated Lynn and passed around like a used piece of meat. Life in prison without parole is the least of your worries. To cheat a woman in women's prison is going to feel like a Holiday Inn compared to where you are headed. The devil awaits you. I hope you rot in hell. Lynn Hernan is an angel in heaven. May you rest in peace, Lynn. You're dearly, dearly missed and always will be. I'm so very sorry. God bless.
Drop the mic, dude.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Wow.
Your Honor.
That was good.
Dear Jessy, we write this letter with the hope you are in a state of reflection and introspection. We write to you under circumstances neither of us could have imagined, circumstances that have altered the course of all of our lives in profound and irreversible ways. We want to start by expressing the depth of the pain and loss we have experienced since the tragic events that unfolded. The void left by the absence of Auntie Lynn, our close friend, is immense and unfathomable. Her laughter, her kindness, her presence, these are now memories we cling to amidst the darkness of grief. The pain of Lynn's absence is not solely ours to bear. It echoes through the lives of her friends and all those who were touched by her warmth and generosity throughout her life, whether it be during the holidays or on a random afternoon or evening for an appetizer and drink. We are not writing out of vengeance, but rather out of the need for understanding, closure, and perhaps even healing. I implore you to acknowledge the gravity of your actions and the irreparable harm that you have inflicted upon so many lives. Incarceration offers an opportunity for reflection, redemption, and rehabilitation. I urge you to use this opportunity to confront the demons that led you down this dark path and to emerge from this ordeal as a better, more compassionate human being. We also want to take this opportunity to share with you the humanity of Auntie Lynn. She was more than just a statistic, more than just a name in a news headline. She was a beloved friend, a cherished family member, a bright light extinguished far too soon. These are the most important things to be remembered about somebody who is deeply loved by many and taken out due to selfish greed. As you serve your sentence, I hope you reflect on the impact of your actions and find the strength to atone for them and stop your life of deceit and lies. I hope you know your charade is up and that you will never fool anyone again. In closing, we want to express sincere hope for healing for myself, my mom, my dad, Keith and Diana, Jim, and for all of Lynn's loved ones, and even for you, as I do know Lynn never knew it would be someone who became so close to her that would slay her. May we all find the courage to confront our pain, the wisdom to seek forgiveness, and the compassion to embrace the possibility of redemption. With hope for a better tomorrow, the Poses and family.
And for the record, that was Anthony Posa.
Thank you, and thank you to Jim and Anthony for those statements. Your Honor, I want to start out by saying that when the state's team approached what we'd be asking for, and certainly a number of people asked us, what's the issue at sentencing? It's a life sentence. And of course, as this court knows, the biggest decision Your Honor has is whether Ms. Kurczweski ever gets the chance at parole. And I would think as a judge, you'd have to evaluate that by really trying to look into the future and trying to see any redeemable qualities a person might have. And I think as I go through my sentencing remarks, you will see that Ms. Kurczweski has demonstrated really that she has none, and that she's only a future risk to the whole community if she's given another chance to victimize people. She will do it. So I want to start out by Ms. Kurczweski's background prior to even coming into custody on this case. And it goes back to February of 2010, where she was charged and ultimately convicted for what's commonly referred to as ID theft. Certainly some of these came in at trial briefly, but not all of her prior crimes. And in February of 2010, Ms. Kurczweski was working at a health clinic when several patients of that health clinic were contacted by their financial institutions to be informed that loans were being applied for in their name with their personal information. And it came to bear that Ms. Kurczweski was using her position as a receptionist at that health clinic to steal these individuals' information and apply for 8 different loans, 2 of which were honored in the total amount of $4,000. When she was caught and arrested, she did say that she did this because she wanted to pay her rent and had been out of work for 6 months. And this will become a theme of Ms. Kurczweski, that instead of working harder or getting a better paying job, she finds ways to steal, con people out of their own money or money that isn't even with them yet when she applies for loans in their name. For that conviction, along with several others that she was sentenced for at the same time, she received 1 year of initial confinement and 3 years of extended supervision. While that case was pending, between March and April of 2010, so the consecutive months, there was conduct that was never charged but used as a read-in offense in the Milwaukee courts, where she was again taking out payday loans in other people's name. Over those 2 months, she did it to the tune of $12,502. Again, that, similar to what we saw in this trial, involved essentially a shell game using different vehicles and using those as leverage to obtain title loans from title loan companies. In fact, as of April 2010, the Milwaukee Sheriff's Department reports indicated that payday loan was reported to be owed $22,343 in fraudulent loans that Ms. Kurczweski had taken out with them. Then in July of 2010, in a case that was charged and was brought up briefly in this trial, the defendant used her own mother's identification to try and obtain a loan from payday loans. Workers there recognized Ms. Kurczweski almost immediately due to her past conduct over the previous months. They sort of delayed her and contacted police while Ms. Kurczweski sort of waited for this loan to process. When the police came and confronted Ms. Kurczweski, as became another theme throughout this trial, when she realizes she's in trouble, she tells just lies, bold, nonsensical lies. And so at age 26, she tried to convince the officers who were speaking with her that she was her 46-year-old mother. She was able to produce a driver's license, a social security card, and even her own mother's checkbook to try and substantiate. The police, with good common sense, did not believe her, told her that the payday loan store people recognized her as somebody who would rip them off, at which time Ms. Kurczweski just tried to leave. And then when not allowed to leave, again, changed her story, lied, and now tried saying she had the permission of her mother. In that case, when police went to talk to the defendant's mother to see if that was true, the mother at that time stated that it was not true and that this is what Ms. Kurczweski does, and she was ruining the family's lives with her fraudulent ways. Then, in September of 2010, she was now charged with forgery along with multiple counts of felony bail jumping. There, after stealing from her mother, she went to live with a friend in a upper-lower duplex, as I understand it, where the friend's mother lived downstairs. Well, the mother and Ms. Kurczweski's friend were off working. Ms. Kurczweski, who was not working, helped herself to the victims, that being her friend's mother, her driver's license, social security card, and a copy of that individual's We Energies bill, pretended to be that victim when calling the financial institution to add herself to that victim's account and tried to obtain loans there as well. She was sentenced for that offense as well to 1 year of initial confinement and 3 years extended supervision. In yet another case of forgery in October of 2010, after she had now been kicked out of her mother's house and kicked out of her friend's house after stealing from them, she was staying at the Mainstay Suites in Oak Creek and was found to have been passing bad checks to pay for her rent there. Again, when she was convicted of that forgery, one additional fact, when she was made to wait in the lobby to talk to police about passing a bad, what purported to be a certified cashier's check, another fraudulent document, she identified herself as her mother again. And then finally, when police said there was no way that was possible, she did not look 46 years old. She now admits she lied and knew that she had 3 warrants for her arrest on the previous cases at the time. When she was convicted of that, she was given 1 year of initial confinement and 3 years extended supervision consecutive, for a total in January of 2011, when she was sentenced, to 2 years of initial confinement and 6 years extended supervision. She served her confinement time until release on extended supervision on October 9th of 2012. By November of 2013, she was placed on a hold in relation to a first offense OWI conviction of hers. That hold, went till November 25th, 2013. And then a few short weeks later, on December 9th, 2013, she was again placed on a hold for a fraud offense. That hold lasted until March 27th of 2014, at which time she was formally revoked and was officially sent back to prison until February 23rd of 2016. So really about 26 months of time there. That February 23rd, 2016 release date is crucial to this case because really only months after her release from prison for a number of financial crimes where she simply did not care who she affected, whose lives she ruined or at least inconvenienced, she started this very sinister plot. And I think that's the absolute appropriate word for it. Remember what those closest to Lynn Hernan said at trial, that in summer of 2016 is when they started noticing Lynn Hernan becoming sick. Yes, a lot was made about certain back problems going back to the 90s and perhaps other health problems related to just natural aging process. But something in 2016 was different to those closest. She was going to the doctor, going to the hospitals for stomach issues, and we went through a great many medical records. And the very consistent thing was that the doctors couldn't figure out what was happening to her. And I'm not here to argue beyond a reasonable doubt that the poisoning started back in 2016. But what I know happened in 2016 was Ms. Kurczweski started getting checks in very large quantities that were outside Ms. Hernan's normal pattern. You saw that Anthony Posa, for his graduation, got a check from Lynn for $200. And that was pretty large sum for Lynn Hernan to write out to people. And yet at the same time, Ms. Kurczweski is receiving checks for $2,000, and it goes on to be $10,000, $13,000, multiple times. And that all started in the middle of 2016. Additionally, in 2016 is when those closest to Lynn Hernan felt like she was becoming more distant. And I think this court has seen enough cases where that's a pattern of con artists, of diabolical people, to try and separate their target from people who might step in and say, something's off here. Somebody who might step in and say, Lynn, where is all your money going? Let's check it out. Somebody who might say, who is this Jessy Kurczweski woman who's all of a sudden in your life, answering your phone, telling us things? And that's what Ms. Kurczweski did here. When we talk about the theft, it went on between mid-2016 all the way up until the date of death. And I think it's absolutely an aggravated theft, as aggravated as it gets. not just because of the amount taken, tens of thousands of dollars, not just because the duration it went on for, but it was undeniably Ms. Kurczweski's biggest motive to kill Lynn Hernan. There were two real motives that I can see, both born out of complete greed. A, Ms. Kurczweski knew that prison awaited for her if she was caught. She had been to prison before for these exact same offenses. She didn't want to go back to prison. And B, and the real cold-hearted motive here, is that Lynn Hernan was out of money. Ms. Kurczweski had taken it all. She had maxed out those credit cards. She had used up the $250,000 that Lynn Hernan was worth upon Ms. Kurczweski's release date from prison in February of 2016. And Lynn Hernan was simply of no value, unfortunately, to Ms. Kurczweski anymore, except if Ms. Hernan was dead. Because as Ms. Kurczweski showed us, the very next day, she's going into that bank lockbox, taking whatever was in there. She knows she's the PR of the estate, and what does she do, Judge? She continues stealing tens of thousands of dollars. This was absolutely a premeditated crime, and we know that because in May of 2018, Ms. Kurczweski is telling those closest to her, her boyfriend, her live-in boyfriend, Scott Craig, that Lynn is in a coma at Freighter Hospital and she's probably going to die. Ms. Kurczweski had already set the stage for what she was going to do. In July of 2018, we know she's downloading PDF files to her phone. Criminal Poisoning was the title of one. There's 3 separate PDFs downloaded, all dealing with cyanide. There's one PDF entitled Have an Exit Strategy, Chemical Suicides, and another simply titled Household Poisons. We know these were being accessed by Ms. Kurczweski in July of 2018. We also know that she deleted those in February of 2019 after the medical examiner's office told her they were not allowed to give her any more information about Lynn Hernan's cause of death when she starts to see the walls closing in around her. We had to recover those. They were deleted, but nevertheless accessed on her phone 3 months before Lynn Hernan's murder. Again, even when Ms. Hernan was in the hospital and we heard Jim Kelleher's calling her, trying to make plans, Ms. Hernan didn't answer her phone. Ms. Kurczweski answered her phone and told Jim Kelleher that his longtime friend did not like him anymore and he should stop calling, never call her again. Again, attempts to isolate even a week before her murder. So the theft in Lynn Hernan's life is absolutely as aggravated as it could possibly be, Your Honor. And we would ask for a maximum sentence there of 5 years initial confinement, 5 years extended supervision. There's simply nothing mitigated about that. Ms. Kurczweski had no less than 2 years to stop herself, to say, this isn't right. This is somebody I consider a family member. And she didn't. She just kept going until Lynn was worth nothing to her. And then she killed her. We talk about the premeditation of that murder. I also want to talk about how remorseless she's been. From the very beginning, Ms. Kurczweski poisoned Lynn Hernan that morning, left her house, knowing what was going to happen. You saw she researched tetrahydrozoline poisoning. She was well aware of what it would do to somebody. And she left Ms. Hernan to die alone, and she didn't even give it a second thought. Instead, what she did was go and immediately try to open a JCPenney account in Ms. Hernan's name. She bought a big screen TV and some other electronics from a business in Illinois. And she spent a good amount of money at Kohl's on Lynn Hernan's card. That's what she did, knowing her so-called friend, what was portrayed as a mother figure in defense opening, knowing she was dying. What else? We know that Ms. Kurczweski did come back to find Ms. Hernan dead. That's true. Maybe the only true thing she said in this whole case. But we know that when she found her dead, she didn't grieve, she didn't regret, She got to work. She said, I'm going to get in trouble for this unless people believe it's a suicide. And she got to work crushing up pills, sprinkling them on Lynn Hernan's dead body, making it look like a suicide. No remorse, no second thought, no, my God, what have I done? Just getting to work, covering tracks, lying. That's who Ms. Kurczweski is. And then, of course, continuing as personal representative to steal tens of thousands of dollars from the estate, helping herself to whatever it was that she won. Not one day thinking, oh my gosh, I can't believe I did this. I've already stolen hundreds of thousands of dollars. I killed my friend, enough. No, not one day has she regretted what she did. I'm sure she regrets getting caught, but she spent that money on nonsensical things. Buying bars full of people drinks and food, spending it on slot machines, going to Potawatomi. That's ultimately what she killed Lynn Hernan for stupid video game slot machines and being popular at the bar because she was tipping big and buying people rounds and buying people food. That's what Lynn Hernan was worth to her. Even after that, when she was arrested and the estate case was in contention, Ms. Kurczweski had the gall from prison to file documents 81 and 82 of that 18 PR 561 case, where she tried to convince Judge Maxwell that Anthony Posa failed Lynn's real test. And we heard about that a little bit in trial, this fake will and how it was all a sham and Anthony failed. He failed the test. And she had the gall to ask Judge Maxwell to not only remove him as the new personal representative, but Ms. Kurczweski tried taking more money. She said Judge Maxwell should award her Anthony Posa's $13,597 payout, which was all that was left from what should have been a larger estate. She didn't even want Anthony to have that small amount relative to what he should have gotten when Ms. Hernan passed. Her greed knows no end, Your Honor. I want to talk about the other very overarching theme of all this, Ms. Kurczweski's lies. Attorney Nikolai said it best in trial that when Ms. Kurczweski's in trouble, she lies. She doesn't care who's caught in the wake of that lie. She doesn't care who gets in trouble. She doesn't care whose reputation is ruined. She doesn't care whose financial accounts get ruined. She just cares that she doesn't get in trouble. And we heard that applies to everybody. To those closest to her, Scott Craig and his family, she told them that she was working all that time she lived with them, and that was simply not true. She went to the lengths to get up and get ready and put on nursing scrubs and pretend to go to a job she did not have. The big lie, of course, was that she told Scott and his whole family that Lynn was in a coma. She didn't just stop there. She told Scott's family, his kids specifically, that Freighter Hospital, which Lynn was never at, violated her do not resuscitate. Again, very detailed lies to convince, to gain people's confidence, to try and trick them so she doesn't get in trouble. She lied to the police. She staged the crime scene. You heard the immense number of times she changed her story. What began as she didn't know, and she would be surprised to think Lynn was suicidal, went through several iterations, really ending with her having to pull a gun out of Lynn's hand because Lynn was about to shoot herself in the head, she claimed. We now know that's an absolute lie. It was Ms. Kurczweski buying 2 guns. That's very concerning. That would indicate that at some point along the way, Ms. Kurczweski's plan may have been to shoot Lynn Hernan. That ultimately ended up with the defense telling this jury and trying to convince this jury that Lynn was drinking Visine every day and wanted to kill herself, trying to portray her as a pill-popping alcoholic. And that was not true. But again, if Ms. Kurczweski can avoid trouble, what does she care? She lied about having exculpatory evidence. And perhaps the most ridiculous statement she made out of all of them was her telling Detective Hoppy that she had evidence that would prove her innocent. And when Detective Hoppy said, "Great, where is it?" she said, "I'm not ready to give it to you." And then it was, "Check the lockbox." In April of 2019, she tells Detective Hoppy to check the lockbox that she knows she cleaned out on October 4th, 2018. When that didn't work, she shifts again. Now there's a storage unit somewhere. And she laughingly says, "There was never any storage locker. I made that up. I was going to get one, never did. Ha ha ha." No remorse, no understanding of what she did and that she's caught. What's my next lie? What's my next lie? Think quick. And so we go to this absolute asinine idea of her burying evidence in Whitnall Park. And I think Ms. Kurczweski is the type of person that believes if she says things loud enough and long enough, people will think it must be true. We don't even have to waste our time. It must be true. But she's always going to lose with people like Detective Hoppy, who said, "Fine, you think there's things buried in Whitnall Park? I'm going to send my detective out on a hot July day, 100-degree weather, and he's going to dig up Whitnall Park where you tell him to. We're not going to let you get away with this. We're not going to let you sit and think and tell this judge there's still evidence buried in Whitnall Park." They followed through with every one of her nonsensical lies to prove that that is what she is, an out-and-out pathological liar. The same will be true about the letters we referenced in December 12th, and I'll get there. So she's lied to those closest to her. She's lied to the police. She's lied to courts. She's filed a fake will in Judge Maxwell's court in the probate case. And she lied to Your Honor on December 12th when she told you concerning this packet of letters that was found after trial. She sat here and adamantly declared to you she did not write them, that somebody must be setting her up. And I would tell Your Honor that what we've learned about Ms. Kurczweski is that she often likes to use phrases as, "I swear to God, I'm telling you the truth. I'm not lying." And every single time, the very next statement that comes out of her mouth is a lie. She told Your Honor on December 12th, she absolutely did not write these letters. Corrections officers were interviewed to see if they helped her. That's a mark on their reputation, that they would even be suspected of that. But it had to be looked into because she said she didn't do this, and yet they were on her trial notes. She wanted people to believe that somebody went through the garbage, got her trial notes, and tried setting her up for a case she'd already been convicted of. She doesn't care, though. She doesn't care about the reputation of anybody as long as she can avoid trouble. So I'd like to share my screen at this point, Madam Clerk, if I could. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Oh man, I hope this is part of the letter because we haven't seen this.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. So, Judge, and I'm presenting the judge, Your Honor, first showing it to Attorney Jones. This is the original envelope. I know Your Honor's already seen it. I can mark it as an exhibit after. But I want Your Honor to be able to look at that, specifically the seal of that envelope, where you'll see a white substance near the tear of that seal.
It's on the back.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
So what I'm playing is jail video from Ms. Kurczweski's pod. To orient Your Honor, Ms. Kurczweski is in the cot on the left side of the screen, 2 up from the bottom, coming off the left wall there. You can see her legs extended straight in front of her. You can't see her head, but you can see what appears to be a sheet of paper on her lap.
Would that be on the, what appears to be a blue in color bed sheet? Correct.
And I want this court to remember that it was Ms. Kurczweski on December 12th who said multiple times, check the videos, check the videos. When you see these videos, I believe you will agree that Ms. Kurczweski said that confidently to try and dissuade people from looking at these videos. And what I can tell you before I play this, and you can see in the lower left corner, this video is from November 21st, 2023 at 7:25 p.m. You'll notice on that envelope that it went out of the jail on November 22nd, 2023. I can also tell you as an officer of the court, if we played more video, you would see that Ms. Kurczweski had just been transferred to this pod 3, at approximately 6:30 p.m. that same night, November 21st. From there, again, if I played all of the video, you would see her sort of clean her cot area, set up her bed, put all of her documents into some gray metal bins that I believe inmates can lock up and secure their documents. And then at 7:25, when I play, I'm just going to play a brief portion of this. What you're going to see is Ms. Kurczweski take various papers, put them into a gold envelope, and towards the end of this clip, you're going to see her not be able to seal the envelope. And as Detective Plennis watched this, you're going to see what we believe her using toothpaste to try and rub on that seal to ultimately seal this envelope. And so I'm playing from 7:25:06. There's no audio.
Sorry, this is one of the nicest jails I've ever seen. I've never seen a jail with carpet. It doesn't even look like it smells.
And I'm pausing at 7:26:27. From there, Ms. Kurczweski sits in her bed. I'm going to fast forward and go to a different camera angle, this being Unit B Sleep 1 angle at 8:01:47 p.m. that same date.
I'm not sure what that purpose is, Gabby.
As it plays, we can see Ms. Kurczweski has walked across the sleeping area of this particular pod holding something. I would direct your attention to the top cots, the second one from the left, where Ms. Kurczweski is now headed, where she has placed an item on that mattress. That mattress belongs to an inmate, and I'm pausing at 8:02:19. That cot belonged to an inmate named Amy Hanna, who was housed with Ms. Kurczweski at the time. Fast forwarding to 8:07:14, just a few minutes later, we are going to see Ms. Hanna come into picture and go to her cot. I'm sorry, let me skip ahead just a little bit. Picking up at 8:08 exactly. We can see Ms. Hanna is at her cot currently. She has picked up that item Ms. Kurczweski left on her bed. And Ms. Hanna leaves the sleeping area, sort of leaning up against a wall for a few moments before ultimately leaving at 8:08:34. We're going to pick Ms. Hanna up at that same exact spot on what's labeled Pod 3, Unit B day. So again, the same exact timestamp, 8:08:34 there at the bottom. We can now clearly see what that item is a large gold envelope that clearly Ms. Kurczweski left on her bed. Pausing at 8:08:46. There's another camera angle that would simply show Ms. Hanna handing that gold envelope off to the corrections officer in the immediate adjoining room there. And that corrections officer places it in a tray behind his desk until 11:15 or so, when the corrections officer's shift is over. As per jail policy, when the officer on duty shift is over, they take all of the mail down to a mail room inside the jail. That's exactly what happened here. There is a moment from that camera angle where the CO sets that envelope that Ms. Hanna gave him after Ms. Kurczweski left it on her bed. I would direct your attention, I know it's a grainy image that I zoomed in on, but I think you can clearly see the two stamps appear to be the same exact ones on that envelope that was ultimately received by the woman who reported to the sheriff's deputy that had all of Ms. Kurczweski's instructions to create new evidence in this case. You have now seen the direct trail from Ms. Kurczweski's bed to Amy Hanna's bed to the CO station. One thing we were wrong about back in December was that this absolutely did go out through the mail. The Waukesha County Jail, we've learned, contracts with a private business that collects all the mail. Eventually, it does go to the post office, but I believe because it was stamped as having been mailed from the jail, it doesn't go through the normal processing of the post office where they stamp over the postage stamps, for example, that we see in our normal everyday mail. Again, you can see that went out the following day on November 22nd. The woman who received that envelope told Detective Plennis that it absolutely, she was convinced, came from Jessy Kurczweski. Detective Plennis didn't stop there, though, after finding this video. He went and spoke, and we can stop sharing my screen now, please. Thank you. He went and spoke with Ms. Hanna on December 22nd of 2023. Ms. Hanna was not given anything. She did not ask for any consideration. Her case had been resolved by that point. I believe she was waiting to go to prison. But Detective Plennis asked her if she mailed out any items for Ms. Kurczweski. She said yes. She said that after our December 12th hearing, when the letters and envelope were shown on the news stations, Ms. Hanna got scared and asked Ms. Kurczweski if that's what she mailed out. Again, you might not be surprised to learn Ms. Kurczweski lied to Ms. Hanna and said, no, I wouldn't get you involved in something like that, not at all. But then Detective Plennis showed Ms. Hanna the envelope that Your Honor has before you and said, does this appear to be it? And Ms. Hanna said, yes, it is. I'm pretty sure because I remember that, while pointing to the J in the recipient's first name. Ms. Hanna then became visibly upset when realizing that she mailed this for Kurczweski and stated she did not know what was in it or written on the papers inside. Your Honor rightfully asked for more information regarding that packet in December. And I think we've shown you now well beyond reasonable doubt that Ms. Kurczweski sat here and lied to Your Honor on December 12th when she said she did not write those things. Now that we know for sure that she did, we have to consider the effects of that. I told you about the corrections officers that had to be interviewed by detectives in their own department. That's a certain level of embarrassment. Ms. Hanna had to be brought down. That comes with a certain risk in the jail if people know you're being brought down to talk to detectives. In fact, detectives were very wise to move Ms. Kurczweski's location, something she complained about to Your Honor, because they did not want her housed with Ms. Hanna after Ms. Hanna gave us this information. Additionally, you'll recall that the entire reason we couldn't go to sentencing on December 12th because Ms. Kurczweski, after Attorney Kukler and Attorney Galaviz worked hard for years to give her a defense, she within days did not care and threw them under the bus, building into her letters that it was their idea. She always tries to build in escape routes for herself. If I get caught, I have this way out. But it doesn't work when people dedicated, like the detectives behind me, follow them all up. Say, okay, maybe she's not going to be on video because she was adamant that we watch the videos. That didn't stop Detective Planis. He watched hours and hours of jail video to come up with those clips to say, okay, we got you. And what does that mean, Your Honor? It was said by somebody who was closest to her in her life during this trial that she is diabolical. I think that's absolutely true. She could have said nothing. It's one thing to not be remorseful and not say, I'm sorry, and to maintain your innocence. That's one thing. It's a completely different thing to try and cook up evidence, to try and convince other people to cook up evidence for you, to try and continue making this look like a suicide, when Ms. Kurczweski knows well that she killed Lynn Hernan, and she did it for greed. And so I want to leave you with this. Ms. Kurczweski did not just steal hundreds of thousands of dollars. As you heard at the beginning of this presentation from Jim and Anthony, what she stole was a woman who enjoyed spending holidays with her close group of friends, like making snack mix, like making food to bring over to the party. But on a more in-depth level, what Ms. Kurczweski stole from this community, from Lynn Hernan's community, she stole birthday parties and birthday gifts from Jim Kelleher. She stole daily phone calls and lunches with Keith Lang. She stole lunchtime drop-ins and conversations about her dad's war experience with Anthony Posa. She stole handwritten birthday cards every year from Corinne Posa. She has not 1 second shown any regret or remorse. All she has shown is more wild and ridiculous lies that we have tracked down every time. And so she's going to get the chance to talk to Your Honor. And I would bet that she's going to say things like, I swear to you, I'm telling you the truth, I'm not lying. And I want you to remember, Your Honor, as you listen to that every statement that comes after things like that is an absolute lie. She has earned that reputation, that you cannot trust a single word she says. And so I tried to look for any reason why life without a chance at parole is appropriate, and it's absolutely not. She will victimize again if she's given the chance. She should absolutely not get that chance. She should go to life and never have a chance at parole. She should be sentenced to the maximum 5 years initial confinement on each of the theft counts and the 5 years extended supervision, and those should be run consecutive. That's the state's recommendation, remembering and acknowledging today is about Lynn Hernan, who was left because of this defendant to die alone and leave all her close friends behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Jones, if you want, I think this would be a nice, just short break. We'll take about 5-10 minutes, and then we'll come back to hear your sentencing presentation.
Thank you.
All right, we're in recess, everyone.
So I had forgotten about a lot of those crimes that she did. Man, and that's obviously some of them we didn't even get to hear before because the state didn't bring him into trial. And just for the record, I'm about 20 minutes behind, so we get to fast forward through this stuff. So we're not that far behind. But yeah, I forgot that she did some of that stuff, and it's all so bad. And then when the state tells you the pattern of what she did was already there, makes it even worse.
Be seated. Might want to switch chairs later.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but we'll do it later. All right, we are back on the record. Appearances are as they were before. Attorney Jones, you may start your presentation. Do you intend to speak right away or have others speak first?
Just give me 1 second, please. Okay. Yes, Your Honor. I would actually have her family speak now. I know her mother's here, and I know that Kathy's also here, wants to speak. So I don't know what order they want to go in, but I would invite them to speak first.
All right, obviously one at a time. Whoever wants to go first, that's fine. I will need each one of you to, before giving your statement to the court, to state and spell your first and last names for the record.
My name is Kathleen McCarthy, KathleenMC, capital CARTHY.
Thank you for being here. What would you like me to know?
Honorable Judge Dorow and court members. My name is Kathleen McCarthy, and I'm a very close friend of Jessy's. We met 2 years ago when I was sentenced to 4.5 months at WCJ at the age of 70 years old. 1 week in, I was placed in Pod 3 and was quickly informed about some of the inmates. And first was Jessy. She was known as the Visine killer and was awaiting her murder trial. Somewhat scared, I watched a lot and saw that some inmates treated her as a human being and others as a disease. Not very nice. Jessy pretty much kept to herself, feeling like a leopard and really not knowing how the jail works, especially at my age. Jessy approached me and asked if I'd like to sit at her table, share meals with her, play cards. I accepted. Throughout the next 4.5 months, we ate together, played cards together, prayed together. She and I became almost like mother and daughter. Well, more like grandma, granddaughter.
She wanted your money.
And between our many hours of conversations consisting of politics, religion, our family, pets, friends, her case, her prior bad acts, and likes and dislikes, I got to know the real Jessy. She is a caring, giving person. Many women who come in and go out of that pod have nothing, no family, no money, no friends to help and support them. The food in the jail is absolutely horrible, and I didn't eat much of it at all. Thank God I have a family that cared and could help me out with eye cares and money on my account. The people with nothing were recipients of gifts from Jessy, every last one of them. It was from sometimes body wash, combs, cups, ramen noodles from an eye care, paper, pens, use of the phone of her money to call their loved ones and their kids. After watching her do that, I in turn helped, while she and I did this continuously for the time I was there, and she continues to do it today. She also plays peacemaker, if she can, with 25 to 30 women in one area, and you saw how small that area is. The dynamics in there is not always conducive to peace and harmony. I know she had to calm me down on more than one occasion. I truly have never lived like that, nor been treated like that ever. Jessy has been through all of this and still helps people survive and keep them from losing their mind. While there, Jessy started a nightly devotion before bed. She starts with something from the daily bread, a Bible reading, or something she was given by the people who hold the Sunday services and prayer groups she attends weekly. These nightly devotions are still being done every night as of today. Throughout Jessy's time here, she has worked tediously and tirelessly reading over and over her discovery, writing letters for help for her defense, trying to keep her faith through this good and bad news and multiple attorney changes. She prays for the best outcome, knowing she did not kill Lynn. The conviction was a total blow for her, her friends, and her family. As devastated as she is, she continues to work on her own behalf to get an appeal. Her mother and I talk and work together in any way we can to assist Jessy. Jessy and I speak daily, if not more than once a day, and I visit her weekly and have done so since I have been out these last 2 years. I am asking the court not to sentence her to life without parole. Even though the jury found her guilty, I believe that she does not deserve that severe of punishment. I would wish that the court be lenient as they can and as the law allows. Thank you, and God bless us all.
Thank you.
My name is Jennifer Flower, Jennnifer, Flower, Flower. I'm Jesse's mother. I have a letter I have 2 letters I would like to read that were written from Lynn, and then I have some things to add to that. Jenny, I don't know how to begin this. I know you are going to have the hardest time when I am gone. You were my rock, when my mom passed. You have no idea how much that meant to me. You know, things were always difficult between my mom and I. I let her get the best of me, and I have had to live with my mistakes that have been suffocating the air out of me. I have hit a point of no return and cannot live like this anymore. I am a liar, a cheat, and a fraud, and I am tired of it all. I still remember our pool lake days, baking in the oil, drinking away, paddling around from bar to bar. I wish I was still living by or on the water. I hate this condo and always have. Jenny, know that I have tried. I have tried so hard to be like I used to be. I don't know exactly what happened to me, but it's too much now. I can't fix this. I am so lost. My biggest worry is for Jessy. She has seen me through so much and been with me through so much. I don't even know how to tell you or if she has ever told you any of it. She has kept all my secrets and has told so many lies for me. I don't know if anyone will understand. She has been here through it all, screaming at me, crying with me, laughing, and taking care of me. I have watched her grow up, and I am so proud of the woman she has become. I wish I got to meet her boyfriend, Scott. He seems like a keeper. I have never seen her so happy. I only wish for her happiness. I hope for wedding and kids of her own too. I know she adores his, and I have seen the pictures. I hope she has an easier and a better life than us. And maybe even you will finally find Mr. Right too. I wish everything wasn't such a struggle for you. You deserve so much more in life. I know you and Jessy will be just fine over time. Take a trip together and bring a pile of my ashes with. I wish I would have been able to take you on a trip or even get that side-by-side house we always talked about. Jenny, thank you for being my best friend. You know me, and goodbyes. I will see you someday walking around the yellow brick road, or in our case, in the sand on the beach. Love, Lynn. September 3rd, 2018. Attached also is some additional pages that she had added. It says, this is October 1st, 2018. I, Lynn Hernan, being of sound mind and body, want to state I have changed my will in 2018 to take Anthony Poza off to not being included in my life as Jessy is. She has done so many things for me and has been my caretaker. I have not heard from Anthony in over almost a year. Parentheses. As far as I'm concerned, he does not exist. He is selfish. I only hear from him because he is in the will. I feel like Corrine makes him keep in contact with me so often. I also removed Corrine, parentheses. She hasn't been my friend in years. I do not know if they even care about me anymore or just my money. They are fake, blank phony friends that I have cut blank out of my life, parentheses, as a backup, all except for a few items to go to Jesse, the Jeep to Jenny. I know there is going to be some issues with property and Jim and Keith, parentheses. Nobody was there for me except my true family, blank the rest. I owe nothing. I owe them nothing. They only will care about what they get. I know too well. End of parentheses. Jesse has a list as to who gets what. I left everything with instructions. I'm sorry to leave this way, but I give up. Jesse and Jenny, I love you both. You were both always there for me. Thank you. Sorry, Mom. I never meant to hurt you. I just want to see my dad again. I am so sick of being sick. I don't want to be in pain anymore. I hide in my house all day because I can't function daily. Nobody talks to me, but I don't know. They will come running to take my things. Ha ha. Blank them all, parentheses. But nobody can even call me on my birthday except for Jenny, Jesse. Can't count on Anthony to take me to the doctor or even check on me. Blank ass phony friends, exclamation mark. I don't want nobody to get a thing of mine that isn't written for them on my list. F that. F my list. Nobody gets blank. I changed my mind. Jesse, do not write the following. Do not follow any list. Do not give anyone anything. I do not want anyone in my condo taking what they want. I want them to get nothing. Sell everything you can. There's so many bills. Parentheses. Remember, only pay creditors who file claims. End of parentheses. Get help from the attorneys. Gather all the paperwork. Do not let anyone take over my condo. Sell it. Tell Jim you're taking his blank to court for every penny he owes me money for. He pisses me off and his drunk bitch. Sorry. I have done all. It could do no more. Jenny and Jesse get all my shit and nobody better stop them. Someone please contact the list. Tell all to get blank. Follow my instructions. I'm headed out on my own terms and how I want. Like my mom, I have changed my will of my own free will into what I should have done sooner. I did not write it myself because clearly it looks like blank, like me. Parentheses. I had Jesse rewrite it and a parentheses. I know Jesse and she doesn't want to do any of this. Funeral, bills, condo sale, etc. But she's the one I trust and knows my stuff. Remember, Jesse, I love you and will always be there with you. I know how hard this is going to be on you. Take care of your mom and make sure you put down my cats with me. Sorry, it's my time. Don't give them blank. It's my decision. Love, Lynn. So this is a letter for me writing to, I guess, everyone that is here today, and sorry that George couldn't be here either.
Why would they be there?
Obviously, my name is Jennifer Flower. I'm Jesse's mother and was Lynn's best friend. I would also like to say this is the first chance I've been able to speak publicly. I would like to say this has been extremely hard 5 years for all, and even longer for my daughter and I. As we have been dealing with years of being there and caring for Lynn, as we really have not been able to mourn the loss of Lynn. Being that instead, my daughter's being accused of her death, and I'd like to tell you briefly a bit about myself. I have come from a very good upbringing, two very supportive, loving parents who are both alive and in their 90s today, and obviously could not be here. There are 5 of us siblings in my family. Some have passed, some are out of state, so a lot of people are not here. This has been extremely hard on us all as a whole. Like Lynn, my daughter too is an only child and had a very good upbringing with lots of cousins, aunts, and uncles, and was extremely close with my mother. Lynn and I had known each other for over 30 years and were as close as sisters. The 3 of us were family. We had been there for each other through thick and thin. I also knew Lynn was a very troubled individual with many demons. Things had gotten worse in 2007. This would be the start of her 3-year prison sentence, at which time her father had passed away. In 2010, Lynn was released from prison and had lived with her Aunt June until which time she had got on disability and got back on her feet, so to speak. She moved into an apartment in Waukesha. Years later, began caring for her mother, Lorraine, at her Madison family home. As Lorraine was in need of some help, Lorraine and Lynn did not have a good mother-daughter relationship ever. Things got worse over time until Lorraine's passing in 2013, at which time Lynn asked for my help in assisting her getting things ready for the sale of her parents' home. I spent many days and nights in Madison with Lynn as she was in need of my help and to support her. Lorraine's best friend Bonnie and the neighbors were also there to help as well. Lynn was having a very hard time. One night while staying with her in Madison, I awoke at 3 a.m. to Lynn screaming, yelling, and smashing everything in the basement. She was out of control. She said her mom came to her in a dream and spoke to her. Lynn, in her younger days, when I first met her, was very much a social butterfly. She did love everyone, and she was known to all her friends' kids as Auntie Linny. We spent every Christmas together, many other holidays, and summers back in the day consisted of boating, paddle boating, swimming, and sand barge parties. Many cookouts, bonfires with the neighborhood lake friends. My boyfriend at the time had lived on the lake across from Lynn. I had best of both worlds. My boyfriend and my best friend living on the same lake. Lynn's parents would come out for the weekend brunches. My boyfriend and I would take them for afternoon pontoon boat rides. Then also threw Jessy's graduation party for her at her lake house with friends and my family. Lynn's birthday week was 6/26. We would both take off for the whole week, plan our week, swimming, paddleboarding, lunches, Summerfest, and that was her favorite, which opening day always fell on her birthday. Jessy and I would go camping down the road at a park from Lynn's often. In the summer, she'd always come out, spend a couple hours with us, head back at nightfall, seeing as she wasn't really the camping type of girl. But she'd always be back in the AM with coffee and breakfast for my daughter and I. Lynn has moved 9 times throughout the course of her life, and we have always remained best friends. Never lost touch. Even when in prison, we always wrote each other. When Lynn got out of prison, she was never the same. Something had changed. She was agoraphobic, became very isolated, and suffered from depression. Lynn stated many times of feeling guilt over what she had put her parents through. She lost her father in 2007 when she was going to prison, unable to be there for the funeral and all. That killed her, as they were very close. Her mother never let her forget that. Lynn became more isolated, drinking, becoming more dependent on her meds, constantly in and out of the hospital, calling for an ambulance or calling Jessy, Jean, or myself for help in the middle of the night. Later refusing help and checking herself out of the hospital, or refusing to let ambulance take her to the hospital. Lynn was very stubborn. You could not make her do anything that she didn't want to do. The doctors couldn't even help her. The doctors refused to see her anymore because she couldn't pass her PDMP, which is prescription drug monitoring program. The doctor felt his license was in jeopardy. When Lynn was in need of help or wanted to talk, why is it she only contacted Jessy, Jean, or I? Lynn was also listed us as contacts for disability, hospital, or in case of emergencies. I didn't find it interesting that the victim and his family were at trial every day, but the victim's family member stated on stand that she clearly was unaware that Lynn was on disability and had state aid health insurance. It was stated that she had no insurance and figured Lynn just wasn't going to seek help for that reason. They clearly were unaware how many times she had been to the doctor or hospital, or that she had just checked herself had been in the hospital and checked herself out right before her death. They didn't even know of her death until we called them. Well, I have come to the realization You cannot help someone who doesn't help themselves. You can only be there for them. I did realize loneliness leads to isolation, depression, heart issues, and death. There are also 3 lifestyles we all have: public, private, and very secretive. Lynn and I had many conversations at great lengths about her current life status and how she was feeling. I do believe she had a part to play in her mother's death, and I do believe in our many conversations this was something she was feeling very responsible for and couldn't live with anymore. Lynn did explain in her letters before her death. I always asked her why she was so down and depressed. Her parents lived good lives and passed away at an old age. She was an only child and was inheriting the parents' house. She could feel a bit of financial relief and a new start. She could finally relax a bit. Her depression just got worse. The state went into one direction, and that's what they stayed with. Instead of looking into Lynn's past and her own demons, the state got it wrong. Also, John Fryatt, Lynn's cousin, he was not close with Lynn, nor did she have a relationship with him. Lynn was close with John's mother, Aunt June, and lived with her after prison. Lynn did not want us to notify John upon her death. It was given, she gave us specific instructions in her letters. So I don't know why any of this, he had any involvement in this case, nor had he ever met my daughter or I, which I find funny because I had met Aunt June many times and had been out to her house when visiting Lynn. I also had been out to the boathouse in Beulah that she owned back in the day on many occasions with Lynn. But he thought we were strangers upon listening to discovery interrogations. I am no biker, nor was I ever, nor was I into drugs, or was I ever, nor is my daughter, or was she ever. So they got that wrong. Lynn, Jessy, and I were not mere acquaintances that Lynn just met and Jessy began caring for. We were family, for the record. So please, let's get that straight. Lynn wouldn't have listed us on emergency contacts, accounts, various documents if she didn't want us on. So please, let's not go there anymore. Her new will was not fabricated or made up. She had changed it under her own, for her own various reasons being. No longer had she seen this individual anymore and not being in her life. I didn't state that. She did. Nor did I or my daughter ask to be any part of this, nor do we want to be. There is one thing I am sure of. Jessy did not kill Lynn, nor would she have taken her life. Someone she loved and cared for so much. As Lynn felt the same for her, these two had a bond like no other. I think they were closer than I was with either one of them. Jessy would spend many nights with Lynn as I worked third shift when she was younger. Lynn would plan slumber parties for Jessy and her girlfriends, makeup parties. We would regularly have movie nights. Lynn and Jessy would make all sorts of hors d'oeuvres, snacks. We had a pool in our apartments, and Lynn and I were neighbors. We would spend many days and nights at the pool, cookouts. We would pack up our car with snacks and all go looking at Christmas lights around the holidays. When she was younger. Lynn would also accompany Jessy on school field trips. At times, she'd bring snacks for all the kids. She was like the den mother. As Jessy was getting older, teen years, Lynn would also do many things with her without my knowledge or consent that I definitely would not have consented to. I do not like the fact that detectives and state have tried every angle to implicate myself in this matter, whether it be handwritings or whatever. When I had not been to Lynn's house since July, the last time I saw her or talked to her was in the hospital before she died. I had called many times and spoke with the nurses about her condition. It utterly disgusts me and saddens me that my family's name, credibility, have been tarnished so badly. My daughter and I have been there for her and helped Lynn through so many situations. You have no idea. There was a gag order put on my daughter, the state detectives, and so-called friends and family members who she had no relationship with, suddenly decided to speak out to any and all news media outlets that they possibly could. The detectives came to my place of employment, tried to interrogate me while they were with a warrant at my house, turning everything upside down where I had lived. Where I had a roommate and her son that I was living with. Not to mention, almost 1 year after Lynn's death, I had already moved out of the old residence. And for what exactly did you think you were going to find there? I don't know. Come to find out, old residence that I had lived at prior for over 30 years is where I met Lynn, would not renew my lease after I had been there for that long. I can't imagine why detectives went there and talked to them. I have since relocated a few times and have no longer been working. At one point, I actually lived in my car for a couple weeks. They have taken my every reason for living, other than I know God. He doesn't ask us to take of our own lives. Life as I see it will never be the same. We have been called murderers to cat killers. When I had 6 of my own daughters, okay, and I took Lynn's 2 in, so they're not murdered and they weren't.
Please keep looking forward, please.
Cats. They didn't deserve this, and I couldn't leave them with strangers. This isn't the first time Lynn has left her animals for others to care for or pack up her apartment. Again, I didn't see any other friends or family they're offering to help out with this or much else. As for my daughter's past, it has been brought to light on trial, and we are all aware. She has a gambling problem. Lynn's past was not to be brought up, but with suicide letters given to jurors, never read in, how much are we aware of Lynn's past? Most of us are aware of CCAP, and we are all aware of how it works. We all have a past, some not as bad as others. With that being said, as Lynn used to say, you can't con a con. So take a look and decide for yourselves. Okay. I can actually mention now at age 26, Lynn was involved in armed robberies, 5 prior DUIs, money theft and meds. She was let go of her employment that she stole out of her manager's, stole from her manager out of her purse. She had been behind and had to move numerous times because she was behind on rent. And she wasn't, never really worked a full-time job at the salon. It was usually 3 nights a week and for a few hours. I would just like to thank everybody for their time on this. And I would like to say one other additional thing, that the conduct I observed in this courtroom during trial was most appalling and disturbing, to say the least. And it doesn't give me much hope in our system. And I'm sure you all know who you are. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Not like we
Ms. Flowers, was there anything you wanted to say about your daughter's character and what this court should consider at sentencing? Or have you finished your statement?
I do believe that I would hope, I don't believe that she's guilty. So this has been very hard for me. I do not believe that she killed her. I do believe for various reasons that my girlfriend took her own life, and she has a record to show it. And I would hope that I'm leaving it to you to look into this and give it your deepest sympathy and thoughts on this matter and taking it into consideration when making that decision.
Thank you. Attorney Jones, is there anyone else on behalf of Ms. Kurczweski who would like to make a statement?
No, Your Honor, I believe that's all.
All right, go ahead.
Your Honor, if I may, just some housekeeping matters. On the state PSI, there's a change on the cover page. They listed the theft as a C-class felony, which was ultimately lowered. That's also an error on I think it's the last page, or strike that page 11 of the private PSI. Otherwise, we don't have any specific changes to that. With respect to custody credit.
And let me just thank you for that. Obviously, there's an amended order, really just needed to notate it, but I caught that and I'm well aware of that, but thank you.
I figured you were, just, for the record. And then with respect to custody credit, we have 1,035 days. I think those are independent from June 5th of 2021 through today's date, not including today's date.
It's a number I came up with as well.
Okay,
Does the state agree with that?
1,035?
Yes.
Yes,
All
that's
right,
what I have
thank
as
you.
well.
so we all got the math right. Anyways.
It's always good when 3 lawyers are involved.
Right, exactly. Anyways, Judge, look, my comments will be extremely brief, primarily for the fact that my client's maintaining her innocence. She wants me to tell the court that. She wants me to tell the court that she didn't commit this crime, and that's she plans to vigorously appeal this. That being said, the court obviously has to sentence on the jury's verdict. The court here has some discretion. Obviously, it's going to be a life sentence. The question becomes when and if do we make the defendant eligible for parole? And as you know, the court can make that as early as 20 years and obviously can also make it without. I always hesitate when I'm doing a homicide sentencing in sort of remembering that each case that comes before this court is without a doubt the most paramount case for a defendant, the victim's family, the defendant's family. But in our system, we have to put sort of homicides on a continuum. We have to look at the worst of the worst and then look back from there. Obviously, to the individuals involved, it is the worst of the worst. But in this system that we have to sort of place them in degrees. And I think when we look at this case, Judge, given that I'm not conceding any of the facts, obviously my client's maintaining her innocence, but with respect to that, this is a case where if we allow the defendant to be eligible after 20 years, she's going to be just shy of 60 years old, given the credit. We don't know what the defendant will be like in 20 years. We don't know the person she'll be, and we certainly don't know any sort of danger that she might pose to society. And I think that that's exactly what we reserve these types of cases for that to be reviewed. And I think that review of that is appropriate in this case after 20 years, and that would be my request to the court. With respect to background and character, I think you have more than enough evidence, both in both PSIs. I'm not going to rehash them for this court. I don't think that's necessary. But I think what we have here is we have a situation where there's a lot of moving parts and there's a lot of conflicting opinions. Now, I didn't do the trial. I didn't live the trial, but I've been able to look through both transcripts and recordings of the trial, and I've been able to see a lot of the evidence that was presented, used more than I would if I wasn't involved in the trial and was just asked to do sentencing. And a lot of things struck me in reviewing this trial. I'm not here to relitigate the issues. I'm just saying that this did strike me as a very unusual case with a lot of issues that I think maybe went unresolved. And so I'll leave it at that. But at the end of the day, Judge, I think that it behooves us as a society to at least take a look 20 years from now and see what Jessy will be in that time frame. And I think that, again, that obviously doesn't allow her to be released in 20 years, and the court knows that. But I think it just behooves us to not throw away somebody's life and not say, hey, in 20 years, let's evaluate where we're at, see what, if any, danger she might have posed to the community. She would have obviously had been punished and have some specific and general deterrence. What programming has she been able to engage in? What has she been able to do to move forward and improve herself in that time frame? And then should we allow her back into society? I think to strip the process of that review is just going too far in this case, and I'd ask the court not to do that. So I will leave my comments with that, Judge, that I believe that you should allow a review of probation or parole after 20 years of confinement, which would happen by my calculations in 2022. Strike that, 2042. And I think that would be the appropriate sentence. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kurczweski, this is your opportunity to address the court. What, if anything, would you like to say?
There's a lot I want to say here today. I took the time to write it so I don't forget anything. Please
Do
bear
me a
with me.
favor, read slow.
Please
So
bear
the
with
court
me.
reporter gets everything, okay?
Please bear with me because this will take a lot of time, but there is a lot I need to say. Before I read what I wrote, I want to go backward for a moment and share some of Lynn's words. Days after Lynn died, I found a large envelope full of letters all from Lynn, 10 in total written to my mom, Jenny, Anthony, Corrine, Jim, Judy, Jean, Keith, Lisa, Scott, and I, all dated between September 3rd through the 16th, 2018. These letters contain personal things as well as things I have never known. These letters were admitted and published to the jury and briefly mentioned during sentencing, at which time some called them goodbye letters and others said suicide letters. But nothing was read from them or shared, and as I sit here today, I want to be able to share two of hers before my own. The first is what she wrote to me that was Defense Exhibit 506, starting with page 18. Jessy, I love you as if you were my own child. There is so much you don't know, so much most people would not understand about me. I have concealed so many secrets that the guilt is too much to carry any longer. My dad was my world, and when he died, a part of me died with him. Life wasn't what it once was. My loss turned to depression that was a daily struggle inside me, to where I tried to numb the pain with drinking combined with my prescriptions to forget life. Times used to be much simpler than today. Madison is where I was raised and where I had called home until I was kicked out of town. My dad has never been so disappointed in me as he was that day. He eventually forgave me, but not my mother. I was forever a disappointment in her eyes, and she never let me forget it. Back then, I first got into heavy drugs, and for that, I needed money. A friend and I began getting high and robbing homes. We mostly stole checks to obtain money. Remember years back when you went to prison for stealing from your mom and grandma? I was so disappointed in your behavior because I stole from strangers, not family. As I said, times were different back then. My punishment was that I had to leave Madison, my home. My mistakes have cost me my whole life. I have done the same things over and over for so long, looking for a different outcome. In the end, it is just a slow walk to the bitter, sad truth of regret that weighs heavily on me, where I foresee no future left. As much as I have tried to move forward with my personal demons, like to come trampling into my dreams of fear, loneliness, despair, and death. Upon leaving Madison, I became only more heavily involved in drugs. I have tried every drug, my favorite heroin. It was such a push. I'm so proud you never seemed interested in drugs. Don't start now. The drugs today scare me. Too many people experimenting with people's lives. For me, it was all about drugs and money, how to get more of both and not get caught. I have spent years trying to figure that out. Twice I was close to robbing a bank. I used to watch a bank in McGuanago for so long I actually thought I could pull it off, but never moved forward in my plans. Later, going to prison myself was a wake-up call until I found out my dad died and I couldn't go to the funeral. I snapped. Everything changed. Doubt, speculation, confusion. Sure, I filled the voids best I could, looking for any way to avoid the inevitable. But no matter what I did, my dad was still gone and I was still in prison. Another failed mistake, and this time there was no goodbye. I withdrew, shut down. My anxiety was maxed. I was paranoid of everything and everyone. I had COs and inmates out to get me on a daily in prison, and no one believed or helped me. I was released as a different person. I never went back to my passion of hair. I drank myself into deep depression and began the drugs again when the prescription didn't seem to work. As you have heard, my mom and I were never close, like your mom and you. But like you, I was an only child, like you, so when my mom first started to need help and started to forget things, I was there. I began helping her and going up every couple of days. I thought she would be better with me. If anything, things were only worse and harder. She remembered enough to remind me I was a mistake, how my dad believed my lies and wasted money time and time again, and how my father went to an early grave because of my incarceration. It was hard on me and I was conflicted because my duty was to care for her, but it was emotionally tough on me. Over time, I got a better understanding of my parents' finances and what truth was why I continued to help when I didn't want to. In my eyes, we were both failures, her as a mother and me as a daughter. I ultimately couldn't be around her anymore, listening to her accusations of me stealing from her. She kept threatening to change her will, and I was not going to lose the money I felt entitled to. I don't really know where our relationship went wrong, but in the end, I said and did things I can't take back. I live with it every day and it haunts me. I had no right. I was raised better than this, and I am now taking full responsibility as I should have years ago. I spend every day with regret, worry, and dread. I have not told a soul the truth until now, although KD did figure out some while we were high together. I'll explain more on that later. I have been afraid daily of being arrested for her death. I cannot go back to prison. I lied to everyone about everything for so long to oblige my own selfishness. I tried to build up the courage to confide in your mom or you so many times, but I couldn't put that on either of you. My mom was sick and dying. I helped her along 2 days before she died. I spiked her hot tea with water and 12 bottles of Visine. I saw a TV show where a girlfriend tried to kill her boyfriend, that there's a chemical in it that's deadly. Her boyfriend didn't die. She was charged. My mom was never my dad, but what I did was wrong. I believe all of my ailments of sickness sense is payback for all of my wrongs I have done in life. I was senile to believe I could do something like this without consequences. Do you remember after her death, your mom came up to help me pack up the house? I couldn't be there alone, and she woke up to me destroying the basement. My mom came to me that night, and it scared the shit out of me to where I never slept the same again. I drink with too many prescriptions to numb the pain until I would black out, for the weight of my wrongs is heavy, way too heavy to deal with. I sit in misery and self-pity reflecting on my life, for I have helped, borrowed, and gave everyone, trying to build forgiveness for my actions. I thought I would be happy having more money, bought the condo, sold my parents' home, closed my mom's estate. This condo was a huge mistake. I hate it here. The neighbors are not friendly. One admitted he thought I was a drug dealer. Do not keep this condo. Sell it and take the money and run. Had it not been for the rambling to KD, I would have had the money to get out here, maybe even get the side-by-side with your mom. The aftermath of my breakdown with KD was my next nightmare. He was the one person who knew enough about my mom's death and my hand I played in it. He blackmailed me for almost a year and was terrified. I was terrified with anxiety. Do I keep paying him for his silence? Remember all those checks I wrote you? That was why. He tapped me out a large chunk of my inheritance, but kept me from prison. Never, never tell your secrets to your drug dealer, ever. Afterward, it ruined all my plans. I had planned on my saving grace was when Katie overdosed and died, before I was broke. That's when I became obsessed with trying to build my nest egg back up. I cheated the system any way I could. My credit has never been better thanks to a new life with money. I got every credit card I wish I could with limits I never had, lines of credit and loans. My plan was always to max out debt before I die and live it up. I learned with my mom's estate by attorney Bob Gonzalez that you only pay the creditors that file a claim. If they don't file or they are out of luck. Keep that in mind when you handle my estate. Jesse, listen to me when I say, use the new will. Anthony doesn't need the money. I want it to go to you. I have spent months lying to you about everything, and you deserve it, and so much more for putting up with me. I only wish I could do more. You are hard-headed like your mother, and if you still insist on Anthony being a part of the old will, then remember to try Anthony in the estate and see what he does. See if he helps you, see if he fights you on issues. Put an ad in the paper for the creditors, only pay the creditors that file a claim, give Anthony $10,000, $15,000, make accounting paperwork to match, showing the account, wait 2 to 4 months and decide and see what Anthony does or says. Then either correct paperwork or file by Anthony, have or do correct paperwork, file new will, removing him. Contact Bob with any help or issues. But word of advice, easier to submit new will. I know Keith, Jim, or Corinne will fight you every step of the way and might influence Anthony too. Do not let them walk all over you. I left you in charge because can handle it. I do not want Jim or Keith in the condo. I am not trying to control how you handle things. I just want to help and prepare you for them so they don't walk all over you. I have argued with you many times about my will. I know you always hated talking about it, but remember, I prepared everything so you wouldn't have the paperwork mess I had to deal with. I want you to live without the worry and stress because you and you alone have been here. When I've been at my worst, I've had enough money for a cushion for you, but to listen to me here. I know you don't want to upset anyone, Anthony, but that's not on you. I changed my will because I wanted to. It's my wishes. Jessy, I've cheated, lied, and stole my whole life, and for me, I would do it all over again the same way because I loved it. I don't want that for you. I know you've grown past all that. I can see how happy you are and lovey-dovey with Scott. I hope one day you have a child of your own because you are an amazing mom to his kids. I want to take my mom's antique charm bracelet to pass it on to your family. Kids were never in my cards. I had abortions because I wasn't ready. You are the closest to my own. I love you as if you were my own and hope you know that. You have been my rock. You are always here for me and you're never complained. The reason I've told you things I never wanted you to know is because I don't ever want you to be like me. I have done so many things I am not proud of. Looking back, I should have been locked up for life. And that's half of why I can't do this anymore. I'm so sorry for the messes I have caused you along the way. The pain in your ass I have been, and all the lies I told you, and mostly for putting you in many uncomfortable positions for me. I am sorry I asked you to help me die. That look in your eyes when I asked was enough to know that it was a mistake to ask, and you would not help. I want your mom and you to be okay when I am gone. I have done all I could to help and take care of you both. There will be even a few more surprises before I am gone. Jessy, I am not proud of the mistakes. Lord knows I have more than I can bear anymore, but I am so proud of you. You were stupid young and had mistakes, and you turned your life around. You learned from it. I'm scared daily of the things I have done. I don't know what I did with that. I don't know what you did with that gun you took away from me. That was beyond stupid, but I hope you got rid of it. I don't need you getting in trouble because of me. Truth is, that was the second gun from both the same place a few weeks apart. I drilled the hole incorrectly in the first. Being a felon, buying that gun the way I did, I kept waiting for the police to show up. I am sorry about the lying and damage I have caused these past few months. I don't know how to make that right. I worry about your mom too. I wish she'd find a decent guy like you. Whatever you do, I know you will help your mom, and I want you to, but do not let her even know what you obtained when the estate is closed. Don't give her too much at once. I'm sure you know, just like I used to. I'm sure, just like I used to worry about you when you first got out of prison, your mom isn't good with money. Remember that credit card I had for her for emergencies? She always racked it right up. None of us ever have been good with money, the more I think about it. I never had so much fun racking up my credit cards these past few months. I wanted to make sure you were out of debt and could build for your future. I am only sorry I lied about it to you with the cancer. I had reasons for all I did. I just didn't know at the time. I hope you understand and forgive me one day. Make sure you take the Swan ashtray from the bathroom and the old pinball game in the bottom dresser drawer. Throw away my drug stash, dining room hutch. My important papers are together and also my lockbox. Make sure you think about all I said. Anthony will take extra care of your mom. Remember the good days, not the bad. I love you, Jessy. Love, Lynn. September 16, 2018. Destroy this letter after reading. I don't want everyone to know the things I have done and told you. No good would come from it. The other I want to share is the last known letter Lynn wrote and was dated October 1st, 2018, and goes along with the tape recording she made, which was buried in Whitnall Park. That was Defense Exhibit 506, starting on page 26. Jessy, I am sorry to leave you like this, and I am assuming you will be the one to find me. After all you have done for me, all the times you have saved my life, I know if it wasn't for you, I would have been dead months ago. You have been my rock. You're stronger than anyone I know, and I know, and now I need you to take care of your mom. I know you did all you could to keep me alive as long as you could. I no longer recognize myself. I am sick of being sick, complaining about being sick, and just sick of it all. I want to be free from the pain, and this is my time. I love you and your mom very much. Take care of each other. I am following the yellow brick road to see my dad. Jesse, stop listening to this tape and put it safe and hidden. I, Lynn Hernan, being of sound mind and body, want to state I record this statement of record today, Sunday, October 1st, 2018. I have been sick long enough, seen enough doctors to know that I will never be the same, and I no longer want to live my life as it is. I have done things that I cannot take back. I took a life that I had no right to do. I am choosing on my own free will and my own time frame to take my own life. I have tried more options than most would know, from purchasing a gun, overuse of medications, to poisons. I assumed poison would be the fastest and easiest. Little did I know it would be just as hard. Visine is one I stumbled across prior and tried without success, but ended up using it. Now for almost 3 months, the way it makes me feel is something undescribable. My body is numb. I feel no pain from my constant pain, and it makes me tired, where I sleep a kind of sleep I haven't experienced in years. I became quite fond of it. It was a new medication to me. I enjoy my medications, and now Visine has become one of them. At first I was drinking a bottle almost daily, mixed in my water or vodka, then increased over time. I was purchasing Visine on my own for over a month until I could no longer drive or shop. I did stock up on it and had my caretaker, Jesse, did not know what I was doing with the Visine until recent. Jesse is one person in the whole world who knows everything I went through and out, except my mother's death. Seen all the good and bad. She has been there when I fell in the middle of the night, shit on myself, or puked, and came to clean it up. She caught me in the act of trying to take my own life. She has seen me at my worst, and there regardless. I owe her everything for all she has done. Her mother, my best friend, and Jesse are my only family left, and mean more than I know. I did the unthinkable to Jesse, and it ruined her. For months I lied to her, and I had her lie to everyone in the process. It destroyed her. She knew I was suicidal, but I told her I was sick and dying from colon cancer. I didn't want to see people or talk to them, so I had Jesse lie to everyone. I didn't want anyone to know. Truth was I was with colon cancer. Truth was I wasn't sick with colon cancer or dying. One afternoon, Jesse came to check on me, as her usual, caught me unexpectedly while I had a gun to my head. She screamed at me, crying that when I came clean with her about not having cancer and lying. I lied to her because she was so concerned about being suicidal that saying I was sick was easier to do. I never seen her so hurt. Saying I was sick was, I'd never seen her so hurt, and she lied to everyone. She knew and didn't know what to do now. She told me that I was either going to get help or go to the hospital, and she was calling the cops. I let her take me to the hospital the next morning, where they admitted me, and I stayed for weeks. I wanted to get better for her, but deep down my decision was made long ago. I cannot go on anymore. My mom's death haunts me daily. I tried to take my life twice while in the hospital. I had a camera put in my room. After arriving home from the hospital, Jesse stayed the weekend, and per my discharge, I was to get in home care that week. I had planned on different ideas, but Jesse did not leave me alone, ending the weekend. Came and went, and now it's Sunday morning. I took all of my remaining Visine bottles and put them into my last water bottles. I have stashed Visine for months and been emptying over time to the water bottles. I now have 3 bottles filled with only Visine, over 30 bottles, and will start drinking those tomorrow along with my medications. I am hoping that by drinking an extreme amount, this will work as planned. I am choosing this on my own terms and how I see fit. No one played any part in this decision or acted in it. I have chose to drink Visine to end my life. Look into my mother's death to better understand. I came into this world fighting like hell and lived a good life, and I am going out of this world on my own terms. Soon I will see my dad again. I would like it known that Jesse and Jenny are in charge of my final wishes. They know where the paperwork is and what to do. I want to make sure it is known in case she doesn't listen, because she didn't want any issues. I changed my will in July 2018 to remove Anthony and Corinne Poza, along with a letter as to why. They haven't been my friends or hear from me. Do not let them. but keep their nosy asses out of my shit. I want to thank Jean for all of her help. Judy, I am sorry. I know you strongly disagree with suicide. Keith, I love you as a brother, but do not want you to obtain the bracelet that matches your necklace. I helped you and gave you your gift prior. That was between us. Jim, I don't want you to get a thing of mine, and I don't want you or any of you in my condo. I made a list of items for you in the last year with others. To date, you owe me a ton of money. That list is now null and void. Fuck you all. None of you gave a damn about me, and it was about what I could do for you, or no contact at all. Jenny and Jesse, I am sorry for everything. I hope you know I will no longer be in pain and be with my dad watching The Wizard of Oz. There is no place like home. Sorry, most of this is terrible to read, and I made a tape after I wrote it. Lynn, I sent your mom a rent payment and car payment. You will also relieve a check to buy until the estate is settled. 2 days later, on October 3rd, 2018, I was with her in the morning. I left to run some errands and to return later in the day to find her dead and life forever changed in that instant. I will fill in some gaps shortly, but I want to fast forward 9 months to July 9th, 2019, where I was arrested and have been in custody ever since. I was first revoked and sent to prison for almost 2 years on decade-old forgery charges for assisting in her suicide. On June 4th, 2021, the day before I was to release from prison, I was charged with first-degree intentional homicide and thefts. I was transferred to Waukesha County Jail, where I have remained incarcerated 2.5 years on $1 million bail awaiting trial. It has now been over 5 years since her death, and some days it feels like yesterday, others it's as if all time stopped, or others I feel as though I've been locked up forever, screaming and fighting, while nobody is listening or doing anything in this reoccurring nightmare, only to wake up and realize it is my life. Early on, I was silenced by a protective order, meaning I wasn't allowed to speak out. Then I chose, after many conversations with my attorneys, not to take the stand, which I deeply regret. It was a huge mistake in my eyes. I went against what I have always said and believed for people who are innocent when I didn't testify. Due to us not understanding, my mother was not able to take the stand because we were talking daily about all that was happening during trial, which nobody got to know. I sat here every day during my trial listening while everyone talked about Lynn, my mom, and I, like they knew us, and I bit my tongue, which is extremely difficult. And today, as I sit here at my own sentencing, again, I have listened to everyone else talk, and now it is time to do what I want, what I need to do, and what I should have done long ago. It is time to speak out. There is a time for everything, a time to be silent, as I was, and a time to speak, as I am now. I want it. I know it doesn't matter what I say here today. It won't change my conviction or what you already decided for my sentence or what people may think of me, but these things I need to share and say because there was and is so much to this case. First, though, before I forget, I want to take the time to thank the jurors, the witnesses, court officials, from reporters, clerks, deputies, everyone and anyone involved in this case for their time, as it was very consuming. I also want to thank all of the attorneys I have had and you, Judge Dorow. I have waited years for this trial and the truth to be known, but they got it wrong because nobody got to hear even half of what really happened. Nobody got to know the real story or even the real us for that matter. Everyone on the state side gave the jury and everyone else who didn't know us preconceived notions of what our relationship was with Lynn. And the truth is, they didn't know her and they didn't know us to know any of that. Lynn was our family. Lynn was my mom's best friend. She was who my mom called for anything and everything. For me, at times, Lynn was a second mom or Aunt Linny or sometimes my best friend. She was all in one. At times, we were closer than I was with my own mom and some of my own family. Sometimes I went to her before my mom or for things I couldn't or didn't want to go to my mom for. I want you to actually get to know who Lynn was as a person, the Lynn that I knew, the Lynn I grew up knowing.
What is happening? Why did court TV cut off? Did they not want to know who Lynn was? Hang on.
The Lynn prior. Lynn loved to live life to the fullest. She was outgoing, adventurous, talkative. She would talk for hours. It was a running joke because sometimes my mom would fall asleep while on the phone with her. She loved animals. There wasn't a stray or shelter animal she would turn away. At times, she'd have a bird or two, a dog here or there. She always had cats, at least two. Those were her favorite. Most were odd or had weird tics, homely looking, but she adored them. She gave them a home, and they were her babies. She loved Summerfest. It was her all-time favorite. She went every year. It usually opened on or days around her birthday. She used to go every day from morning till night, and she waited all year for it. She loved those summer festivals, watching all the live bands at the bars. She liked all different kinds of music, from AC/DC, Lady Gaga, Pink, to Eminem. She loved black and white movies. Was one of her all-time favorites was Psycho Bates Motel. Others like Wizard of Oz, Sound of Music. She loved Marilyn Monroe, Betty Davis. Some of her favorite TV shows were So You Think You Could Dance, To Stars, Empire. She loved one of the main characters named Cookie, who played by Taraji P. Henson. Her fierce attitude, her style of clothes. She would call to make sure I was watching or saw the outfit she had on that day. And let's not forget her soaps, which she got me forever sucked into. General Hospital and The Bold and the Beautiful. She loved seafood, crab legs, and calamari to spinach and artichoke dips to a rare steak. If it was sunny, you'd find her out in the water. Lake, pond, or pool, it didn't matter. She'd be soaking up the sun, tanning on a floaty or in a paddle boat with her sunglasses on her head, a cocktail in hand. A usual favorite was vodka with a splash of Coke. And I can't forget she'd have a cool cigarette lit in the other. She was a big smoker, smoking up to 3 packs a day. She'd put one out within minutes, lighting another. She was all about her appearance. Bleach blonde hair with her bangs curled 2 inches out, teased with so much hairspray, they wouldn't move. She'd be tan, finger and toenails all painted, mostly neon bright colors. She wouldn't go anywhere without her lipstick on or high heel heels until she could no longer wear them. And lots of jewelry, big hoop earrings, rings, bracelets down both arms, and necklaces, mostly costume jewelry or family pieces passed down. She came on field trips, school field trips as Auntie Lynn with bags of candy. Everyone loved her. She loved to dye my hair, one color to the next, dress me up. I remember when I was younger, I would sometimes stay by her at night when my mom would work 3rd shift. We'd watch MTV videos while eating snacks. When I came home from my dad's in Florida one year with lice, after my mom tried everything and couldn't get rid of them, ready to shave my long hair, as I sat crying, she called Lynn the beautician for advice and venting. She recommended kerosene, said it would hurt and burn, but they would be gone. She was right on all of those. In middle school, when I was having issues with some of the older girls, they came to my apartment looking for me, but she was there, waiting for them. She was tired of the school not handling the problem, so she took it into her own hands and scared the crap out of them. Or when I was older, or when she moved as I got older, friends and I would go over by her place after Skate U because she lived within walking distance. She was the cool aunt to hang out with. She would come to the campground by my mom and I where we would camp for drinks and bonfires, but leave at the end of the night because she wasn't a camper. She wanted her bed in a bathroom. My high school boyfriend and I would go out to her lake house on the weekends for swimming. She first taught me to drive, or should I say tried. She had a little red Fiaro, but we gave up laughing because I couldn't figure out stick shift. She was really teaching me to drive long before I was age. So when we went out to eat or to the bars around her old place on Lake Phantom, I could drive us back home because she would have a few too many. She took me to Planned Parenthood to get on birth control without my mom knowing for a whole year. She threw my high school graduation party at her lake house. My whole family came. She was so excited. She loved being the host of all hosts for any get-together. She was known for cooking, appetizers, dips, Chex Mix, and so much more. She was a shopper. She had so much stuff, and she was always picking up more. She was a wheeler and dealer to get the best price. She loved going to Menards, Kohl's, Sally's, or even the dollar store. Those were just some of her favorites. My mom and her loved going to rummages on weekends. It was their thing. She loved shoes. She once had a pair that she liked. She would go back and get in every color. Anytime she found something, whether it was clothing, decorations, anything, she'd always go back and get a second for my mom or I or others. My mom and her have had so many of the same boots, coats, decorations, plants, and more. We spent holidays and birthdays together as family, and she went all out. She would get so excited and kept pulling out more gifts hidden away, it was overboard. She was good at picking out things you needed, wanted, or you knew you would like. She loved going out to eat at her favorite restaurants or meeting at her usual bars for drinks. She loved being the beautician because she could make her own hours, working where and when she wanted. She never had a lot of money, but she was happy and did all she could for anyone. That was the Lynn before she went to prison for her 5th DUI, and it all changed. While there, she lost her dad. She was not able to be there with him, say goodbye, or go to the funeral. It crushed her, broke her, and she was sad, angry, and depressed, and was put on medication. She came out a totally different Lynn than we ever knew or saw. The only one constant was her drinking before and after. That stayed the same. She drank a lot. Maybe if anything, it got worse after because she wasn't doing much outside her home. Even when she was on extended supervision, she drank. She had bottles hidden around her apartment, so when she had home visits with her agent, they wouldn't find them. I know this because even when I was there, at her apartment off of Sunset Drive in Waukesha, the first place she got after prison. Back then, I was even helping drive her around to doctor's appointments and other things. That was in 2016. Little known fact, people who knew Lynn knew she hated Waukesha. She was living there because she was on supervision. Later, after her mom died, she purchased a Pewaukee condo. Her realtor pushed reluctantly because it was on the edge of Waukesha. She chose it. She got disability and never went back to work. She didn't like being around people and she withdrew. She became a hypochondriac, anxious, paranoid, insomniac, and would only leave the house at certain times. Her health changed, as did her attitude and appearance. She would call us at all times, talking for hours about nothing and everything, sometimes making no sense at all and completely drunk. She would sleep 2 to 4 hours and be wide awake, starting her day at 3, 4 a.m. outside, doing gardening or running errands, and home before 8, 9 in the morning, done for the day. Sometimes she would be drinking at all hours of the day and would be drunk by 8, 9, 10 a.m. Even her neighbor Jean testified. They had stopped regularly talking because of Lynn's drinking and an incident from when she was drunk. Another fact of Lynn, from the old apartment to the new condo, after some incidents there, she had also hid some of her alcohol bottles. If you remember, the deputy medical examiner testified about finding 2 bottles of vodka in the garbage. Lynn had 2 large garbage bins that she used for storage. They were never for garbage. She put towels, dishcloths, etc., and her vodka bottles, so they were out of sight. She used a plastic pick and save bag on the closet door handle as garbage and daily threw it in the large garbage bin in the garage. I also remember about 6 months or so before she had passed, I had went out to her condo with a friend whom she had never met. I was picking up a piece of furniture. We had went on a weekend morning, early, like 9, 10-ish, and she was drunk when we had got there. Offered us a drink and asked him if he had wanted some pills she didn't want. From her mom's death, she came into money. I never knew, nor was it my business, what she had got from her mother's estate. But due to this case, the money aspect, Lynn's letters, and her mother's death, I pushed my attorneys to look into it. According to the estate papers, her mother died without a will. The only heir was Lynn, leaving her as the sole beneficiary, which was odd because Lynn's letters state her mother was going to change her will to remove her. And then when the detective spoke to the cousin John, he stated another family member who was also an attorney handled the family's wills, yet he wasn't the one who handled her mom's estate. That leaves some more unanswered questions. I also noteworthy, her mom's estate left around $140,000 that went to Lynn. So how did Lynn buy a condo that she paid cash for and have $250,000 left to open a bank account, both right after her mother's death? Again, you heard her own words on how she was stealing from her mother while caring for her. Her mother found out, and that is why she changed her will, yet no will was probated. It's very frustrating. Everyone dug into Lynn's, my mom's, and my own financials between 2016 to Lynn's death, but nobody looked prior into Lynn's or her mom's bank accounts to verify or even discredit her letters, or to see when she came into that money, where exactly it all came from, and how Lynn had that kind of money. The state tried to say I stole over $500,000 from Lynn. Even the jury did not believe that. The problem? The only record obtained was her mother's estate, and it was during trial, and my attorneys never brought it up, so the jury never got to hear any of this. The state said they got records to review Lynn's spending habits and patterns, yet they didn't bother looking into prior to 2016. They only saw when she had money, not when she didn't, nor when she lived paycheck to paycheck, later behind on bills, or when she had no credit cards or no credit. It all changed when her mom died at the end of 2013. The only reason she even had an account at BMO Harris Bank was because that was where her mom banked. I bet if anyone looked at her mom's account her last year's life, you would notice some changes. If I had to guess, she was even added on her mom's account as a second signer and money was taken and moved around. The day Lynn died, detectives took lots of photos. One was of a handwritten letter by Lynn to an employee from BMO Harris, who also was one of our defense witnesses. Lynn wrote her thanking her for all of her help with her mom's stuff. When my attorneys first spoke to her, she remembered Lynn until right before trial, an attorney for BMO Harris got involved. And due to her being a witness for an alleged murderer who is all over the TV, nobody wants to be involved, let alone in business. So it all changed. She didn't remember Lynn, and she would only verify her signature and notary stamp. Lynn knew this person, dealt with her regularly to the point of writing her and talking about her. Doesn't anyone care to know the truth about any of this? Since this changes everything. She told her own truth in her own letters, but nobody, the detectives, the state, even my own attorneys, ever looked into any of it. The detectives had a person to pin her death on, and that was me. Case closed as far as they were concerned. Clearly, she got way more money that ever went through her mom's estate, and it wasn't from life insurance because she didn't have any. So where did it come from? What happened to Lynn's mom's will? Yes, this all matters because she took her mom's life, and it haunted her to where she took her own. She stated that. I have every right to be upset, frustrated, irritated by all of this. I didn't do this, and nobody is giving a damn to look into what really happened. Her own letters said to look into her mom's death to understand. Even with the money, she was still on disability and still got aid from the state. She knew what and how to do things to avoid detection from the state. She was on Medicare, Medicaid, energy assistance, food share, and more. She was adamant how she moved money and what she paid from what account. Also, after her mom's death, when she first started doing her own will and other important decisions, writing constantly, talking about all of it and changing it. It was very odd, not normal conversation, and made all of us uncomfortable. I wasn't listed on her first will when it was done because I was in prison. She wanted me to be out and to see how I would do before, and she changed shortly after. Everyone said during trial I reemerged or came into her life in 2016. Neither is true. I have known Lynn since I was little. That was proven during trial and when we first met and became friends and family with Lynn, and that never changed. We didn't drift apart. We didn't stop talking. I didn't reemerge or any of that. I was released from prison in February 23rd, 2016. Odd because my criminal complaint states on count 2 between January 2016 to October 3rd, 2018. Yet I was in prison till February 23rd, 2016. I did not reemerge in her life. I was in it prior, during, and after my incarceration. If anything, we were only closer because we had both done prison time, so we could relate and knew other things others did not from going through that. She talked to me on the phone. We wrote. She sent money while in prison, just like I did while she was. When I got out, she helped me rebuild, get on my feet, and start over. If she didn't want me around as others claimed, why did she call me and more than anyone else? Why did she put me and my mom on everything? Do you really believe over 3 years, as the state claimed, I stole over $100,000 in checks written to me, a loan, credit cards, and she wouldn't have known or seen? No way. Do you know how many times my name was listed on her medical records from those 2-week hospital stays she had 5 days before she passed? 43 times. 43 times. Yet Jim, her ex-boyfriend, took the stand and said she called him from the hospital. She didn't want him around her in her condo, how she had just met us, and that she was in rehab for alcoholism. Okay, that's right. He would know since he didn't even know she was in the hospital, nor did he have to know anything or have anything to do with alcohol. He didn't regularly talk to her, and I have pictures that my attorneys didn't bother showing or asking Jim about. He knew me and my mom, and they were with us in Christmas when I was a little girl in our apartment. None of it makes sense. Lynn always loved Jim and cared dearly for his mom, Judy. He was the one who borrowed money from her all the time, and when he lost his grandma's house to foreclosure, she helped him pay for it. She helped him pay for hotels to live in, she helped him get his new house, even helped pay for his pool. When he went to jail, she bailed him out, paid his fines. I know this because she talked about it all the time. She hated cops, jails, courthouses. They made her nervous from her conviction and her incarceration. So when he called her, it was very hard for her to go there, and she went. He owed her lots of money. to the point where when she left information on it, letters expressing her frustration. She complained regularly in conversations about it and was upset he wasn't paying her back. He was the ex-boyfriend from back in the day who she really did love. They bar hopped, rode around together on his bike, partying while using drugs and alcohol. He lied to the police and on the stand about all of it. He is now sober, and that is only because he has no choice. If he wants to live, it is for his health. He was such a big drinker prior, and that is what happened. Another friend, Keith, who was Kareem's brother, who wouldn't talk to the police but had no problem going on camera with the media, used drugs and alcohol with her also, who Lynn called her partner in crime in letters, but yet I am the one making all this up. I really have no reason to. It is not my intent to talk bad about Lynn. She is no longer here and cannot defend herself. I get that. Everyone makes mistakes and has things they aren't proud of in life. I want her to be remembered for her. I want people to know her, but I want people to know the truth. Lynn did not hide from her truth ever. Everyone who knew her knew that. She talked openly about drugs, alcohol, partying, her past record, past mistakes, all of it, because as she said, she had lived one hell of a life and wouldn't change a thing. Those were her words. When she used to talk about all the things she had done, you heard about all my bad, and it isn't right not to hear about some of hers, since some of it affected her and her own death. These people weren't there. I was. I went to see her daily when she was in the hospital. I called her there. I spoke to the staff in person and on the phone daily. They all knew me. Jean came to the hospital to see her. Judy, Jim's mom, talked to her while she was there because I told her when she called, like anyone else who called, even though Lynn didn't want them to know, I still told them. It was the same way with Jim's girlfriend. She found out when she called. They still didn't call or go see her after finding out. I told them she was in the hospital, even after Lynn asked me not to. I picked up her prescriptions with and without her. The pharmacy knew me. I went to Pick and Save with and without her. Her friend Lori, who worked there, also knew me. Some bank employees from her bank knew me, her jeweler, neighbors of her, and more, because I was the only one regularly around, just as I was the one she called when she found a Jeep to purchase. She had taken in her prior Jeep for service and ended up, while it was being serviced, found and purchased a newer Jeep. I was the one who she called when she needed and I was the one who took care of her and helped her. I was also the one who took care of her animals too. It was I who she called when she fell, needed a ride, needed anything, or just to talk. Do you know how many times I stopped whatever I was doing and drove out because she fell, needed water, cigarettes, vodka, wanted to go to the ER, wanted mozzarella sticks, a gyro with extra tzatziki sauce from Arby's, or a taco dip from Pick and Save, because that's what she liked. Whatever it was, I went because that's what you do. I didn't say, hey, sorry, I'm out with Scott, or this or that. No, I went because she needed me. You know why she didn't call Kareen or Anthony? Because they were too busy with school or work and they had lives. That's what she said. She didn't call, they didn't call or come by her. She too stopped calling them. It happens. People have lives with other priorities. I made the time. I was there. I answered my phone. She was sick and she called me or my mom or Jean, her neighbor, and sometimes even Judy. I was also there spending time with her, watching her soaps, painting nails, having drinks, talking, and so much more. So when these people say I took advantage or that Lynn didn't want me around, it couldn't be further from the truth. During trial, it was brought up about what Lynn was and wasn't wearing the day she died. I want to get a few facts straight. Lynn didn't wear a bra or underwear, ever. And if you ever knew her, you would have known that. She didn't like them, nor did she own any. She used to wear swimming suit tops under her clothes in place of a bra, but hasn't done that in years. Her weight was constantly changing and she was retaining water. She had been wearing loose-fitting and long oversized t-shirts or button-up flannel shirts that she didn't have to pull over her head because it was harder for her versus buttoning or unbuttoning, as well as putting on other things that were too tight. She didn't need or want to wear shorts or bottoms while she was home, since the elastic at the weight was bothering her and irritating her dry skin, said it felt too restricted for her stomach. She was also on and off with hot flashes and preferred less clothes, period. It was easier for her when she used the porta toilet next to her because she had a hard time getting the shorts up and down without her falling. She did, however, keep a pair of large, loose-fitting shorts hanging on the bathroom door for when she needed. She had kept a blanket to cover up her waist and the top of her legs while sitting at home in her chair. She liked her feet always out from the blanket and never wore socks. And when the state said she would have had to put pants on if she was planning on committing suicide or knew somebody would find her, that is incorrect. She would not have. If anyone bothered to look at Defense Exhibit 541, page 1296, the hospital record shows under clothing what she was wearing when she was admitted. It says pants, shirt, footwear, no bra, no underwear. This was her, and she never cared about being naked, half naked, or who saw her like that. That is something that even her ex-boyfriend Jim should have known. And as far as her dad's dog tags, she always wore those. They made her feel close to him. These are things I know and most won't. Do you want to know why? Again, because it was me that was there. I want to circle back to the pets part. My mother and I were portrayed as cat killers too. What didn't come out and what was in Lynn's letters as she had left in Defense Exhibit 506, page 1, was another letter. It was just to me about her cats and how she wanted to poison her cats with her, or for her cats to be euthanized if she didn't end up poisoning them. I wouldn't euthanize them just because she died or wanted, nor would I give them to just anyone because they were older and they were used to being with just Lynn. I spent weeks checking out homes and people and who wanted them, and none were right. None of them felt comfortable for me to leave them with. So when I couldn't find the right home, we ended up taking them to join our 4 cats. Her so-called friends didn't step up, offer to check on them, feed them, or even take them. We did. Months later, one was euthanized because he was sick, and after taking him to the vet, it was the best choice since he was in pain and suffering. The other one died 2 years later. I just wanted to clarify that. We are huge animal lovers, just like she was. That was another incorrect jab the state had said in trial because they knew how it would make us look. People love pets, so they would hate us even more to see that in the media. Now, when Lynn was sick, she didn't call those so-called friends to help, be there, etc. They didn't even know she was in the hospital. Hell, they didn't even know her birthday when asked. One had a birthday gift still 4 months after her birthday. Clearly, they didn't see or talk to her regularly. I don't know why my prior attorneys didn't listen and get the phone records. I repeatedly asked, like so many other records not gotten, because it would have showed they all lied and about talking to her those last years. Can you please explain why I need to make this up? Because it could and should have been verified, and it will one day be proven. So yeah, maybe those people who took the stand claiming to be her friends were at some point, but they weren't close or around those last few years as we were. We were her family, and we were there. If they were such good friends, even if she didn't want them there, why didn't they care enough to try and be there or call her? And I still called these people to notify them of her death. They weren't concerned. They didn't question how she died or ask many questions about her death or funeral or this or that, except when can they come to her condo to get what they want and who's getting her bracelet. I have never dealt with the death of someone, meaning handle the affairs, and I would never want to again. But what I can say, none of this was normal. She didn't want a funeral. She didn't want to be cremated. Like her parents, as it states in her own papers in Defense Exhibit 522, that would have never happened had I known about all this was to come. I would have had her body autopsied again in a heartbeat. Days after she died, I went and picked up her jewelry from the ME's office because she was being cremated, and secondly, because everyone was fighting over that stupid bracelet. People were upset and fighting over her things of value. Nobody talked about her. Her own estate attorney, who actually knew Lynn, another person my attorneys never called to testify, knew of these issues because I was calling and emailing her all the time because I was sick of the arguing over that damn bracelet and the other stuff. I sold it, yes I did, and because that's what she told me to do. It wasn't sentimental or a family item. She bought it a year before her death. Do you know why she bought it and all the other jewelry? Because of one of her many credit cards had cut the limit in half from $20,000 to $10,000 because she wasn't using it. She was so upset. She called my mom and I screaming for hours about it. She wanted us to take a trip, go shopping, anything to rack up her credit cards because it was her credit and she wanted to use it when and how she wanted. So she went shopping. She bought lots of expensive jewelry. And if you don't believe me, it is on her credit card statement. States Exhibit 108, page 18, 22, 25, and 29. I know these things. Her so-called friends clearly didn't. There was no funeral per her wishes, but I had decided on a dinner at her favorite restaurant, Open Flame, to remember her and get to know and meet these old friends of hers. One didn't even want to go because he was mad over Lynn's bracelet because he said he was to get it, but I found paperwork that told me not to give it to him. Her own words and the letter stating he was not to get it after I had planned on giving it to him. And the last minute, he came and sulked the whole time. Other than that, we actually had a good time and enjoyed each other's company. Unlike what Jim said during trial, everyone talked of different stories and memories of Lynn while eating and drinking. We made possible future plans to get together for Lynn's birthday, put out some of her ashes, and talk about next steps. Lynn didn't want these people in her condo after passing. It was written on multiple things, and I still let them in. I had them all come out one weekend and pick up things they wanted, plus I had boxed up things she had originally wanted them to have as well. I tried very hard to get along with these people because they were at some point her friends. I didn't lie and say they weren't and make up things as they did to the police and during trial. Lynn did talk about these people. Judy, Keith, Anthony, Corrine, Jim, yes, she did, and a lot. And she was also upset because they weren't around. And it wasn't just her doing. What people don't realize is Lynn was not the same person she was prior to prison. She kept changing, and for some it was hard to be around her at times. And as people said, or as people do, they get busy. They have their own lives. It happens. You lose touch, out of mind, out of sight, and sometimes without meaning to. And before you know it, it's been first weeks, then maybe months without talking, and time just gets away from you without realizing. Maybe that's what happened. I really don't know. But what I do know is that they weren't around or talking to her. Not to mention, where were those same friends when I spent 4 or 5 months cleaning and emptying her condo and doing all the work? Corrine did come and help at times, but she was the only one. Her and I regularly spoke and texted for months about Lynn, memories, the condo, really anything that made us think of Lynn or just checking in. We actually got along really well, and I actually liked her. These friends of hers wanted her stuff. They fought over it. You know what I wanted and still want? I want her here with us. I could give a crap about any of her stuff, or her money for that matter. The state said it was all about money. That couldn't be further from the truth. If I wanted or needed money or anything else, all I had to do was ask, and she would give it to me, no questions asked. I think that's what bothers me so much, because I never stole from her. Even years ago, when I did use my mom and grandma's name in forgery charges, it's embarrassed sitting here talking about how shitty of a person I was years ago and the wrong I did to my own family. I am ashamed, and it was brought back up, but I also admitted it. I served my punishment, and I changed from that person, and Lynn knew that. I am not proud to be a felon, but I also own what I did. I have forgery and misappropriate ID use convictions, and now a decade later, you are saying from that I turned into a murderer? There's no way. It's so far-fetched. So yes, it pisses me off, and I am outraged the state assumes as their motive I stole from her. I had no reason to steal from her. None. She isn't here, so she can't say I didn't, so it's my word against the state, and without, they have no case. But you can see if you really looked or tried. I did not steal over $100,000 from her bank accounts, credit cards, and she didn't see it over a 3-year period. Her friend said she was talking about missing money. I'd like to know when, since they didn't talk to her and she never reported it to the police or even her bank when she was in the bank weekly. Nor did she talk to me or my mother, who she would have spoke to if there was an issue, immediately. My own mom was on her accounts as a second signer, and no, that wasn't added as fraud by me, as the state tried saying either, considering she was added on January 4th, 2016, while I was still incarcerated, as it shows on Defense Exhibit 586, page 1, and 587, page 2. She never called questioning her credit cards. She paid the bills, but you're saying she didn't see your notice? Because you would have heard it, considering the state had phone calls on her credit card, State Exhibit 104 and 105, but none stating issues or fraud. For 3 years, she didn't see her statements, use the phone, go to the bank, or function. That's BS, and you know it. She only stopped going out in her last month or two. And to say I killed someone who I considered my family, it just doesn't make sense. Lynn was very vocal. She did not hold back what she thought, ever. That is why I knew all about Jim and the money she gave him, because she was pissed, and she talked about it frequently. If she thought I or anybody stole, best believe, she would have done something, and immediately. She didn't hold back. If she had something on her mind, she was going to tell you. And if she ever thought, as the state alleged, I was poisoning her for months or even years, she would, and she didn't talk to anybody or suspect anything, even to those doctors. You want to know why? Because it wasn't happening. She was no dummy. As she would say, you can't con a con, one of her well-known statements. As I said, she had her fair share of trouble, and she didn't hide from it, nor was she embarrassed by it. She actually talked about it regularly to others so they would learn from her mistakes. These so-called friends also said she would never commit suicide. There were no signs, they didn't believe it. Yet there were. Yet they weren't even around to know her or what was going on with her. Most people who commit suicide, even the closest people around them, say they didn't have a clue, there were no signs. Like Robin Williams, Kurt Cobain, or Twitch, just to name a few well-known people who committed suicide. For me, suicide is hard to accept, period. Nobody wants to believe someone they know and love would commit suicide. I get that. I didn't either, and that's why I questioned everything. I called the medical examiner, but I sure as hell didn't go around accusing people of murdering her. I was there daily, and when I was asked if she was suicidal, I said yes and no, because I did see some signs, and I truly believe if she really wanted to commit suicide, she would have months prior. She would go on and on about herself, venting or telling you about this problem or that, all health related. And when you talked about your problems or what was going on, she would usually turn the conversation back to hers, because hers were worse, and I think she just liked to over-exaggerate to appease herself. She kept doing weird things, knowing I was coming out by her, so I assumed it was more of an attention thing. How do you think it makes me feel? That's the part I struggle with and feel guilty about, because I didn't see it or believe it. I couldn't help what I didn't know. I knew she was frustrated and upset of not getting answers. She was tired of being sick. I didn't know she was lying to me when she said she was dying from cancer. Yes, I lied to people who didn't know her and at her request. In April 2018, she changed her living will to add me, as it shows in States Exhibit 17 and Defense 607. Because she had finally got answers, she was sick and dying from colon cancer. It made sense, it fit her symptoms and issues she was having. And let's be honest, why would I think she was lying about cancer? She was so happy in a weird way because she had finally had answers. And as she had said, she didn't for so long. She didn't want anyone to know, to talk her into fighting or feel sorry for her. So I lied. I also quit working at her request to care for her and to be there for her in what remaining time she had left, because she wanted me there. And I wanted to be there as it was my family. She had tried for months to take her own life. I would come out and find things, or she would be doing things. It all made sense because she was in pain and dying, according to her. She wanted the gun, so when and if it got too bad, she could end it. We fought over that too. I didn't agree, but again, this was Lynn, and she was an adult, and she was going to do what she wanted to do. Can you tell me what you would do when somebody you know is sick and dying, as she was, see them day in and day out going through it? She asked me if I would help her die, and when the time came, and she couldn't take the pain anymore. I had said no, because I couldn't and wouldn't be able to live with myself. It is not my place. I was not God. I have watched people sick and die from cancer. I have watched what it did to them and to the people they love, and vice versa. It is a horrible thing. I couldn't even imagine the pain they are going through. Days prior to her 2-week hospital stint, her neighbor came over and said she had looked like the Walking Dead. I remember like yesterday, Lynn said, "Yeah, well, I wish I were." The reason she finally went into the ER was because I kept pushing her to go and get help. The day before I had walked in on her with a gun to her head, she was crying and babbling. She was not making sense to me and told me she had lied about having cancer. I told her this had gotten out of hand and she needed to go in for help. At that point, she had been drinking Visine for months. At first, it was to take her life, as she had did with her mom. I did not know either until after her death. She had continued drinking it because it took away or numbed her pain and helped her sleep. Those were her exact words. I know it sounds crazy. Who thinks to drink Visine? I had those same thoughts and lots more, staring at her in shock. But you didn't know Lynn. You didn't see the things I saw her do, nor did you question her. Well, I did, but it didn't change anything. If she wanted to do something, she was going to do it. It was that simple. Yes, it sounds crazy. Part of it actually made sense to me. I don't get the why or how she tried it, but I got that it seemed to work in areas of numbing her pain and helping her sleep. So it did make sense when she kept using it, because I actually saw firsthand her sleeping and finally getting some pain relief. She was an insomniac and on Xanax for years for sleep. It wasn't helping anymore, hence why she kept taking more and more. Lynn did what she wanted, when she wanted, and how she wanted. She was 62 years old and wouldn't listen to me or anyone for that matter. Even my mom called her because I had told her about the gun and situations while she was in the hospital. There were a lot of things I am sure my mother would have talked about had she had the chance to testify. And I am sure Not sure why my attorneys did not argue against the state's motion to exclude her testimony. Instead, they decided not to call her to testify. Everyone assumes because she was my mom, she would lie to protect me, but that is not my mom, nor would I want that or ask that of her. When I did wrong years ago and got my forgery charges, it was my mom who turned me in. It wasn't easy for her, but she knew I was in the wrong and I needed to be held accountable. My mom knew Lynn. She was her best friend, and she knew me, her own daughter. It was a huge blow to my defense that nobody got to hear from her or what she knew or didn't know for that matter. My mom tried with Lynn nonstop until my mom couldn't deal with it anymore. I tried with Lynn. I talked to her all the time. That is why she did a lot of things I did not agree with when I wasn't around. When she died, Visine wasn't even on my mind because she was drinking it for months. That was according to her. I didn't see it for months. I only saw it shortly before the hospital stay. I was the one who wanted an autopsy and answers. I wanted to know if the doctors had missed something in all that time, if she really was sick, or if it was in her head. It had gotten to the point where we no longer knew if it was her or the doctors because it didn't make sense how they weren't finding things wrong. Yet all she did was complain, and then she would leave the hospital before she got answers or refuse tests. If she did this, if I had been back sooner that day, could I have gotten help, or what had really happened? Even the story of cancer, she had it, then she didn't. I really didn't know what to believe anymore. I called the medical examiner for answers, absolutely. It really affected me because I was always around, and then to find her dead, I had to know what happened. I needed answers, and I could not let it go. I went back to her condo that night. Yes, I did, because the scene was cleared, and I was contacted by the police. Her cats were locked in a bedroom where the police had put them while they were there. Months later, I did lie again about somebody giving me Visine in a drink. How could I say what had really happened? I had spent months emptying her condo, taking care of all of her stuff, and I haven't even processed her death, yet I was going through all the motions. I kept dreaming she'd come home wondering where all her stuff was and getting mad. It was Christmas, the first holiday we had that we had usually celebrated together, and I had tried to keep myself busy. After I was going through the boxes of hers in our basement, I had came across her suicide letters. I had put them aside and forgot all about them, out of mind, out of sight. I didn't really know what they were when I had first found them. But when I did find them, Anthony had testified. He said he didn't want to read or look at them. So I sat in the basement reading them. I cried, I was angry and shocked to learn all that I did, mostly about her mom's death and what she was going through. And that's when I fully learned about Visine, and only then did I research it. I never looked it up before that day. Yes, prior I knew Lynn drank it, but only to release her pain and help her sleep, as she had said. I was lost with all this new information. Within a week or two, at most, I had went out with friends to watch a live band. I had overdrank and came home. I was in my feelings. I was thinking of Lynn and how she would have loved going to watch a live band like that back in the day. How she would still be here. How she should still be here. Her suicide letters, life, all of it. I had missed her. I was mad and angry over all of it. I wanted to relate to her. I wanted to understand why she had done the things she had did. Most of all, I wanted to be close to her again. I was trying to see what the Visine did or how it made her feel because I didn't get it. Nothing had made sense to me, and I was trying to make sense of it all. I don't know how else to explain it. I went to the bathroom and I drank Visine. I went and sat outside crying before finally going to bed. I woke up the next morning sick and not feeling good. I was to take Scott's youngest son, who I adored and loved, to a birthday party. I was mad at myself because I couldn't take him. I had cherished the time we had had with him on weekends, and I didn't know how to tell Scott. So again, I did. I lied. How could I explain? Do you know how I struggled? How many times I wanted and needed to talk to Scott about Lynn? How many times I couldn't sleep or woke up in the middle of the night and would go outside and sit crying because I loved him and I lied about Lynn as she had wanted, and it had gotten so out of control and I couldn't talk to him. Then later, when I was arrested, I no longer knew what to believe myself. After all Lynn had said and the suicide letters, I didn't know what to say or not to say. Who would believe me because it was too much? How do you explain all I knew? I knew I didn't help her. I didn't take her life, and I believed that they would realize and figure out I wasn't involved. Then they brought up the Visine, and I was afraid because I did buy it for her at her request with other regular grocery items when I went and did her shopping. I didn't go to the store just for Visine. Then they started questioning on financials, and due to my past record, it didn't really matter what I said. They had their minds made up. I asked, offered, and took a polygraph test at my own request, not theirs. To this day, I have never been given those results or have seen them. This case came about for two reasons. First, because of who Lynn's distant cousin was. He was a prior district attorney for none other than here, Waukesha County. He had no relationship with her, and when she passed, he read about it in the paper. He inquired by calling and coming in person to the medical examiner's office. He was given my name and my number by the medical examiner because I found her. He never contacted me. He turned around and C-capped me. I never called him, and when she passed, I never called him when she passed because I did not know of him, nor was he on her personal list of who to contact. The second reason was from him C-capping me. My prior forgery convictions, he said, and I quote, "It did not pass the smell test because I was on her will." It didn't matter that I admitted to those charges back then, served my time, or changed my life since. Now, years later, or a decade later, they were brought back up in my face, nor did it matter that she too had had her own lengthy record. Lynn's cousin, his name is John, her ex-boyfriend Jim, and Anthony all came in person, called multiple times, and spoke with different people here, from deputies, sheriffs, detectives, people in the medical examiner's office, probate office, and even judges. Some were even friends of theirs or acquaintances, asking questions and voicing concerns, pointing fingers at us, my mom and I. There was so much done behind the scenes that this is not normal, and for that matter, appropriate, but it still happened, and none of that was talked about either during trial. The cousin did not know Lynn, or us for that matter, but he was sure to repeatedly voice his opinion of her friends, while the two main detectives laughed and joked with him about his prior time in office and how he was such good friends with the sheriff. The detectives told him he owed them a favor, and if he could talk to their boss for them and get raises and early retirement. Those detectives went to speak to him about an investigation into his cousin's death that he pushed, and they were laughing and joking with him how he owes them a favor. And no, I am not kidding. Those same detectives went and told my family and my friends I confessed, which I never did. They told them that I stole money from her, which I did not. They told them that I am a con artist and the worst of the worst, and I pry on people who have no one. Had them believe them. There was a chance that I even poisoned them. They asked them if they knew why I was on probation and told them it was for stealing $35,000 from my grandmother, and it goes on, which is all incorrect and not true. Let me tell you, these things did not come from my family or friends telling me this. They came from me reading and listening to my own recordings in my discovery that I have listened to. My own friends believed everything these detectives told them at face value. Why? Because they are cops and they would not lie, they said. Well, they did lie many times about a lot, and even on the stand. So let's be clear, it was not just me who lied in this case. People think because they are cops, they tell the truth. Like they can do no wrong. Well, let me guess again, because they do wrong, just like anybody else. You see it every day. These detectives' evaluations and conclusions of this case were reached based upon their own biases, and the bias from the cousin of a former district attorney, where normal conclusions should have been based on an objective analysis of the evidence. I feel their jobs, as well as the others involved, made them vulnerable to official influence. Nobody has a clue what it is like being locked up for something you know you did not do. The more you speak to the detectives, how much they repeat the same question 20 different ways. I was losing my mind as they twisted and turned everything I said. It is crazy. They literally had me start thinking and believing I actually did something wrong when I knew I didn't. And they were so caught up on what they believed that it didn't matter that there was no evidence, no proof. Once their mind is made up, they were determined that what you say no longer matters because they won't believe you. The detectives were laser focused on me, where they never looked at this case objectively to view all possibilities. It took me 4 attorneys for someone to listen and get handwriting analysis done. I was the one who requested that. We got the FBI because I pushed for it, because I did not write those checks or suicide letters, and I wanted to prove it. We didn't hire an ordinary expert. We got the FBI. Why didn't the state bother to have those looked at or checked when they had years prior to do so? But yet, once again, once we got the FBI, the state tried to tell them that they requested their help. No, they did not. I did. They had even more of Lynn's writing that would have helped, but they chose not to send it off or even offer it to us to use. Do you know the state requested financial and phone records on Lynn, my mom, and I before they requested medical records? The state and the MA didn't even have or obtain her hospital records, nor did they even request them for that matter until 6 months after her death. I was a suspect in her death before they ever requested those records. Tell me how that makes sense. They didn't think it was important or part of her death to know why she was in the hospital or what had all happened to her those 2 weeks she spent there, considering she was released only 5 days before she passed. They never took me to the park when I repeatedly asked. They said there was evidence to help me. Why not tell them? So when I finally did, yet they wouldn't take me to find it, why? To this day, nobody has ever personally taken me to the park. Why? Are they afraid that I might be right? I have had 8 different attorneys and not one has even tried to put in a motion requesting the judge to allow it. They claim I did this. Why didn't I take out a life insurance policy on Lynn? Remember, as they say, I killed her for money. As the state said, I was stealing money from her for over 3 years. Why did I call 911? Stay on the scene. Why did I call wanting answers from the medical examiner? I was on probation and told my agent I had police contact. I called 911 and found her dead, that I was her personal representative and everything. I was under investigation for 6 months. If I was responsible and left in the public for almost a year after her death before I was arrested, better yet, I never ran. I could have been long gone. I had almost had a year out, but I didn't. I had no reason to. I came in to talk to the detectives. I called for answers. None of this makes sense. None. I have played the what ifs for over 5 years now from that day I found her on October 5th, 2018. Nobody knows how I wish I knew what I know now. I wish I was back sooner. I wish I had tried harder to get her help long before that day. Told the hospital and the doctors more, done more, period. I live with those regrets. But as I sit here from the beginning to now, and however many years from now it takes, I will not stop fighting because I was wrongly convicted by this crooked, corrupt, and biased county. They only put out what they wanted and allowed you to hear. And they also changed things to fit the story to use against me. My trial attorneys were not able to bring up Lynn's mother's death, which was a large reason Lynn took her own life, as she stated in her own words, in her own suicide letters, which were admitted in trial but not discussed, where Lynn explains how she poisoned her mother with Visine and how it has haunted her ever since. You heard those today at the beginning from me. Those detectives looked into her mother's death, subpoenaed multiple medical records. Some were never turned over, yet we couldn't ask or bring any of it up during trial. Again, I was on trial fighting for my life. We can't bring up how the deceased, Lynn, killed her own mother years prior when it was similar to how she took her own life, and why, if not all of why she took her life. How is that fair? I should be able to defend myself fully when these were the letters Lynn left and those were the things she wrote in them. Yet the state can bring up my old forgery charges I had over a decade ago. The state has been allowed to speak and put out anything in the media from the beginning, but I have been silenced by a protective order the courts gave me even after my conviction. The state, along with Anthony, held a press conference immediately after I was found guilty, and I still wasn't allowed to speak. But when I had put out a brief statement after the state's submission of fake letters, trying to defend myself because nobody else was speaking out for me, I was reminded by the courts of that protective order and being in violation. This is insane. I haven't been able to speak. Two witnesses, yet other witnesses have spoken to others, changing their stories to match. Hell, even the neighbor Jean, who personally knew or met Anthony or Corinne prior to Lynn's death, but sometime before trial became friends with them when I had regular contact with her before and after Lynn's death. She was who I called sometimes to check on Lynn if I couldn't be there, or if she was having a bad day to go over, or if I was going out of town, or if Lynn fell and I needed help. We talked about Lynn a lot. Then I had people who knew Lynn in situations that later refused to testify or said they didn't know things on the stand that they prior did, because I am all over the media, and who wants to defend somebody accused of a murder charge? No business is going to back me or person wants to defend me, even if it's the right thing to do, or if they know and have information to help. It is not right and it is not fair. I was allowed to be plastered all over court TV and the media like a circus show. These are real people's lives. This is not okay. It is Lynn's life, my mom's life, and my own life on public display. Yet what's being displayed is not accurate or even close to the truth. You think because they report it and it's the news that that's what they say is true? It's all about ratings and what people think they want to hear. Forget the truth or displaying the full story. This case was highly hyped up and sensational in the headlines due to the Visine aspect, but it was also extremely and purely circumstantial case with no physical evidence to back it. Yet the jury chose to convict me. And you want to talk about every defendant has the right for representation and a fair trial? That's all crap. You can't afford representation. You have to hope and pray because you are given representation from the State Public Defender's Office. How many public defenders or attorneys did I go through? 8. 8, and to date, none of them have done enough for me. And then everything is funded by their office too, which is all from the state, which is the same one who is against you. During trial, the state asked our experts about their payment and how much they were paid to testify. Truth is, everyone in my trial, including witnesses and jurors, are paid. They are all paid by the state, county, the same as the district attorneys, their experts, medical examiners, detectives, my attorneys, and my experts. So if you think the state has an unfair advantage because they are trying to portray it like that by saying my experts are being paid for, well, of course they are. They have a job to do like everyone else, and they aren't being paid to lie or change what they believe. Their lives and reputations are on the line. If anything, it is harder for me, the defense, because the state doesn't like to offer much money for the defense to hire experts. They are very limited versus the state who can get all and have all and what they need. Our experts were paid their fee to look at this case and give their honest opinion of what the evidence shows and where it leads them, and then to explain how and why they came to that conclusion. My own defense team during trial, well, let's be clear here, anyone who watched my trial or saw in person, my trial attorneys were inadequate to say the least, in a nice way. I will say they did offer some good, whether it be finding the right experts or so forth. These people were given my life, my case to represent, while I watched frustrated on the sidelines. Nobody has a clue unless you or somebody you know has been through it. It is very hard to defend yourself while sitting in jail. You can't do anything for yourself. You have to rely on other people, and that is hard because at the end of the day, they go home. It doesn't affect them while I sit. As of today, I said, I've had 8 attorneys total. There was so much that was never done, records never obtained, people never spoken to, and on and on. It is so frustrating because I wanted these. I asked and asked, what was I to do? I have even wrote the courts on things. Half of those never made it to you. And when you responded, I never got anything in writing. I had to have my friends or family CCAP for a response. I was always told to talk to my attorneys or my attorney has to do this or that. The problem is they haven't, none of them. How am I to do these things when I physically can't or am not allowed? It does not make sense here. We are talking about murder charges. This is just sick how nobody cares. Nobody does anything, and there is only so much my friends and family can do. I sit here upset, frustrated, angry, because nobody gives a damn at how screwed up and wrong this is. I came to court numerous times on things I was told was incorrect or lying regarding issues in jail, my attorneys, discovery, closed during trial, so forth. I have tried to speak up in court only to be told I can't because I have an attorney to go through. But again, they weren't doing anything. As of late, I again was told that when I came to transcripts back in December, when my trial attorneys were released, you stated that you were going to request those transcripts. Then versus waiting for appeal, because when a new attorney comes on board, they will need to review everything, and you were trying to speed up the process so they wouldn't wait or have to request them. And then stated that hopefully they can use trial video too, since it is available and would be quicker. Later, when I inquired about those transcripts, I was told that you never said that and I was wrong. I am sorry, but I am not lying or wrong. I know what I heard. I completely understand there are a lot of cases going on and the DAs, attorneys, and judges are all busy and may forget some things. But I assure you, I only have one case. This is my whole life that is on the line for it. I know what I heard, and I also wanted those transcripts too because there was things I wanted to personally review and check on. I can't go back and look at the record as easily as others, nor can I do anything for myself except ask others who were in the courtroom to verify what I heard, which I did, but waiting and counting on attorneys when they aren't helping, responding, listening, or caring, frankly, is beyond frustrating. Everyone keeps passing it on to the next person. I was told by one of my trial attorneys he would send me copies of our last day in court when he was released that I have requested for over a year of my discovery. He said not to worry, he would make sure he sent them. I wrote him 3 times and he never sent them. Then I was also told by the public defender's office they would try to get me trial video, even after they had to step down, but never got that either. I wrote the supervisor, Jeremy, recently and never received a response. It is my understanding I still have 7 to 8 boxes of my trial, discovery, and notes, etc., sitting in the public defender's office. They are not even handling my case right now because of a conflict, yet they have my discovery still in their office. Then let's talk about my team versus the state's. I went to trial and the state had 5 people who sat at the state's table during trial, 3 assistant district attorneys, and let's not forget the 2 detectives on standby, plus half the gallery on the state side, full of others from the district attorney's office, coming to watch like it's a show or run out to get whatever they need any second. What a fair fight. I got 2 attorneys and another who helped fill in. None even got to know Lynn or me, and that's my best shot, my best chance. It's not right, and it's not right. How fair do you possibly think it looks to a jury? Then the discovery issues. With today's technology, most of mine was electronic and put on a drive that I was not allowed to keep in my possession. So I had to request it in the jail when I wanted and wait to get, which I did not agree with. It should be in my possession at all times. Anyone can view and look at it in the jail or do whatever they want with it. It was lost numerous times. It was just a few weeks ago. Again, nobody could find it, and an officer and lieutenant even searched. My first attorneys were the ones who first put all my discovery together on a drive, so trying to talk to my trial attorneys and find the same things when I have no copies to compare. I wasn't allowed to bring it on a visit with them to try and view on their computer. I wasn't able to show them on the videos visit things either, since there is no computer to show them documents I am talking about, and vice versa. Nor could I release the drive to them. The few minutes you gave us during lunch or at the end of the day during trial was when some of those things were first went over, or the first time they saw things that I had pointed out. It was when I could actually go over things side by side with my attorneys, and that was during trial, and it was too late. It was a huge issue in my due process right to effectively assist in my own defense when I was not able to properly view my discovery with my attorneys. To date, some documents I have never seen or received. Some I couldn't even open because of the computers available in the jail to view my discovery doesn't have the programs needed to open the documents. I found things during trial on my attorney's computer in that time that I could have done prior but had no access. Then you should see all I have found since trial ended in my discovery. Even I am shocked that my own team attorneys never found or saw it prior to bring up. Sometimes it would just be nice to do something for yourself, since it is my life that I am fighting for, and I know the case, situation, and our lives better than anyone else. Attorneys have other clients. As much as I want to be the only one in the case they are working on, I am not. But again, when I am fighting a charge I didn't do for murder and it carries a life sentence, I have a very limited time to go over my case. It is beyond frustrating. I know most attorneys say we don't come to visit or speak to you often because it's time taken away from working on your case. But in reality, you can't fully work on a case when you don't know much or have facts that you can't get all the facts without me because you don't know us. You can't know us by just paper, as the state tried to. Early on, I couldn't even call around looking for an attorney because the jail doesn't have a phone book, which nowadays I get, but they should at least provide an attorney legal directory, and they don't. You have to rely on friends and family to do everything, and thank God I have some left. But what would those do? What about those who don't? And not to mention, it's not on your friends and family to do. When I was first being interrogated, I did ask about getting an attorney and how to go about that. The detective said I needed to call an attorney, and when I asked how and the issues, they said to go through family. The way I see it, they make it that way so you get no help, because that's what they want. Even the public defender's office won't answer a collect call from the jail. You have to pay for it. Do you know how many people don't have the $4 it is for a jail phone call? And it's never just one call. You need multiple. You are put on hold and passed around. And while on that subject, I did call the public defender's office when I was first arrested back in July 2019. And do you know nobody would help me? When they went to look me up, I wasn't charged with anything. I was on probation, on a probation hold. They said if and when I was charged, or if my probation proceeded with revocation, they would be notified and come and see me. So as far as getting help or knowing what to do or speaking with someone, I got nowhere. So yes, I did drop slips to see the detectives after my first interrogation because I did nothing wrong and nobody else was helping. I had nothing to hide and figured if I spoke to them, they would realize they were wrong. I ended up writing and waiting over 2 weeks on multiple phone calls to the public defender's office before I finally got someone to come and see me. And then I had already hired an attorney after my mom called around, but it was too late. If there's any advice I have for anyone, whether you did something wrong or not, do not speak to anyone without an attorney. They use everything and anything against you. They make you feel you did wrong, even when you didn't. They play mind games. They lie. It is all so wrong how they continue to get away with it. Everyone watched hours of my interrogations, but the truth is there was so much that was edited out, so much more that people never got to see. Again, it is only what they wanted you to see and hear. For the last 5 years, everything I do is monitored, whether it is mail, phone, or visits. Granted, I have nothing to hide, but while I was fighting my case and going through trial, it is not right because the state made sure to listen to it all. And then fair trial, well, that's all crap too. Because if it were, we would have been able to put out a full and fair trial presenting all the facts and evidence instead of it being a one-sided story by the state. I am sorry, but this is wrong, and I am paying for something I did not do, and I will have to wait years fighting an appeals process because I did not receive a fair trial. I didn't get my due process right to present my full defense to the jury. To what I watched in shock while sitting at my 4-week trial, and I am not the only one who feels this way. I have heard and listened as plenty of people in the public agreed, many who didn't even know me or Lynn, but said that this case did not make sense. I was railroaded, that I didn't get a fair fight, and I am saying I didn't, and I know I didn't. I cried and screamed every day at my attorneys. So much was missed, so much was not heard, so much was lost in translation. Nobody understands TV shows of people on trial is nothing like actual trials. Nobody should be plastered on TV. Not their trials, their court hearings, their cases, etc. None of it. People think because they saw me on TV, they know me. Well, they do not. Some say I like attention. Let's be very clear. I do not even one bit. It's quite embarrassing. It's hard. It's frustrating. It's a mess. I got people judging me on what they see, making assumptions, talking about me, saying this or that. And I try not to care what people think. But some days it just hits me, and I do, because it isn't me. I didn't do this. Or the others who pass by and whisper, there goes the eye drop killer or Visine murderer, and this and that. I don't care for any of those titles, nor is it me. I am super emotional. I cry a lot because it is a lot I am going through. During trial, I had to hide a lot of that, per my attorneys, and that was hard. During breaks, I would cry, and I was told to clean myself up because they didn't want the jury or cameras to see me like that. This is me. I am human, and this is all so much. Why can't I show who I am? Do you know the day I was convicted in jail in the pod I am housed in? The other inmates sat watching on TV. The correctional officer laughed and said what a joke I was. How I was fake crying. How if you held a cup to my eyes, it would be empty. This is no joke. This is not funny. This is my life. And I am being held responsible for taking her own life, for Lynn taking her own life. And people make a joke out of it. Nobody gets it. Nobody has a clue what my family, my friends, or more importantly, what my mom and I have or are currently going through. There are major issues the jury never got the chance to hear, all relevant, and important testimony. And also the jury had before it evidence not properly admitted, which so obscured a significant issue that it may be fairly said that the real controversy was not fully tried. The state claimed I was a lying, greedy murderer. That is what they said this case was about. They want you to believe this case was a homicide and that it was all about money and Visine. Let's be very clear here. There was no murder. I did not commit murder. I did not poison Lynn, give her pills, or anything else. She either committed suicide or died from an accidental overdose. I was not greedy. I never took $1 from Lynn, ever. Nor did Lynn die from Visine. That's what they want you to believe, because clearly having 40 to 50 pills in her system is normal. The combination of those pills alone could kill somebody. Then let's add her ailments and medical issues too. You heard the medical examiner and the pathologist list off a ton of things. Interstitial mitosis, I don't even know. Hypertension, hepatitis steatosis, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, a combination of baclofen, ropinirole, alprazolam, hydrocodone, and cyclobenzaprine use. The state says it's just Visine. because it couldn't have been there. It shouldn't have been there. The ME stated on the cause of death, States Exhibit 36, she died from tetrahydrazine or THC poisoning, manner of death, homicide. As stated on the death certificate, this fatal injury occurred at an unknown time, at an unknown date, when the decedent was given THC by another. The ME doesn't know what day or the time she died, but can say she died by THC given to her by another. How can she say that when it did not happen? And for that matter, there is no proof, no evidence, because none exists since it didn't happen. There was no fingerprint evidence, no DNA evidence, no Visine bottle taken, no water bottle taken, no plate taken, no spoon taken, no nothing taken for that matter, except some medication bottles. There was no physical evidence for this case. Then they say the scene was staged with crushed pills. Funny, because those same pills were in her tox screen. Also odd was the affidavits the very own detectives used and wrote to get records. State the plate of crushed pills was on the victim's chest or stomach, yet the picture shows them on the side table. I wonder how they got there and how fragments of those pills got on Lynn's chest. Maybe, just maybe, that happened when the medical personnel put the electrical pads on her upper body. They moved the plate, hence spilling some of the fragments. Seen as a lot of things were moved, because we saw that by pictures, not like they first took pictures, then moved items to try to save her life. No, they moved the items they needed to access her to try to save her life. Then they took pictures after the fact. Just like the spoon, whole pills, and the silver containers lying on the floor next to Lynn. Those were on the plate on her chest when I found her, not lying on the floor in the mess around her. Just like the ME said pill fragments were in her hair and shoulders. No pictures show that, nor do any reports from the deputy medical examiner. And she was the actual one on the scene, not the ME. The jury placed greater value on the testimony of the police and the state's experts than on findings of the defense's two experts, one of whom has extensive knowledge in Visine, and both who have seemed more knowledgeable than that of the state's own medical examiner. The jury chose to convict on a life sentence charge when there was no physical evidence, not single one piece. This case was purely 100% circumstantial. I was asked the other day by a family member if there was no Visine in her system, what would have happened, meaning what would they have then claimed she died from? I am wondering the same thing. What would they have used against me then? The only part they got right was I lied. I did, yes. I lied over and over about Lynn, at Lynn's request and after, because I no longer knew what I believed myself. I also tried very hard not to tell anyone about her mother's death, because I saw no reason in that, nor was it my place. Hell, I wish I never found out. I didn't want to destroy memories of Lynn with the bad for others. I felt nobody needed to know about Lynn's mother's death or what part she was involved in it, because they chose to take things this far, knowing I did not do this. I had no choice but to tell and share her letters. I have very few people left in my life, and yes, that happens too when you have been locked up a long time like I have. It can be very hard, but then I realized if those people don't believe me and walked away, then they weren't who I thought, nor are they people I need in my life. You really see who you can count on when things get tough and who's still around for you. What people don't understand or know is before all this, I was happy. I was in love with a good man and his kids. They were my whole world. I planned a life with him, and we spent our time with friends and with the kids. We were very social. In the summer, we did traveling, softball with his teenage daughter and his little one. I love spending time with them. The state tried to make this case about fighting by trying to make sense of our text messages. Yeah, so we had some arguments. Who doesn't in a relationship? But let me tell you, they were not anything like what was portrayed. We lived together. We spent most of our time together, and we had a good relationship. Yes, we gambled. We went out drinking with our friends at our friends' bars. So what's the big deal? I'm not sitting here and trying to say we didn't, nor was it our whole lives. We also took a trip to the Dells, as the state said. We were to go to the Virgin Islands, but a hurricane derailed that a week before, and we were to leave. And it took over a month to get refunded. We had the time off from our work, so we had decided to go away for an extended weekend. And Lynn offered and treated for a hotel that weekend. I was also on the phone with her often that weekend because she was super sick. And yeah, we had some great Christmases. I went all out for those kids, absolutely. The last year, we had just won $72,000 from Potawatomi the month before. So they got even more that year. I did spoil them. I don't have kids of my own, and anyone who knew me knew I always wanted them. So his were as close as I got. I didn't steal her money to buy or get them things, ever. The state has taken every single thing out of context and made it into something it wasn't. None of this matters or had anything to do with Lynn's death. Scott ended up in the ER months after Lynn died, and I was the one who fought to get him to the doctor, called around and get an appointment sooner. I was the one who took him. He ended up having emergency surgery. His sinuses were blocked, and he talked to his ex-wife while there and had a will done. He was afraid I'd be mad he listed his kids and not me. Never in a million years would I have cared or wanted different. I was close with both his exes and the kids' moms and his family. I was happy in life with him and those kids. I had a job I loved, I made good money, and had great hours. It breaks my heart I lied to him. I not only lost Lynn, but I lost him and the kids. Our friends, I've lost everything, including my life. There was no reason, no amount of money ever in the world that would make the state say, I don't care what the state says or tries to say or prove, they are wrong. And then there's those I met here daily that are forever trying to get information, get close, or turn against me. They think they know me. They whisper and talk about me. I trust so few and keep an even smaller circle. As I have said, I have nothing to hide, but me being all over the TV, I don't have to say a word. These people still try to make this up or that to help their own cases. I wouldn't wish this upon anyone. All I have been through upon anyone, including my worst enemy. I have spent months debating on what I was going to say here today, or if I was even going to talk. There has been so much I wanted to say. I hope I got it all out. I needed to say all this for Lynn, for my mom, and for I, as well as others struggling in the system or with it. I am not good at keeping my mouth shut. Usually I'm very outspoken about my frustrations and wrongs that have happened in all this. But in closing, I wanted to share why and how I am still functioning and standing after all this time. What helps me wake up and face a new day. I want people to know how my life has changed for the better and why. I want people to know how my life has changed. I want people to know that there are everyday people struggling in similar or other situations as I have realized, and it could always be worse. I am grateful for what I do have. And know that I am blessed. Even when things are hard, there is always a blessing. Even when it doesn't feel like it, and if we don't see it, sometimes it's a blessing in disguise. I have had so many blessings in disguise looking back that I didn't even realize at the time. Like early on, they were good. Like early on, when I was struggling with firing my first 2 attorneys, everyone kept saying they were good, and I'm crazy to fire them. But they did nothing for me. I went months with no contact and finally decided it was time. I got an attorney who believed in me and helped me and pushed for handwriting analysis, and we got the FBI. Or like when I lost another one of my attorneys early on due to another inmate turning against me. I ended up with another who was even better and who helped me get a pathologist when my other attorney said I couldn't get the funding. I could go on, but I am still alive, and that alone is a blessing. I woke up today. God gave me another day. So for that, I want to use this remaining time in closing and all the media coverage for some good. I hope everyone realizes life is too short. Don't forget to tell those you love every chance you can. Don't sweat the small stuff and live every day as it's your last, because tomorrow is not promised. If you know somebody struggling, be there for them. Get them help. Mental health is real. Don't wait until it is too late, or you will forever regret it. Do you know if you were to die here today, where you will go? I ask that because I do, but most don't. I spend a lot of days wondering if Lynn ever got right with God and if she is in heaven, and that is hard. I hope one day I get to see her again. Until then, I have to keep fighting because the truth shall set me free. Freedom, after all, is about remaining in truth. God made us with dignity and gave each of us free will, and we will always have a choice about our attitude. We can remain in Christ no matter where we are. As I said, the truth is I did not kill Lynn. I have played the what ifs over and over from the day I found her. One thing I have come to accept is that no matter what she did, I did, or anyone did differently, it wouldn't have mattered. That is something I have made peace with, and that was Lynn's last day on earth. She took her own life by suicide, or she accidentally overdosed. Regardless, God knew long before that that was the day she was going to die, and he knew how. It was predestined, so nothing was going to change it. This is how I was finally able to accept her being gone and was struggling with what more I could have done. Whether prior to that day or getting more help or coming back sooner or whatever else, it wouldn't have mattered. This is something most people do not realize. God knows us. He created us. He knows everything, including the day we were born to the day we die. He chose that for her, so nothing was going to change it. This is the part that is hard for us. It is the loss of her being here. It is that she is not here with us. I get that because anyone who knew her, I would hope would feel that, but that doesn't mean you can't ruin somebody else's life over what she did to herself. You can't change what actually happened to whatever version you want because you don't like the truth. You can't blame somebody for something they didn't do. You can't put that on somebody else. You just can't. It is a lot to be accused and convicted of murder when I didn't do it. It won't bring her back and it won't make her life any easier. You're holding me responsible for what she did. Those were her decisions, her choices, her actions, and no one else's. Not even mine. One of the hardest lessons in all this, God keeps showing me, we are to love our enemies and pray for those who persecute us. But that is tough. I am trying more than anyone realizes, but mark my words when I say you are sending an innocent person to prison today. And when, not if, but when my appeal happens, my conviction is overturned, you will see that I was right and that I maintained my innocence from the beginning. And that can be on this county, this medical examiner, the detectives, the DA, the jurors, and you, Judge Dorow. All of you will have to live with that. All this time I sat, I can't get back these 5 years I have lost. I won't ever be able to have kids as I have always wanted and have someone call me mom or be there for my grandparents in their remaining years or when they pass. My grandmother now has dementia, which I am almost grateful for because we were so close that this would be too much if she remembered or realized what was happening. At the beginning of this, she was there for me and would still be. She just doesn't understand or know what's really happening. She also knew Lynn very well and all her issues. It is very hard because I don't get to see or talk to her and be there for her. I don't remember the last time I got to hug her or my mom for that matter. It's been over 4.5 years now. I have missed weddings and births and so much more. I haven't been outside or even seen the outside in almost 3 years because jail is not designed to house inmates long term. There's so much I am missing and can't be a part of, and even so much more to come. I am working very hard on forgiving all, but it doesn't make any of this easier or right. I know, Lynn knows, and God knows I did not do this. I can stand by that because even though I don't have much faith in our justice system or this county, I do in God. Before all this, my faith or lack of, mostly because I did not make time for him to be a part of my life. I did believe in him prior, but that was about it. This situation gave me a lot of time to search for answers and question everything, and even now I still do. Trust the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding, because we aren't always meant to understand, and sometimes what we go through is to learn from our trials and to be there for someone else's during theirs, or just to sit us down because we need to get something right. What I found is I want to be in control of me and my situation, but I am not, nor can I currently change anything. So I need to trust and give it all to God. This trust at times is hard and doesn't always come easily. The results may not be everything or anything I ever envisioned, but I have to continue to trust in God, for He knows what He is doing. I always felt so alone, but I have come to realize I am not. Even now, years later, I know I would not have survived all I have without God and His Word. I still question a lot. I don't understand the whys and the struggle, but I can say without my faith, I would have taken my life long ago like Lynn. I have been through so much, and for what I don't know. What I do know is I did not take Lynn's life. It is so unfair, but God has a reason, a plan, and a purpose for it all. I hope, no, I know, He will make this right in His time and His way. One of my favorite verses, Jeremiah 29:11 says, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." And I do believe, as I said, this all happened for a reason, and there is to be some good to come from out of all of this. So many people work to make this case about me and against me, but it is not the truth. During trial, the people who knew me said that this is not me. They didn't see this or think I would do this. They questioned the police on a lot of things. They were lied to by both the police and even me. I don't hide that, but even they said that I was kind, nice, would do anything for anybody. They trusted me with their children. These same people were my friends. They testified for the state because I lied to them. Yet they still said kind words about me. Why? Because that was me and is me. How often does that happen for the state's own witnesses? Lynn was my family. These so-called friends of hers were not around her last years. I was, and even being around her daily, there's so much I didn't see or know. Nobody in this case actually bothered to spend the time to getting to know Lynn, my mom, or I enough to talk about us, prosecute us, or even defend us. Even after all I have been through, I still love and miss her every day. If God is for us, who can be against us? Well, as I have been learning, it doesn't matter who is against us. It can be everything, everyone, and sometimes it seems like it. But as long as I have God in my life, it doesn't matter, because that's all anyone needs. He will be my strength, my defender, and my protector. The Lord is with me. I will not be afraid. What can mere mortals do to me? So you can say all and do all you want to me. Even after being convicted, the state is still trying, but try as they might. We all saw months back when the state turned over some letters days prior to my sentencing to make me look bad, and it backfired. When they can't even make sense of them or what they had clearly showing that was a setup or someone framing me. Remember they said the envelope that was folded in half, stamped by the jail, but not mailed, hand-delivered with letters asking somebody to make a tape? Even though I know there's still a tape out there in Lynn's voice, as anyone who knew her would know her voice, but nobody wants to take me to find it or get it in Whitnall Park. And to make notarized papers, when I know, because I was with Lynn at the bank, when she got papers notarized, they keep logs of what they notarize, nor can you make a fake notary. So I would ask somebody to do that. Why? Again, I am in jail with cameras all over. As we saw, this is just added in. As we saw Amy today on the tape, there was an envelope. I've never denied an envelope. If anybody would bother to speak with Attorney Kukler, who was my attorney, it was sent to her, and it is to her, and it was for everything done wrong during trial. I know they listened to the tapes. I know they listened to my recordings, and it says that. I have never denied sending out an envelope. And Amy took it to the desk to see her boyfriend who was next door. I have never changed that. You also state that there was a J on the envelope. My first name starts with a J, just to be clear. Why don't you start looking at the detectives, jail staff, or other inmates? Because this crap is getting old. Oh, that's right. They already had. They made other inmates make up stories on me and on this envelope too. Again, why? Because they want a better deal for themselves on their own cases. Amy was also sentenced the day before she had spoke to the detectives. Why not ask the former inmate who lied on the stand how she is doing? Well, I will tell you. She is back in jail in more trouble. So I am sure she has or will reach back out, trying to offer some more made-up information for you to help, or better yet, why not ask the detectives to reach out offering promises, because they have done that multiple times. I have a friend who was willing to write on my behalf because they tried that with her. Her uncle is an attorney. She had no information to give them, and they repeatedly told her that they would offer her a deal or get her into treatment sooner. I asked repeatedly to be allowed to go to Whitnall Park, where those items were buried by me, for police to take me to the park. To this day, nobody has taken me, nor have my attorneys tried to get the judge to allow it either. They said they took a videotape. Also on that tape is it frozen in time multiple times. Nobody has physically taken me out of custody to get it, and I don't understand why. The time, energy, and money that was spent on pre-sentence investigation reports that were done for my sentencing could have been put towards finding that evidence or something more important that would have actually benefited my trial or case, when we all know those reports say what those reports say won't change the outcome of your sentence here today. How many other people have been convicted because of one reason or another? Nobody bothered to look for crucial evidence, still there and waiting to be discovered. You then say you can use those letters against me for sentencing. How is that right? I am not charged with those or even convicted, but you want and can use that against me. So again, as I said, what can mere mortals do to me? You can all say or do what you want to me. Even after being convicted, the state is still trying, but try as they might, I am sure they will keep doing all they can, as I know I will too. It will not silence me. It will not break me, nor will it change that I did not take her life. We are hard pressed on every side, but not crushed, perplexed, but not in despair, persecuted, but not abandoned,
Sorry.
struck down, but not destroyed. 2 weeks before my sentencing, I had a meeting with my attorney regarding restitution. The state is requesting almost $400,000 in restitution in an 86-page document that was submitted to the courts that was under seal, where even I can't get a copy to thoroughly go through it. I did review it with my attorney briefly, but have not been able to thoroughly go through it. But I was to agree or dispute within 2 weeks. How am I to do that without exactly thoroughly going through it? These numbers and figures that all came out in trial, so I am not sure why it is a secret and sealed. Yet the envelope with the fake letters brought up prior to jail, not from the jail, not mailed from the jail, mailed from the jail, who knows, was submitted to the courts at sentencing materials before my prior sentencing date, and that wasn't talked about during trial, but that was sealed. That was not sealed. It makes no sense. They can again pick and choose who sees and hears what they want and what they can't. But it is up to my attorneys to request to seal something. But again, I did not have attorneys working for my best interest or doing anything at that time. They were too busy saving themselves to help me, talk to me, or file anything on my behalf except withdrawal. And because I had counsel listed on record, I could not do anything for myself with the courts or get another attorney to. Defendants are at a huge loss to try and defend themselves or help in their own defense. It is damn near impossible, and that is unacceptable. It needs to change. There is no such thing as all defendants are to be considered innocent until proven guilty by the court of law. I was guilty from the beginning and never had a proper and fair chance to prove my innocence. So do your best, but I am still standing. I am still fighting, and I will not give up, as God is my witness. This case is far from over. You may think by convicting me and sentencing me that it is, but it is not over by a long shot. Until my conviction is overturned and my name is cleared, I will not rest, as I know neither will Lynn. I know a lot of people may have things to say since I have talked about God, but that is between me and God. I know as you sit here, you're probably thinking you've been convicted. Yes, I have, but I also know there are people who have been imprisoned who were wrongly convicted for crimes they did not commit. It happens, and it did happen in this case. I was advised to expect and prepare myself for you to hand on a sentence of life without parole. But even in judgment, God is merciful. So I ask you, put aside what many others are expecting and asking of you, and to leave the outside influences of media and politics behind, as you have seen, heard, and know more of the facts and circumstantial evidence of this case than most. As I stand before you, or sit, I am asking you to be fair, just, and merciful with my sentence today, because even though I was convicted, my innocence will prevail in God's time. Here at Waukesha County Jail, where I have been incarcerated for over 2 years, I started reading to the whole pod before bed, nightly devotions and prayers to the ladies, when someone was to be released, whether they were headed home, another jail, prison, or treatment. I would share one of my favorite verses, which is Joshua 1:9. Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. So I may be going to prison for now, but I will be okay. I will not be alone, and this is not the end of my story. I will continue fighting for Lynn's truth and mine. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank goodness. Oh my
Attorney Jones,
God.
do you have anything else to offer?
Oh, Your
Yeah.
Honor.
All right, court's going to take a 90-minute break. We'll come back out for the court sentencing remarks then. We are in recess.
Good Lord. Have mercy on all of us. I don't know if you guys could see her paper. That was single space paper. Oh my gosh. You know, she ought to be happy that these are being shown and streamed by whether it's court TV or people like me or whatever, because there are some unjust and unfair trials out there. And there are some people that are probably, well, they're not probably, there are people that are in prison that shouldn't be. She's just not one of them. So if she really thinks that, she ought to be happy that court TV and law and crime is there and that people like me are there, because sunlight is the best disinfectant. And, you know, we're there, we're watching, and it keeps these people accountable. Hopefully, maybe. I lost my cursor again. Oh, there it is. Also, I really, really, really want the detectives to take her on a field trip and let her go find all the stuff buried in the park that's going to exonerate her, because I'm pretty sure they took metal detectors. Yep, we're alive out there, and I'm pretty sure that they couldn't find anything. So they went out there, if I remember correctly, they went out there twice looking for all this stupid stuff she said is there that we all know is not there. Unless her mom's gone out and buried it now. Yeah, I knew we would catch up. I don't know how long until the judge comes back. But yeah, we're alive. Yeah, I just don't. This woman. Okay, so you just retried the K. You just retried it. Anybody's mind changed? Mine didn't. And it took me a long time when I was streaming this. Carmen was in there to be convinced she did this. But then she convinced me herself with her own words and her own actions. They said 90 minutes, and I didn't look to see how far I slid it forward. So I don't know, Gabby. I'm sorry. I was just so happy she was done. I just wanted to get it to live. I figured the judge would be like, okay, well, I've listened to you long enough. I don't need any time to deliberate. I just need a quick bathroom break, and I'll be right back. I mean, she was still all over the place in that statement. First, she was throwing her public defenders that tried the case with her under the bus. And then she was talking about how well they did. And then she threw them back under the bus again. I mean, it was just make up your mind, woman. Yeah, but we don't have 90 minutes because we still had time. We still had a little buffer there for time. That was the longest statement I have ever seen. So one thing I did catch in the state's statements, the $13,597 that was listed as restitution was the remaining balance, I believe, in Lynn's estate, and that is due to Anthony Posa. And then they want that money I guess then they'll want that money reimbursed from Jessy. It's not going to happen. Just like that poor state's expert witness from that labs isn't going to get $16,000 from her. So I hope they get paid. that MNS Labs or MSN Lab, not MSN, that's a channel. Whatever. It's a lab. They were there. I think she was there for a couple of days on the stand. But yeah, and then she kept talking. Lynn was happy. Lynn was miserable. Lynn was happy. Lynn was miserable. She felt good. She was sick. It's like, make up your mind. You don't even know where you're going. Her mom, I'm sorry, Mom. Those letters were in court. I believe it was shown that Jessy wrote those letters and that Lynn did not write those letters. So it's real convenient now that you have letters from Lynn supposedly saying Jessy wrote the letters. I mean, I get it. Her mom probably doesn't want to believe that her daughter did this. But she was at the trial. She saw everything. So, I Larry. Sure. What, that's the joke? Want to hear a joke? Just go back and listen to that. I don't want to go back and listen to that ever. I mean, I still don't know. I mean, I'm not accusing her mom of anything, but I just don't think her hands are clean in all of this. I think she just got lucky that they have who they want. I'll lay it on us, Gabby. We have time. Oh, by the way, we will not be doing anything else after this today. See, that first sentencing took less than 20 minutes. And we are at 3 hours and 42 minutes, 43 minutes. And still not done. Still not done. Waiting for Gabby's joke. So I don't know. The state reminded me so many details I'd forgotten since this trial happened. This woman just did so much. Well, I'm not a blonde. So you have to ask Carmen. I don't know how she came out a blonde. Because I'm not blonde and her dad is not blonde. We did just lose 3 viewers when you asked that question, Gabby. To Teo T something. Oh, we're down another viewer. That was a good try, Gabby. It was good. Good effort. She was for that joke. Especially when you're a brunette. So while we're waiting, I do have a question. The trial that we started covering on Wednesday, was that Wednesday? Wednesday. Uh, do you guys want to keep going on that one? Or do you want to jump off that one? Because that one and start. Sure, you tell that. I thought that was the blonde joke. And start a different one. And then I'll just tell you the outcome of that one. Oh my gosh. I have no idea. I have a feeling I should know why a blonde has square boobs. Well, I hope she uses the Kleenexes with lotion. All right, don't let me forget. I turned my volume down a little bit. When the court comes back, I turn it back up. Oh my. Yes, Bazinga. Carmen, were you around the other day still? Something happened in that courtroom and it straight up sounded like a giant spit into a spittoon. It was hilarious. Oh, I did look up, I didn't look, well, I kind of looked it up. So the YSL, yeah, Young Slime Life, I think is, so that trial is down in Atlanta. And I guess it's an Atlanta thing because that Young Thug Rico trial down there, he's YSL. Young Thug YSL, I guess, or something. I don't know. I don't listen to his music, his rap, but I don't know if these guys were wanted to be part of that or if they were just doing their own offshoot of it or what. But I will say and we only saw the first day. I didn't think the state had any evidence really. And I listened to the very end of yesterday and the DNA person was there and there still is no, she had only, she did not have any of their DNA. They only had the victims of the carjacking. They had 4 face masks that she tested, and um, none of it came back to either one of the defendants, only the victim. And so I don't know. I don't know how they're going to tie these 2 boys to this. I see what you did there, Gabby. do you give prisoners for dessert? Jelly beans. Oh my gosh. That was like a super dad joke. Carmen, your dad had to go he had to go pick his cot up to sleep on Sunday into Monday. He's not happy. He told me he had two if I wanted to go, and I was like, you better have six because we can't leave the dogs home by themselves, and they don't sleep on the floor. I don't know. What does a lawyer order to drink? I read that first as what does a lawyer say to his drink. Just ice. Oh, no, since I took that out, she'll probably come back. Everything was going so fast. Now it's just like at a crawl. When a chicken graduates from law school, he becomes a legal tender. Chicken tenders. That's yummy. I'm scared to know the answer. You know what it's called when a prisoner takes their own mugshot? A selfie. Let me guess, you'll be here all week. Hey, Carmen, have you checked tracking yet today? I haven't checked since early this morning. I think she keeps checking off here, I think, to get jokes. Notice all Carmen's jokes are prison jokes. What she knows. Well, sorry, there was something was rumbling down my driveway. Isn't that? Gabby, I would ask you if you still want to watch the trial that we started on Wednesday, but you'll say, I'll just watch whatever you put on, AJ. No help. No help. I know. Oop. Hey, you can't say that word. It's a little person. Yes, I know, basically. Cheryl, I I am glad that somebody else is enjoying them. I'm glad that they are entertaining somebody else other than me. That makes me feel better. Well, you guys are like the in-house entertainment now, so no pressure. Why did the belt get arrested? Because he held up a pair of pants. Oh, I hate that I laugh at him so easily. I don't know what that says about me. I have a good sense of humor. That's what it is. We'll just go with that one. I tried to, I tried to type, because Carmen, I know you got put in YouTube jail earlier. Gabby, I don't know if you did or not. I tried to type in that I wanted the detectives to take her on a field trip because and I said I'd live stream it, and it would not let me send I'd live stream it. Like, what's wrong with that? I go to the park, take some video of her finding nothing, and then complaining because trees moved or something. Where did the cops find the escaped clown? Silicon Valley. Yeah, I had to send it. I tried a couple different ways to send it, and I couldn't. I didn't know you could see it when I got blocked. Just okay. I didn't say I would unalive stream. Do you wonder what Judge Dorow is going to come back and say? I figured the state might give somewhat of a rebuttal, but maybe they just figured, eh, nobody's buying that. I'll hand it to her. If she wrote all that out by hand, which it looked like she did from what I could see, good for her. Whatever. It doesn't sound like her and Amy, who she handed the letter to get it out, are friends anymore. Don't think she'll be handing her any more letters. I do wonder what the 70-year-old woman went to jail for. 4.5 months. That's a long time. I don't remember her name, or I'd go see if I could find it. But she was like, "Yeah, Jesse wanted to be my friend." I'm like, no, Jesse wants your money. She wants your social security or anything that she thinks you have that's of value. That's what she wants. Like, please don't think she's your friend. She was only dealing daily beans in jail. That's not what got her there. I'm gonna read it. You've all been warned. A man is getting a checkup as a doctor. Getting a checkup. Doctor says, you have to stop playing with yourself. The man says, why? He says, because I'm trying to examine you. Yeah, folks. That's Gabby. So, hey, Gabby, you better tell your husband if he wants to see the eclipse, he's going to have to come to my house because everywhere is going to be cloudy. I will let you park in my driveway for free. I think Carmen, Texas is supposed to have storms that day, so I don't think you guys are going to be able to see it either. Yeah, you may want to check the weather before you head out in the craziness for reals. So you don't make a trip for nothing. I mean, I am just a long day's drive, really long day. Maybe it'll clear off for you guys. I'm worried it's going to make things even more crazy around here than what they're supposedly going to get. And then part of me wonders if it's really going to get that crazy. I don't know that I'll know because I don't plan on leaving. What do you call a snobbish criminal walking down the stairs? Condescending. Condescending, condescending. That one you have to. That one you kind of have to read. A condescending, descending. The best way I can put it if you're listening and not reading. Trying to do better at reading for the people that are listening. I really like this. Police officer to Jessy Kurczweski. You're going to jail for forgery. Jessy slides a $37 bill over and says, what about now? See, I'm glad Cheryl's still here. I'm glad she's hanging in. Thank you, Cheryl. So I assume when we come back, Judge Dorow's just going right into it, right? There's nothing, the state had a chance to say, the state said nothing else, right? I know her judge, her attorney said nothing further. Did she say she had like 8 boxes of stuff in the public defender's office, and she just wants to keep that with her in their pod where she's at? How does she think that's going to work? And I'm going to say wherever she's going is not going to be as nice as where she was. I know I've just like said this 1,000 times. That jail was the nicest jail I've ever seen. had carpet in the pod and in the day room, had nice little gaming tables. It wasn't just all like school lunch tables. It was a nice jail. Guess if I ever decide if I want to go to jail, I will go to Waukesha. I won't go to Kenosha because I know I'd never get out. It looked fairly new. It's clean. Gonna miss it. Yeah. You had more than that. you that jail is in bad shape, and they just keep dragging their feet on it. They have another place that they want to build it. It's perfect. And then somebody was like, yeah, but the buses don't run there. Like, but they could make it. The county and the city could come to an agreement. It's easy. It's in a big space. Stop messing around with this. It's as bad as my county. I'm like going 10 years now waiting for them to build a new jail. Already raised our taxes for it. Like, just get it done. Yeah, I agree. It's just stupid. I mean, it's not so they can house more people. It's so that the people that are there can be safe. I don't think people understand the wear and tear that goes on in those places. Not good. Not good at all. Yeah, if you're talking about the new spot. And our county's taken so long to do it. The cost went up from 3 million to 10 million. That was a few years ago. So I can't even imagine what it is now. Like, so hey, let's just keep sitting on it because our county has so much not money. We don't have any. More jokes, Carmen? Well, I mean, it should be because it's a lot bigger than our little towns. You know, if Bloomington gets the 300 to 500,000 people they're expecting for this eclipse, I don't know where they're going to put them when they do break the law. And if our county gets, my town's 2,200 people, if they get what'd you say, 50 to 70, 20 to 50,000 people they're expecting, I don't know where they're going to put them, even if they don't get in trouble. What do you call a fish wearing a bow tie, Gabby? We all want to know. Tuxedo? Oh, sophisticated. I want to call him a tuxedo fish. What do you call a fish who's a hooker? I'm scared of the answer. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Oh, yep. I'll just put it up there. I'm not reading it. All right, it's a blowfish. That's what it is. We have movement. At least the camera's back. Like my daughter trying to make me say things. Dear math, grow up and solve your own problems. Sincerely. Ha ha ha. It can't, Gabby. It's always trying to find its ex. Right. Well, the court is back on. It is so true. It's so true. I never understood why letters were in math. I hated it. Letters started being in math. I was like, this is not my cup of tea. That might be true, and it might have been my cup of tea, but it was not. Yes. The thing about Judge Dorow's courtroom, the audio should be good. She's like a Judge Oompa Loompa was. I can only call her that because I can't think of her name, and I don't mean it disrespectful. She was just really short. But man, her audio was good. Also a Wisconsin judge. Poor thing had to deal with Gravely. Carmen, that's not what I wanted to hear. Does it say why? I'm about to just. Post office and I are not getting along. Mailed a package. Tomorrow will be 2 weeks ago from Indiana to Texas. I could have walked down there and handed it to Carmen myself and came back home. She still does not have it, and it was last in Arizona. It's like, why is it in Arizona? Got stuck somewhere, and nobody knows why. And then all of a sudden, another tracking number came up, and nobody can tell us that either. Yeah, don't like that it says on hold. Oh, I read that wrong, Carmen. My rant still stands. Because it's still been 2 weeks and you don't have it, and it's still in Arizona since yesterday. You said, "Oh yeah, tracking hold on." Yeah, I thought you said on hold. I guess I haven't. What are you talking about? On the speaker or camera? Did you run out of jokes? Cheryl and I were counting on you. Oh, you're talking about a real spider. I thought you were talking about the thing in the courtroom. Well, you're better than me because I wouldn't. I wouldn't smush it because I don't like it. I would be kicking it out the door. I'm gonna not read anything else because I read that and it was on the not on the bottom of your shoe. Not that you unalived it, but it was on the. Never mind. I just yes. R.I.P. little spider. R.I.P. May your web fly high. I swear I'm only drinking water. Maybe that's my problem. All right, come on, Court. Teasing us. Uh-oh. You're coming to my house to watch the eclipse. Yeah. But I think my dogs will be taller than you. Yeah, that's the worst word. And you know what? I accidentally said it myself the other night. I'm like, what are you doing? Worst word ever. Worse than moist. Carmen, you're welcome. She's gonna be like, what did I do? I've never understood people being freaked out by that word. But I guess people didn't understand why I don't like the word poo. P-O-O-H is just fine. Winnie the Pooh is just fine. Take that H off. It's gross. Moist. It's probably about to unalive me. Are you? They were saying, that's good because you're on Gabby's side of the world. Uh, Yesterday there was literally just a little cutout of my state, and everywhere else had cloud cover. I really just want everybody to have a good view of it. I didn't say poop. Poop is funny. Poo is gross. Moist. All right, Gabby, there's hope for you. I'm gonna stare at the clock on the wall. They keep teasing us. Moving. I don't like earthquakes. I know Chrissy likes they're no big deal, but she's in California where they aren't a big deal most of the time. I've only felt one, and that was enough, and all the little aftershocks the rest of the time. Enough. That poor woman who was doing whatever with her kid. I was like, woman, I can't see you. I can't save you, but I hear what's being said, or I can read what's being said to you, and you better do what she says. Thought I was going to have to get you some bail money really, really fast. Yeah, her little kid like vibrated out into the road because of the earthquake. I was like, get out of the road. It's your kid. Oh, they took us back. Not nice. I was so hopeful. Maybe that means we're close. Well, we have 10 minutes. No, she should not let her kid in the road. You are correct. And apparently she did not get her kid out of the road for quite some time because you were yelling at her. Yes, get it right. But no worries, Gabby, because your voice to text conversation that you were having in your car to a woman outside who I don't think could hear you was more entertaining than the lies that we were hearing from Jessy and her mother. And that was just awful. And I was surprised. I don't know what the judge could do. Oh, well, excuse me. I also stand corrected, as with Carmen. I did not realize you rolled down your window so she could hear you. And that poor little kid, he learned some new words. He's gonna go home, and his dad's gonna come home after a hard day of work and be like, "Daddy, what's a douche-wanker?" Well, maybe it was his first time. He didn't know what a street was till today. He's not really running them. Oh my gosh, come on, Judge. I kind of feel like some judges come in and they know exactly what they're going to do. Like Blake Scanlon that we watched on Wednesday. Uh, he had no option but life. She has no option but life, other than she just may get paroled at some point. I don't know that after today the judge is going to be like, sure, because you obviously are good. Sorry. Oh, typos. Yeah, Gabby, you've been getting away with everything today. And Carmen's like, it's sunny out. And they're like, time out. I think that is true for her today. Carmen, I love flowers and YouTube's time out. She keeps having to ask, can you see me? Can you see my chat? Well, I can't get that one to go away. There we go. All right, Judge, let's go. But anyway, I'm sure she took time to eat lunch and get her thoughts together. Does she need 90 minutes? I've been trying to figure out when I know the day, but I've been trying to, as it gets closer, I'll to figure out the time uh, for Katrina Mendoza's sentencing. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be in Judge Boyd's courtroom, which would have been awesome. But I need to figure out the time. Yes, I do want to hear Chrissy's gang names since we all came up with them the other day while watching that trial. Oh, Thursday. Oh my gosh, I can't believe she didn't make any comments about the two detectives sitting behind the state today. That's like straight up her alley. Never mind. Oh, so it's your brother. He's always asking everybody if they want to see a magic trick. And the answer to that question, always no. Yeah, improve Coast Guard. Oh, a little thirsty. She disappeared on us. She's like spring breaking and stuff out there. Well, there is some truth to that, Carmen. You are in the twilight zone. I love it, especially like the old ones when they try to do what the future was going to look like. I'm sitting here going, wasn't that great? And doesn't look anything like that. Uh oh. Knock, knock. Who's there? KGB. Ooh, I think, you mean stop? We'll ask the questions. Please don't slap me. Why'd you change your name back to from Little Koala, Carmen? I know. Great. I'm hoping she's going to come back at 3 o'clock. 1 minute. His last hearing I did, but you can't hear him at all. And nothing really happened except his ankle monitored thing. Ooh, like, yikes. Yeah, it was just kind of like, okay. Cheryl, do you have any jokes? Well, I'm kind of like, did he forget to charge it, or did they be like, I'll put my tinfoil conspiracy theory hat on for a moment and just, did they drain the battery? Because wouldn't that be something? Yeah, especially because it looked like so I don't know if he was talking about the time in February, because there's a thing back in February where he did not charge it, but I thought they were going to go get him, and that they didn't. Nothing was ever said about it. So I wondered if that happened then, and that's what the judge was saying. If you do this again, then I will, then you're coming back. I mean, this judge isn't going to mess around. The judge is following the rules, so that's good, because if you want him to follow all of them, but yeah, I don't think he'll kind of make that mistake again. No, you would not, Carmen, because your phone is always at 1%. Um, I I don't know, Cheryl. Uh, Most likely they will be inside sound asleep because that's generally where they are. Um, but I'm curious because the last one we had was we just got a little bit. We didn't do we weren't in the path of totality. So and that didn't seem to do anything to them. So I don't know. How does the moon cut its hair? I'm just trying to think what these things could be because they're always so simple. Oh, I think we have movement. Oh, Jesus, court TV. Come on, Judge Dorow. Ready for you to lay some truth down on this woman. She needs it. Yeah, well, Carmen, you'll disappear then. You go charge it. Waiting on the answer, Gabby. He didn't tell us how the moon cut his hair. All right, turning my volume back up. I think that lady that was her friend in jail that was there throughout all the court proceedings, I think no, it was her mom. He clips it. That's how the moon cuts his Yeah, maybe not put the hot mic on there while he's explaining this stuff to her. Well, Carmen, he looks like a lawyer from Newville. Um, he seems like a more confident attorney than her last pair. If you say, let's get ready to rumble, if the judge comes out in tennis shoes and her hair pulled back, then that's what we know is getting ready to happen. I wonder who that guy is sitting back there. I wonder if that's that woman's husband that was in jail. Yes. Oh, he's got suspenders on. You don't see that very often. Jesse's planning her escape. Maybe she's saying, hey, do you think that my hours long reading of a novel convinced Judge Dorow to let me walk out of here today? I'm gonna say no, Jesse. Maybe just made her mad. I would say Jesse's not gotten. I think she's eating the jail food because she's not blown up like a lot of inmates do that don't eat the jail food. Yes. She is like, so which money do you have in your bank account? Can I pass for your wife? Can I, if I go get an ID in her name, will I look like her? Jesse's older than she looks. I don't remember how old she have it. Yeah. So she was born in 84. 2/18/84. So she's older than she looks, in my opinion. That's all I have here is opinions. Well, an opinion. Mine. He's got a big, is that a widow's peak? He's got a big widow's peak. I don't have that big of one. I was looking at this news story yesterday because they did a big drug bust sometime. I don't know. Everybody got sentenced. This guy, he just had right here was like a mohawk. He looked like a rooster. Here she comes to wreck the day. So I was reading through all these sentences and I get to the last one and they dismissed, they're like, said what everything was, and then they're like, but the state dismissed all the charges. And I thought, well, what this guy, how come he got off so easily? And then the last sentence was because he died. I was like, never mind. Here she comes. Oh, nope. Kidding. They're like, well, guess you can't sentence him then because he's not here. She's like, wait up. I can't get out of my chair. He's like, what if I bring you pizza? There's always somebody that looks like that in the courtroom. I will give the state, I can't think of his name, and I feel really bad. He kind of drove me nuts in our trial, but he did a good job this morning. Except with his coffee cup. I really wanted to go take that coffee cup away from him. Like, stop moving your coffee cup. Oh, that is the very last thing I need to happen is for you and Carmen to be twinning. You can never twin on the same day. No twinning. He's like, all right, sorry. You don't get any pizza. I forgot. You can't leave. He's like, I think I'll get some pepperoni sausage. Would you like that? Yeah. All right. Me too. Sorry. There we go.
Please be seated. Thank you. Let me make the dollar.
Maybe.
We are back on the record in State versus Jessy Kurczweski. Appearances are as they were before. Court has reconvened after the lunch hour to pronounce sentence in this case. Before I pronounce sentence, though, I do want to go through some of the remarks that were made here today and my impressions of this case, this trial, and the jury's verdict. Not commenting on their verdict, but we're here today, first and foremost, because there were 3 jury verdicts in this case, 3 guilty verdicts, 1 for intentional homicide and 2 for theft. And that, of course, was the culmination of a case that was initially filed in June of 2021. Of course, not the start of the investigation, not the start of legal problems for the defendant. I'm well aware that ultimately in 2019, you were revoked in part due to allegations related to these charges. And it was basically upon your discharge the day before that this case was filed. Now, from my perspective, not only was this a very unusual case due to the allegation of a poisoning by an over-the-counter substance found in Visine, it was unusual because of the amount of time that was put into the investigation. I don't think anyone watching this trial, sitting in this courtroom, or even watching, summaries of it, was surprised that in October of 2018, the death investigation, which was very normal, anytime someone was found deceased outside of a hospital setting, required a death investigation. I don't think anyone was surprised that initially people on scene thought it was a suicide. That's the call that came in. That's how really the scene looked. I think it was Detective Lober who said there were no signs of forced entry. He looked outside, he looked inside. There wasn't anything to suggest any type of external trauma. He'd been on overdose cases in the past. There weren't any syringes found or anything like that, but there were the crushed pills and some other things. And I think that scene was made to look a certain way for a reason. On the one hand, the defendant wants us to believe that this is all a big mistake, that this was a suicide. And of course, the state presented a case to a jury with a lot of evidence, and a jury found that it was not a suicide. And I'll be more specific. They were not asked to determine whether it was suicide. They were asked to determine whether it was a homicide. And of course, if a jury believed it were a suicide, they would have found you not guilty. That would have been their reasonable doubt. But that's not what they did. But that investigation, like any investigation into a death, doesn't happen overnight. Doesn't happen in a vacuum. Samples are taken from the body, and those samples are ultimately tested. What I think is really interesting for me is that somewhere along the way, a very astute scientist thought it was important enough to ask NMS Labs, that's I'm sure one of their scientists, to include in their expanded panel tetrahydrozoline, an over-the-counter, a drug found in over-the-counter medication. I don't want to say it was a trend, but I know when listening to the testimony of Dr. Kacinko, she said one of her responsibilities was to look for trends in drugs. And even when we listened and heard Dr. B testify, she talked about how while this may have been the first poisoning she had seen through tetrahydrozoline, it was not the first time she was faced with looking at something novel or new. That's part of her job. I mean, scientists do this all the time. They take known information, known data, known research, and when faced with something not seen before, they render opinions, they extrapolate. That's how medicine grows and advances are made, whether it be by pathologists who are medical examiners or cancer researcher. And if you kind of flip it around and think about cancer research, we would praise someone for that type of work. And so unbeknownst to everyone in this courtroom, in 2018, tetrahydrozoline was not something we expected to find. It was not something any of these detectives knew was even going to be screened for. It was not something the medical examiner knew to screen for. And I do believe it was something you, Ms. Kurczweski, banked on no one testing for. As you know, I sat through this entire trial, and not just this trial, but obviously the entire case, presiding over a variety of motion hearings, including the Daubert motions, where I heard from a couple of the experts and made some rulings. And I know you take issue with a lot of my rulings, and I will gladly challenge those. You can challenge those on appeal. I'm one person sitting up here doing the best that I can, given the law and the facts that are before me. And whether it's 3 individuals on the Court of Appeals, if that's appropriate, or all the way up to the Supreme Court wants to review and tell me I got it wrong, I am human, but I don't think I got it wrong in this case. You may not agree with the decisions that I made, but let me tell you, I did my utmost to ensure that you had a fair trial. Every step along the way, wanting to make sure if I delayed something, you were okay with it, because I knew, because you made it abundantly clear, you were waiting for your day in court. And you and I had a number of colloquies or conversations in this courtroom or other courtrooms about the delays. Because honestly, I want to make sure that any trial, especially a homicide trial, is done right the first time. It's of no benefit to anyone if convictions get reversed on appeal. It happens sometimes. There's advances or new evidence or whatever the case may be. You complain, for example, about my protective order. And I think little do you realize, not only did I put that in place for the integrity of these proceedings, it was put in place to protect you. See, I've sat in the shoes of Attorney Jones. I didn't like when there were surprises. As an attorney, as a defense attorney, I wanted to control the narrative as best as I could to protect my client and his or her rights. Now, when I was on the other side, in the state's table or at the state's table, I used to train police officers on confessions. I love confessions. Why do I love confessions? Makes my job easier as a prosecutor. So I have this unique ability that really not a lot of judges have, to look at both sides, and now really the third side as a judge, and kind of see what's going on. And so every time you make an extra statement, you complicate things for your defense team. That's your right to do it. But I wasn't going to have that happen until this case. I didn't want to have extrajudicial statements, meaning outside a court trial, or in this case, a sentencing as well, that could impugn the integrity of these proceedings. It's not good for you. It's not good for the case. I want to make sure we have a jury that's fair and impartial. And in this particular case, there were extra steps taken because of the interest. You may not have, I guess, liked, I'm gathering from your statements here today, that there were cameras in the courtroom and that this was on court TV and law and crime and other things. But here's the thing. I learned during and following the pandemic, when we shut down courts, or at least limited them to a great degree, what I learned is I started doing live streaming, because that was a way for people to still be engaged, to watch what's going on, to keep our courts open and operating during a time of uncertainty. People were very interested. The court system and the legal system is critiqued and criticized all the time for not being transparent. So by having cameras in the courtroom, when there is that interest, I believe it fosters transparency. It's not about sensationalizing this. I did a very, very extensive trial order on that to make sure that didn't happen. You're not wrong that there's an interest and that people do different things with that interest. We are seeing trials televised more and more. People are fascinated with the legal system. I had a request and I granted it. Nothing more, nothing less. But some of my rules and requirements were meant to make sure that nonetheless, things were fair and impartial. Fair and impartial doesn't mean you're going to agree with everything that I do. Fair and impartial doesn't mean you're going to agree with how a jury decides this case, how it's investigated, how it's presented. There's a lot of law on evidence. There's a lot of case law, volumes of it on what comes in, what doesn't come in. Some of those rules impacted evidence coming into this case. Other things are beyond my control, whether the state chooses to offer something or not, or whether your own attorneys choose to offer something or not. But a courtroom isn't a free-for-all either. I do my very best to ensure that relevant evidence comes into the courtroom and reliable evidence. So I sat through this case, 16 days of trial from beginning to end, not including sentencing and any of the things that happened following the conviction. 36 witnesses. We had 4 expert witnesses, 2 pathologists, a pharmacologist, and then a toxicologist. And they heard a lot about tetrahydrozoline. What I learned about tetrahydrozoline is how it affects the human body. I had the criminal complaint, obviously, all throughout this case, but until a case goes through the trial process, I don't really know what all is going to come in. I have a good idea, but I didn't know the breadth or the depth of it. I didn't know, other than filings, for example, with the medical examiner and the Daubert motions, that's the first time I really got a lot of that information with substance. And a lot of times I don't even have that information until there's a trial. But what did I learn? What is tetrahydrozoline? I think at its simplest, it's a sedative, right? It's a substance that when used as approved for eye drops or nasal spray, it constricts, right? So it helps people breathe who have nasal congestion, and it helps with redness in the eyes. It is not approved for oral use. What do we know from the literature that's out there that predates this case? Some of it obviously coming in around or even after, is that there's really only 2 types of ingestions that are seen in the literature: accidental or malicious. No known literature about people dying from voluntarily ingesting it for a suicide. Why is that? Because that's a big question that I think needs to be answered. And that's because I think it's the last way anyone would ever commit suicide, because of how it affects the human body. It makes people sick. You weren't the first person to think about tetrahydrozoline. There have been movies and even Law and Order episodes, or an episode that I happened to see at one point, where there's some poisoning. We know from Henry Spiller, your own witness, he encouraged the FBI to look into it or get it on a list because of its use related to sexual assaults, that malicious ingestion, right? A poisoning. But like I said, at its core, it's a sedative. And how does it affect the system? During I think it was Ms. Kasinko's testimony, she talked about how when ingested, and obviously unknowingly, right? It's odorless, it's tasteless. You can give it to someone without them ever knowing it. It can reduce inhibitions. It creates, causes someone to be lethargic. It has a significant impact when in large amounts that shouldn't be in one's system. It's a CNS depressant, right? So ultimately it affects breathing and heart rate and brain functioning and can lead to death. After listening and seeing and reading through all the evidence, just like the jury did, and I don't know what they ultimately, or why they ultimately concluded it's a homicide. They don't have to explain their verdict. They just render a verdict all having to agree. But as I saw everything, I have to ask out loud. It's a rhetorical question, but were you poisoning Lynn Hernan all along, following your release from prison?
No.
I'm not asking for an answer. This is my time. So do not interrupt me. She got markedly sicker following your reinsertion in her life on a daily basis, ultimately ending up in the hospital in September of 2018. Unexplained. Couldn't figure out what was going on. But what do we know? She got better. What could not have been happening in the hospital? Someone poisoning her with THZ. Too much risk associated with that. Cameras, whatever it may be. And I think that gave you the green light. You said, I went undetected, because what I think was happening is that you were using it to control Lynn Hernan, to steal from her, to gain control of her accounts. I think you targeted her. I agree with the state's assessment on that. The perfect victim. No children, no parents, they were deceased with a fair amount of money. Why do I say that? Well, your past matters. Your past convictions for forgery, uttering, and misappropriation of personal identifying information matter. Because I'm a big proponent and believer that the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. That's not to say people can't change. But we know you targeted people. And from my perspective, in a very aggravated way, because it's real easy to say, well, those convictions happened in 2011 and this didn't happen until 2018. But you were revoked once following being in prison for about a year. It was 1 year of initial confinement, 3 years of extended supervision on each of those counts. You get revoked so you're sentenced in 2011, you're released in 2012, you're revoked in 2014, you go back to prison, I think it was about 26 months or so. You're released again in February, late February of 2018. And it's shortly thereafter that these thefts start happening. And it's shortly thereafter that Lynn Hernan gets sicker and sicker. Now, I'm not sentencing you here today because I think you poisoned her all along. I'm sentencing you because a jury convicted you of a homicide based upon that. But I think it's important for everyone in this courtroom to know that's what I see. And that's what the evidence points to. Very planned, very deceitful. Maybe it wasn't your intent to kill Lynn Hernan. I don't know. Do I believe this was a suicide? Absolutely not. There's a lot of holes in the stories that you have told. I think you think you're smarter than everyone in this courtroom. All of your statements come after you get information that you now have to explain. Those letters, no way Lynn Hernan wrote those either herself or willingly. And I think that's supported by the thefts in this case. It's supported when you understand how tetrahydrozoline affects individuals. And that why do people choose it to assault someone? Because it can impair them. It can make them lethargic. It can make them lose their own inhibitions. It really, in those circumstances, with that malicious intent, is to control someone. And I think the evidence points pretty squarely to that. I am not going to go through every single piece of evidence. I'm not going to go through every single witness. but it's important to really set the stage, so to speak, for why I believe not why I believe, but for how I'm going to sentence you here today. And really to respond to some of the things that you, your mom, and others have said on your behalf. You know, it is one thing to maintain your innocence. I support the jury system. I support people making the state prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. That's what makes the system that we have in the United States so great. I'm not here to tell you it's perfect every step along the way. We're a system filled with human beings. But I don't see this as one of those cases where it's just an all out, let's get Jessy Kurczweski. There's no reason for anyone here to make anything up. You are the common denominator that brings all of us here today. It is your actions, not theirs, and it's not Lynn's. I find it interesting that you criticize people like Anthony Posa, Corrine Posa, Jim Kelleher, and others for not knowing Lynn, for not getting her help, for, you know, you criticize them for saying, well, she wasn't suicidal. They didn't know her. They weren't close to her in the last year of her life. But ironically, you want us to believe all the statements that you've made, and yet you'll back off and say, but I wish I could have done more. I wish I would have seen more. I have these regrets because I didn't get her more help. I don't think you can hold those beliefs together. I think they're opposed to each other. I think it's a convenient position to take when you criticize them, and yet you can't go so far as to say, well, I saw it all. You have to stop short of that. Otherwise, you couldn't claim that you didn't know she was suicidal. And of course, we know that story changed over time. You are, I think, very upset over this thing about Whitnall Park. Here's the thing. You were in custody, okay? I don't know if it's very, very rare for police to take someone out of custody. But what they did was pretty amazing. They got you on what we'd call a FaceTime call, some type of video from their conference room at the jail to direct individuals. You want us to believe this evidence that exonerates you exists. And yet you had what? October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May, June, up to July 8th, at any point in time to go get it, if it really existed. You had all the opportunity in the world to make sure, if that evidence existed, to secure it in a way that was accessible, not in the ground at a park. Doesn't make sense. Same thing really with the letters that happened to show up after Lynn died. When were those turned over? Again, rhetorical question. I even listened to how you talk about the will and the wills and how this whole test thing with Anthony. Here's the thing. The initial will that was submitted to Judge Maxwell was typewritten and witnessed by strangers at a bank. You want us to believe that Lynn Hernan changed her will and didn't follow the same procedure that she did for the will that was initially admitted into probate and what stood. By the way, a will can't be witnessed by the beneficiaries. Would never have worked. If she were that suicidal and making all of these plans to kill herself and change her will, Lynn Hernan was smart enough to know how to do it the right way, if in fact she was the one to do it. You have someone draft it, and you have neutral witnesses, like she did the first time. You go to a bank, you get it notarized. That's not what she did. There are a lot of holes in your version of events. And here's the thing. I didn't get the ability, nor did the jury, to have your story tested for its veracity. You have the absolute right at a trial not to testify, and there are pros and cons to doing so. You claim to regret not testifying, but the jury didn't get to hear that. That was your choice. That's not on me. That's not on the state. That's on you. The other thing I want to comment on, you want us to believe that you and your mom were so close to Lynn Hernan, that you loved her and cared for her more than anybody else. And yet you unabashedly throw her under the bus and impugn her character with these wild stories. You want us to believe that she killed herself because she killed her mom in the same way that she was killed. And again, poisoning oneself with Visine drops would be the last way someone would commit suicide. It does not. There's no known literature support for tetrahydrozoline causing a state of euphoria and pain relief and sleep. I should rephrase that last one. Making someone fall asleep. I suppose it could because of the effects as a CNS depressant, but the other effects on the digestive system and making one sick, again, no way. I think that's probably why the jury rejected, because perhaps they came to that same conclusion, that it just was not believable. Oh, the one other thing I wanted to comment on, because you referenced it as well, was the fact that you didn't or couldn't review the restitution information. It's a pretty standard order that I get. It's a request for an order from the state due to victim rights legislation and the constitutional amendment to seal restitution information. But the order that I signed says that parties to the case are permitted access. You're a party to the case. Whether your attorney chose to give it to you or not, I don't know. I want to refocus this, because what we're here today is really about giving voice to the one person who cannot speak today, and that's Lynn Hernan. It's about honoring her life and punishing you as the person found legally responsible for her death. She cannot respond to any of the accusations that you and your mom have levied against her. She's gone. And you've taken away from your own life, but for Anthony and Corrine and Jim and Keith and all the other individuals, a bright light, as Anthony said, extinguished far too soon. You took that away. You took away future memories, birthday parties, luncheons, phone calls. You may have been with Lynn that last year or so of her life. But what do killers sometimes do? They target their victims, they isolate them, they control the narrative, they stay or show up at scenes. I mean, the bottom line is homicides generally don't make a lot of sense. It's the taking of another life intentionally. It defies all notions of goodness and decency. They don't make sense. And sometimes they're wild and crazy. And people like you do strange things. I believe for the sole purpose of trying to get away with it. I do believe you thought you had found the perfect way to take Lynn Hernan out, that it would go undetected. And again, maybe that wasn't initially. Maybe it was just to control the finances, to take her for the money that she had. But I think when she got to the hospital in September, and no one at that hospital found that substance, and you were getting to the end of the money, and really the only thing left of value was that condo, Lynn Hernan was better to you dead than alive, and you thought you could get away with it. You know, when I sentence individuals, there's a number of sentencing criteria. They fall into three main categories: the seriousness of the offense, the need to protect the public, and your character and rehabilitative needs. Your character includes who you are sitting here before me, the good, the bad, the indifferent. It includes your past convictions. They are important, especially as it relates to counts 2 and 3, because there's a pattern in your life of taking advantage of people, whether it be your mom, your grandmother, whether it be patients in a clinic that you work at, or the mother of a friend you're living with. And you explain it away as, well, I had a gambling addiction. I just wanted to live. I needed a place, a roof over my head, however you described it in those moments. I think you thought you were a very good thief and that you could get away with even more. The seriousness of those theft convictions, well, let me go back. So I don't want you to walk out of here thinking, I don't think you have any redeeming qualities. I mean, obviously, while in the jail, I think you've tried to do what you can to make the most of unfortunate circumstances at your own hand. You obviously very diligently review all of the discovery materials. You do what you can to do your own research, to educate yourself. You help other inmates. I think you were blessed to have maybe some additional money coming in on your canteen, and you will help individuals who don't have any. I don't even frankly care what the motives are, whether they're purely good motives or if there's a pecking order back there. I don't know, but I do know you made a friend, and she said some very nice things about you today. Honestly, the only person. I was really hoping to hear more from your mom about you. I have a lot in the PSI and the private PSI about that, but your mom spent every moment of her statement attacking everyone else in this courtroom and Lynn. Whereas Ms. McCarthy came in is what we hope for and expect of character witnesses, to tell me more about this other side. Because I do believe people are multifaceted. People have many sides. Even in the worst cases, like a homicide, there are redeeming qualities. And she told us about those. And I thank her for doing that, about how you took her under your wing. You kind of developed this relationship. You had lunch together, meals together, prayed together, did some studies together, and you helped her through a very trying time. As she said, being 70 and never incarcerated before, I'm sure that was not easy. And so I think there is a side to you that does care. I don't want you to think that I don't think you have a caring side. I mean, clearly you do. You cared for Scott Craig, you cared for his children, and in your own way, you made them feel important and loved. Now, there was another side to you, and I think he got it right when he described you. I mean, I think there was a reason you never introduced him to Lynn Hernan. I find that interesting. She clearly, if I were to believe the letters were written by Lynn, she wanted to meet him, but yet she never did. I don't think you wanted there to be any possibility of questions. And that's why I think, however you did it, you were able to keep Lynn isolated so that other people wouldn't question and perhaps uncover what was happening with the thefts. I know that you still have the strong support of your mother. I question at times whether that's healthy or not. If she's seeing things clearly, I think she's, one of the few individuals who has, really bought the story, lock, stock, and barrel that you have spun. I think as a mom, we want to always see the good in our children and don't want to believe the worst. And it's really challenging and difficult to believe that your own child is capable of a homicide. It's either that or she's complicit and she knew and she was involved. I don't know. The seriousness of these offenses are significant. As a homicide, there's a loss of life. It is intentional. You are convicted of intentional homicide, not, for example, what some people might call manslaughter or even assisted suicide. And I know you probably don't agree with the decision that I made on that either, and that's okay. The law just did not support it. But here there was an intentional poisoning with a very specific intent for it to go undetected over time to cover up your thefts. It's aggravated in the sense this was a planned series of events. This was not, a crime of passion, for example. You have a relatively minor record, even though there's 4 felonies. You don't have anything other than that. You didn't have issues as a juvenile. But there were thousands and thousands of dollars that were stolen by you before Lynn Hernan was killed and after. And it's all really related in terms of the seriousness, because you really don't have one without the other, because I do think the homicide was related and the motive was to cover things up. It was to not get caught and to do it in a way that you thought you could do to get away with it. I talked about the scene a little bit, and I think I think there's some aggravated factors about that. The way that scene looked, Dr. B talked about her opinion. She testified that she thought it was staged. She was concerned about it. It was not something she had seen. And, you know, whether the body was moved or the tray was on her chest before or after, there were pieces that appeared to be pieces of pills strategically placed in the corners of Lynn Hernan's mouth. I think it's inescapable that they were placed there. None found in her mouth, but only in the corners. I somewhat agree with you that through the transport, through the EMS people being there, some of those things would have fallen on the floor, would have been scattered in other ways, and that's very possible. I just don't think that would be responsible for those pieces in the corners of her mouth. These were crimes over a significant period of time. These were crimes that required planning, preparation. Once Lynn Hernan was killed, the amount of deceit and deception really accelerated. We have these letters. Even if I take those off the table for a minute, we have everything that was done in that probate case. The false invoices, the loan against the inheritance, and then using the estate funds to pay back. I mean, those were things that, from my perspective, were pretty easily proven. That paper trail, that was dismantled pretty quickly. And then we get to the point in time where police now, law enforcement are now zeroing in on you. We know in about March, when you met with Detective Cole and Detective Hoppy, that, and that really only happens after you make some phone calls and you're told the ME's office, they're not going to talk to you anymore. However, that kind of worked itself out, but we know they reached out to you because you called. There's a recording of your call seeking information from them. And that's kind of I think a pivotal point, because I think for you, you knew something was going on. They didn't tell you at that point. They don't tell you until July about the THZ. But that would have been a really good time if you had evidence that Lynn Hernan committed suicide, that you raise it, that you bring it forward. Or that if it did exist, you get it out of Whitnall Park, you put it in a safe deposit box, you put it in a storage, you put it someplace other than a park, if it truly existed. There were so many opportunities for that to be brought to police. And yet, and this is where your character comes into play, you want to turn the tables on law enforcement and say, you didn't do enough. You should have taken me out of custody. I should have had those 2 weeks to go search to find it myself. You didn't even have as much of a photograph on your cell phone to say, here's where it is. I kept a document, I kept a record of it just in case. Nothing. See, all things that I think, if this were legitimate, someone would have done or had. So fast forward to July of 2019. 6 different interviews, 6 different versions of events, and not one really making a whole lot of sense. You yourself admit, I lied. You should not be shocked, Ms. Kurczweski, that people don't believe the stories that you tell. They don't add up. They don't make sense. They fly in the face of logic. They are far too convenient and most often have extra detail added after you're given information from law enforcement. As if you went back to your cell, how can I explain this away? And I think you rely far too much on your intelligence and your ability to think on your feet, thinking you can outsmart law enforcement. And the thing is, they're going to look at everything. They're going to uncover everything that they can. You want everyone in this courtroom to believe you should not have been convicted because law enforcement didn't look into the death of Lynn's mom. They didn't need to. They had enough evidence. The evidence was clear. It pointed directly to you. But you had an opportunity, I think many times, to accept responsibility, to just admit. I don't think you're able to do that. You're going to stand firm on this was a suicide, and no one will convince you otherwise. But you know what you did. You know you're the one that took Lynn Hernan from this earth. You know you're responsible because your own words say that to me. I knew she was drinking Visine. I helped her. I was filling up the bottles. I'm paraphrasing. I'm not going to get it exactly right. But your story morphed to the point you admitted you knew Lynn Hernan was suicidal, that at one point she put a gun to her head, and that she had been drinking Visine for months. If that were true, and you love this woman with your heart and soul and cared about her well-being, I believe Lynn Hernan would still be here because you would have gotten her help. You would have told her other friends and family that you may not have had a lot of contact with since you got out of prison or even ever, but you certainly knew about them. You had access to Lynn's phone. You would have reached out to everyone and anyone and said, this woman needs help. She's suicidal. But that's not what you did at all. I know you think that I came into this courtroom today having made up my mind on what to do in your case. I'm going to tell you I didn't. I would go back and forth. Should I give her life without the possibility of extended supervision? Should I give her this eligibility at some point in time? I made myself a sheet. I had blanks for those things. Now, I knew what I wanted to do on the theft charges. I'll give you that because those are pretty simple. They're 10-year felonies. Max is 5 years each, 5 initial confinement, 5 ES. And really the issue was, should they be consecutive or concurrent? And I'd go back and forth. I'd talk to my clerk. I'd say, I'm kind of struggling here. I want to find a reason. I listened to the state here today. They're pretty darn compelling as to why there's no redeeming qualities. And Attorney Jones said something really interesting during his sentencing remarks. You know, for everyone in this courtroom, the defendant's family, to Mr. Posa, to his family, to all of Lynn's friends, even the detectives maybe, but probably less for them. This is the most important case. That's why you get people like Jim Kelleher saying, I want life without the possibility of parole, and you get a request for leniency from those on your side. That's very typical. But what he said, what Attorney Jones said, and what he talked about is, we look at the system of justice. We have to look at the degrees of homicides. To look at the cases really based on my experience, right, and other homicide cases, what's come through this county, and just generally kind of what we know in the justice system. And that really kind of stuck with me. And he said to strip the defendant of any eligibility would be too harsh in this case. I'm paraphrasing. And that we should trust the system because it's not an automatic. All it is an eligibility. That made me think. I know you're roughly 40 years of age. I thought about making you eligible at 62 years, meaning 62 years of initial confinement. I thought, well, at 40, I don't know that, I would put her into triple digits. And I thought about what others have said in terms of, you're less of a risk when you get older, especially if you're in your 70s, 80s, whatever. And I don't want to, unduly depreciate the seriousness of you taking the life of another person. And even though I think you're completely diabolical, and I think this was planned, and I think you have evil in your heart, when I look at what else I've seen through my tenure, when I think of the system as a whole, I think this is one of those cases that it would not unduly depreciate the seriousness of the offense to make you eligible for extended supervision at some point. So then the question becomes, at what point? I think for me, it's important to think about how old Lynn was when her life was cut short, and she was 62. Under the statute, the earliest I could consider eligibility is 20 years. Now, this is not what I would call minimums eligibility case. You have a prior record for 4 felonies. You've been to prison previously. You've been revoked twice while on extended supervision. You have issues with conforming your conduct to the rules and expectations that are placed upon you by the justice system. However, it's your first violent offense. You don't have a history of harming people, physically, assault behavior, certainly not a prior homicide, not even like an OWI homicide or anything. You just have that prior OWI first. Knowing that I believe consecutive sentences for those thefts are important, and I'll get to the reasoning why. On the first-degree intentional homicide charge, count 1, I'm going to impose a life sentence with the possibility of extended supervision after 30 years. That would make you, without the theft charges, close to 70 years of age, older than what Lynn would be today. Physically older. I think 30 years is a pretty significant amount of time. But my target is really 80 for you. That is why on counts 2 and 3, you're going to serve maximum sentences consecutive to count 1 and consecutive to each other. Because I think to do anything other than that, given your prior forgery and misappropriation felony convictions and your lack of a good track record while on extended supervision, would be to unduly depreciate the seriousness of those offenses. But I really looked at this, and my goal here was to kind of hit that target. And that's how I structured it. And that target being to make you eligible closer to a point in time when you are 80 years of age. I think the criteria that I have when I think about not just the seriousness of the offense, but the need to protect the public, that's one of the key factors here as well. You've demonstrated that not only for family members and people that you love, but other strangers, like your prior record shows with the patients from the clinic at which you worked and the mom of the person you lived with, there's really not anyone who's safe from you when it comes to your willingness to steal, to defraud. You'll craft fake documents. You'll try to cover up your tracks. You'll justify it. And then you'll blame others in the process when you get caught. But there's other things I need to go through in terms of the sentencing. In terms of conditions for extended supervisions and conditions of your sentence. Obviously, there's some things I need to go through the statute, but I'll go through them. You have to provide a DNA sample. If you've not previously done so, there's DNA surcharges on all 3 counts, $250 each. There's payment of court costs for each count. I am going to order costs pursuant to 973.06 sub 1 sub B in the amount of $16,728.74 payable to the Waukesha County District Attorney's Office for the expert witness who testified in this case. I'll go through restitution more specifically in a moment, and I realize it will be subject to a request for a hearing if made at the end of this hearing. But I do believe restitution as set forth in the memorandum and affidavit submitted by, I take that back, I don't think it was signed as an affidavit, but there's a memorandum and supporting documentation from attorney Beth Taylor detailing $386,646.01 is appropriate for all of the reasons that are expressed in that memorandum. I'll frankly take judicial notice. She'll be incarcerated for quite a period of time and will not be employed. I don't think that's disputed, but I also believe it's appropriate for this court to set up an escrow account under 949.165. It is the express intent of this court to limit, if not make impossible, the ability of the defendant to profit in any way from the crimes she has been convicted of in this case, and to use monies received as a result of the commission of these crimes, whether past, present, or future, to pay restitution as ordered herein, and to compensate the victims. In other words, this court is relying upon Wisconsin's state statute section 949.165 to order the establishment of an escrow account as a legal means to ensure the victims are compensated from the fruits of these serious crimes. The court finds an order for an escrow account is appropriate under the statute for payment of restitution, as well as court costs, fees, and surcharges, and for costs associated with prior or future legal representation, et cetera, under the statute. That's not an exhaustive list. The statute's pretty clear on what is may be paid. There is no doubt in the court's mind that homicide and felony theft are serious crimes under sub 1 in 949.165, and that the estate of Lynn Hernan, represented by the personal representative Anthony Posa, are victims under 950.02 sub 4. Not only is restitution to be paid as any condition of her sentence and extended supervision, but it's to be paid before costs or fines. And these financial obligations shall be collected pursuant to state statute and as provided with that escrow account that I'm setting up as well. She's to have absolutely no contact with Anthony Posa or any family members of his. She's to not gamble or have any contact at any casino. She's not to possess another person's personal identifying information, including but not limited to a driver's license, social security number or card, credit card or number, etc. She is to have no employment or service as a caregiver, whether paid or unpaid. She's to complete all other programming as deemed appropriate by the Department of Corrections. Within 48 hours of this hearing, she is to notify her attorney, meaning Attorney Jones, of the location of Lynn Herman's remains. And within 48 hours of that notification, those remains are to be turned over to the state of Wisconsin via their victim witness, who shall then turn them over to Anthony Posa. Just want to look through my notes, make sure I didn't overlook anything I wanted to address here today. I wanted to say this as well to,
Judge, I can provide that location now if the court wants.
please do so on the record.
Yes, my client's indicated that her mother's in possession of those remains.
Do we know if the Jennifer Flowers in the hallway? We'll check. If she is, she's to be brought in. I want to order her to turn them over.
I'm glad she did that.
If the state would like a written order, please submit one, and I'll order that Jennifer Flower, who's in possession of the remains of Lynn Hernan, turn those over to the Waukesha County District Attorney's Office. Would you be willing to serve that upon her, Attorney Nicolai, within 48 hours of being served with the court order? All right, thank you. I wanted to say a couple of acknowledgements to Mr. Posa, his mom, and the rest of Lynn's friends. And I know that at times this has been frustrating. I appreciate the sentiment here earlier today, but I hope I did my best to bring this case to a conclusion, and that through this case, this trial, and today, that you can finally have some closure and begin healing. I know that it's frustrating. It's frustrating for a lot of people, whether it be a defendant or a victim, to go through a court process. It doesn't always go as quickly. And as one thing I will agree with the defendant is that it is going through a court case and a trial is nothing like what you see portrayed in a dramatization. I often tell juries that you cannot try a case and get a verdict in an hour. That's drama. And the rules of evidence oftentimes prevent certain things from coming in that one party or the other might want in. And the flip side of that is sometimes it allows for questioning that may seem intrusive and violative. And I appreciate everyone's patience. As we went through this process, I would remind everyone, the case was filed in 2021. There needed to be a preliminary hearing that was ultimately once we got through the arraignment process and the case came before me, we had a trial scheduled in relatively short order for February of 2023. And then there was a request by the defense for an adjournment. And with reluctance, I granted that. And originally we had parts of 6 weeks needed to be scheduled depending on how we started and whatnot. And you can't just find 5 weeks, 6 weeks on anyone's schedule without going out a significant amount of time. And, you know, we don't have attorneys Kukler and Galaviz here, but, you know, from my perspective, everyone worked really diligently to find a time that worked, that where we could put this case forward. We had certainly a jury pool who are silent other than the written verdicts that they signed. And I hope in some respects I've given voice in recognition of the guilty verdicts that they pronounced in this case. I found my note that I wanted to reference earlier, and I know I've pronounced sentence, but when I talk about THZ and what it does to a person and why I believe in the series of events that I've described and how it was utilized in this case and why I believe there's, you know, evidence to support some time, is that it impairs memory, it impairs judgment, it impairs inhibitions. It's a substance not routinely screened for, and certainly not in 2018. It's widely available over the counter. It's not a recreational drug. It's used, as I indicated, either maliciously or as intended, or it's ingested accidentally. That as a CNS depressant, it can cause depression, drowsiness, hypothermia, which is low body temp, brachycardia, which is slow heart rate, hypotension, apnea, which is the temporary cessation in breathing, and coma. I didn't say this previously, but I had written a note to myself. I think it was referenced either by the state or by perhaps one of the individuals who made a statement, but I think it was Attorney Sitzberger. You know, Lynn Hernan was left to die on her own. What I wrote is this, that she was dosed and the defendant left her to die alone. Why leave? If not a homicide, you needed a window of opportunity to claim Lynn Hernan committed suicide. I just want to make a further record that while I didn't reference it with specificity in my sentencing remarks, I obviously had referenced kind of generally the PSI, the private PSI certainly relied upon those in getting background information for Ms. Kurczweski. My reference to the 20 years was obviously to the private PSI as well. The state's PSI did not make any specific recommendation on the homicide other than noting it's life, that's mandatory life under the statute, and then made a recommendation that I deviated from, or at least did not agree with, as to counts 2 and 3. I do want to state with some specificity the restitution that I ordered. I gave the total amount, but it's broken down as follows. For funeral expenses, $3,707.48. For the personal representative's fee, $2,947. For the cash withdrawals and checks from the estate checking account, $54,689.53. For payment from the estate to inheritance funding, $14,000. The payment from Croak, Gonzalez, Eckerly, and Martinson in the amount of $4,700. Additional fraudulent estate expenses as detailed in the memorandum by Attorney Taylor, totaling $42,425.14. attorney's fees incurred by the state. This includes actual attorney's fees that have been incurred and an estimate of future attorney's fees, which I find to be reasonable under the circumstances, of $18,149. I agree with the reasoning in this memorandum that this is not, this is different from normal attorney's fees. These are fees that would not have been incurred but for the fraudulent activity related to the probate case of the defendant or by the defendant. Mr. Posa, as the personal representative and victim under the statute, he may seek and has sought compensation for time away from work totaling $1,680. And there's additional payments to the defendant from the BMO Harris account totaling $244,347.86 for that total of $386,646 and a penny. I'll find that this total amount of restitution has been established by clear and convincing evidence based upon the trial exhibits and testimony, and as set forth in the attached supporting documentation in document number 616 filed with this court. Now, I indicated earlier, Attorney Jones, that I would certainly, if requested, schedule it further for a restitution hearing. I don't know if you're in a position to tell me that today, but I'd certainly give you some time if you want.
My question to the court would be if the court's considered, and I'm sure you have, I just didn't hear it on the record, the factors under 973.20 sub 1313, the ones I set forth in my letter.
Yes, I think I might have only referenced her ability to pay. I took judicial notice of the fact that I've given her a life sentence with the eligibility for parole or extended supervision after 30 years with the consecutive sentences. That's obviously, 40 years after that. Let me just find that letter, and I will add to that if I feel appropriate.
I guess my point, Judge, while you're looking, is if you've considered those factors, which, like I indicated, I'm sure you have, I think that would be the sub and substance of the argument I'd be able to offer at a restitution hearing. So if they've been considered, I don't think that there's more to argue.
I will speak more on part 3. I obviously ordered that escrow account, and what I believe is a very real possibility when you look at the present and future earning ability of the defendant. I'm certainly aware that organizations such as Law and Crime, Court TV, 48 Hours, I believe also AARP, all intend or have expressed interest in the records or writing articles or other things. I believe there's a very real likelihood or possibility for there to be potential income flowing to Ms. Kurczweski as it relates to her story. That's why I ordered the escrow account. And so I considered that. Obviously, she has no dependents, so that I don't need to consider sub 4. I've obviously considered the total loss suffered by any victim. I've gone through that. I'm well aware she really has no financial resources at this time, but I do believe there's the very real potential based upon the public and media interest in this case. I also take into consideration that even with such a significant amount of restitution ordered and the way the statute reads about the payment of costs and restitution from prison monies, there's a cap on that. And it's not something I would deviate from in this case. I think it's appropriate. So I've considered that as well.
Then I'm not requesting an additional hearing.
All right. Anything else from you at this time, and then I'll turn to the state.
No, Your Honor.
I know I have a few warnings to get through and all of that, but before I get through that, is there anything the state has? I
Your Honor, we
did.
are in the process of filing that order for the production of Lynn Hernan's remains, and then we'll obviously keep the court informed of when that's served on Ms. Flower.
All right. All right, Ms. Kurczweski, you have been convicted of 3 felonies. That means you may not vote in any election until your civil rights have been restored. You may not possess a firearm. That is a felony punishable by a fine of up to $25,000 and imprisonment of up to 10 years. You may also not possess body armor. And for a first offense, that would have a potential fine of $50,000 and imprisonment of up to 15 years. And for any second or subsequent offense, a $100,000 fine and a 25-year period of imprisonment. You also have 20 days from today's date to appeal the decision of the court. Good luck. That does conclude the hearing today. Please follow the direction of the bailiffs in terms of exiting from the courtroom. And I'll look for that order, make sure Attorney Jones sees it first. Thank you, everyone.
Understood.
Well, okay. Who would have thought that would have taken 6 hours? But thank you, everyone, for hanging out. And it's Judge Dorow, so I should have never underestimated her time. So she did well. I was kind of hoping for life without parole because I do think it was so premeditated and what she did and how much she took. But she's going to get out when she's 80, and I don't think prison life's probably going to be easy on her. So who knows? It may be a life sentence still. So I don't know. I think she did a good job. I think Jessy was ridiculous in her statement with her letters by Lynn and her mom with her letters supposedly from Lynn. Adair, she got life with possibility of extended supervision after 30 years, but then she has her other 2 charges of theft, which were 5 years apiece, which will be 10 years served consecutively. So it's 80 before she can even consider getting out. And then she had, I didn't add that up. I didn't hear the total on her restitution. It sounded like several $100,000s. I know I didn't say that right, but I didn't hear that part. So she's got a lot of work to do to get that paid. I can see her getting interviews. I can see Lifetime doing a movie about her. So if all that goes into that victim fund and that escrow account, great. She doesn't deserve a penny of it. So, but that's all I got. It's been a long day. Thank you guys, everyone that hung out, everyone that stuck around for the jokes during the break that Gabby and Carmen entertained us with. Appreciate it. And I appreciate everybody that came back after the break. So I will not be here Monday because of the eclipse and the crowds that they are thinking are going to be in our area. They have pretty much said we probably won't have cell or internet service. And if we do, it'll be very spotty and laggy. So I'm not even going to attempt to do it. So I will see you guys Wednesday at 10:30 a.m. Eastern time. And I'm not sure what we're doing, but we'll figure it out and we'll go from there. And it'll be a good time. So again, thank you guys. Have a great weekend. And if you're going anywhere to see the eclipse, be careful and enjoy and be safe. And if you're not going anywhere, do all those things anyway. So have a great weekend. And I will see you guys all back here Wednesday morning. All right. See you later. Bye.